Welcome to the Circuito do Estoril and welcome to Sunday of round one of the Winter Series package. The GT Winter Series, the GT4 Winter Series and the Prototype Winter Series, all commencing yesterday in very treacherous conditions here in sunny Portugal. Maybe sunny is a misnomer because the conditions were anything but sunny on Saturday. As you may have seen, some very difficult driving, particularly in the prototypes where the race was red flagged very sharply indeed. Myself, Adam Weller, bringing you the action here alongside Chris McCarthy. Chris McCarthy in the pit lane with us. 4.2 kilometers of this Circuito do Estoril, 13 corners to contend with here at this circuit, built in 1972, I believe also on the sale market in 2024 if you're interested in that sort of investment. This is an incredible facility, as I say, 4.182 kilometers, that's just about 2.6 miles, a former Portuguese Grand Prix host and a really treacherous circuit, a circuit where there are passing opportunities, particularly down there into turn one on the far left of your track map. There is a very, very sharp braking zone to be had there. But as we've seen already this weekend, overtaking is also possible at least 3 or 4 other spots around this track. And especially if the conditions allow, then we will see drivers getting creative in the pursuit of race results. The weather is looking somewhat okay today. There's chances of rain, as you can see, going in towards lunchtime. Certainly, it's a little bit gloomy here at the Circuito do Estoril. However, in general, it is hopefully going to be a little bit less of a concern than yesterday. It was frankly a monsoon on the Saturday. Sunday, light rain at worst. It may even be dry towards the end of the day if things go well. At the moment, though, it is certainly damp. It's certainly wet weather conditions, and it will be the GT4 Winter Series coming out onto the circuit within the next few moments. Here we see our brilliant views from the Alpha Live camera crew. We've got cameras dotted around this circuit to make sure we don't miss a moment of the action here in our 5 races of the day. As I've said, the GT4 Winter Series will wake us up bright and early with another frenetic 30-minute sprint race. No pit stops, nothing like that to consider. It's just a flat-out sprint to see who can be on the podium, both overall and within the 4 classes running in the race. The prototypes will be out on circuit later. Just after that, it will be a 50-minute race plus 1 lap, and there is, of course, a mandatory pit stop there from minutes 20 to 30 in that race. We'll have our final race before lunchtime with the GT Winter Series, a proper smorgasbord of the fastest GT machinery out there. If you haven't seen GT Winter Series before, it's GT3 cars along with the fastest Cup class single make GT racing machinery from Lamborghini, Porsche, Ferrari and so on. A nice varied grid, a very strong grid as well. Some incredible talents in all of our categories. In a few moments in the GT4s, we're going to see the likes of Tom Leben and Roberto Faria, 2 very big young names in motorsport making their way up through the ladder, and also Leo Pichler, who was on pole yesterday. He'll be looking to avenge his loss. In GT Winter Series, we have none other than Bruno Spengler racing here at Estoril for the first time since he was a Formula 3 driver in 2004, alongside the likes of Vettel and Hamilton and the wonderful Formula 3 drivers of that era. So Bruno here for the first time in 20 years, and he's looking to make an impact on this race weekend in the endurance race, which wraps up our day. Incidentally, there is a lunch break in the middle of the day after the first GT Winter Series race. However, the action will not stop. We will continue bringing you live insight from the paddock. Myself and Chris McCarthy will be doing a grid walk and talking to some of the star drivers here at Estoril. And hopefully, Chris doesn't have to deploy that umbrella as we do so. But it is a little bit gloomy right now. Yesterday, we had an incredible amount of fans here at the circuit. circuit. Free access to these events. The Winter Series weekends are free for spectators to access, and I would say one of the bigger crowds I've ever seen here at Estoril. I've worked here 4 or 5 times previously, and I've never seen the main grandstand quite as full as it was yesterday, and we could hear them from the main building cheering on the drivers as they came out of the cockpits underneath the podium. It was a real festival atmosphere at times on the main straight here at Estoril yesterday, and we hope to see more of that as everyone arrives post-breakfast to catch some more racing action. If you're nearby, make the drive down. It's free, and you can see some of the top talents in GT and prototype racing. We're all very excited to see what the first GT4 Winter Series race of the day brings us. As I said, 30 minutes. We've got 15 cars due to take the start in this one. We've got 4 categories, Pro, Pro-Am and Am in this race, alongside the Cayman Trophy category. That means we've got 4 classes under contest, and we've got fast drivers in all of those classes, particularly in conditions like this, where it is slippery. One would expect there's a potential for some surprises. Drivers maybe like Luis Liberal, who has a lot of classic historic racing car experience. He has car control baked into him in these kind of conditions. That's exactly what you need. Will it be a Porsche? Will it be a McLaren, a BMW, a Mercedes, or an Aston Martin, as it was yesterday, that takes the win in GT4 Winter Series? We're not far away from having to find out. They're currently going through pre-grid procedure, and they'll be rolling in the fast lane, heading out towards the grid, where they will be greeted by Chris McCarthy. Chris will be there, ready to try and catch some insights before the cars head out onto the circuit for the first time in this weekend. So then, let's cut into the action then for the first time this weekend. We're going to go racing with the GT4 Winter Series.
Thank you very much, Adam. Welcome down to the pit lane. My name's Chris McCarthy. Great to have you back once again, the rain with us here at Estoril. Just falling down a little bit, Adam. It's not really deciding what it wants to do, the weather at the moment. The rain was falling, then as we were positioning here in the pit lane, it stopped, but now the rain just starting to come down again. As you can see in the background, the teams are making their way out onto the circuit. That because the cars have just started to leave the pit lane, ready to go out onto the grid. Johnny behind the camera, once again, we are going to make our way out onto the circuit and go and speak to some drivers when they get out onto the grid. We're getting ready to go for race number 2 for the GT4 Winter Series. What a first race it was yesterday. It's going to be very hard for them to go better than that one. Drivers going from 4th to 1st in one overtake, and it went all the way down to the last lap. Jamie Day just about holding on to the race lead. So absolutely fantastic. I'll tell you what, I'm going to ditch this umbrella because I think it's now... Yeah. I'm going to give you that, Johnny. There we go. We rehearsed that. And I'm going to take this grid, and we're going to go. There we go. There we go. Ready, Johnny? There we go. We done it. Right, let's go. Follow me. Let's go to the grid. See, I told you it can't really make its mind up at the moment because now the rain is starting to stop again. All right, let's go out onto the grid and go and speak to some drivers. It's going to be Vimmerwerk Motorsport, who are going to be on pole position. Ivan Ekelschik, who competed in GT4 European Series and also in the ADAC GT4 Series, is going to be on pole position for them. And then alongside for Elite Motorsport, Tom Levin, who raced in the Formula Regional European Championship by Alpine. Got to give a big shout out to all the crew at Alpha Live, who had stood out in the rain yesterday at all the camera points. They got absolutely drenched, including including Johnny here in the pit lane, Ryan, who was with us in the pit lane. Thank you to all the camera guys who were stood around the circuit yesterday. Did an absolutely fantastic job bringing us the live coverage, and they're going to do the same today. Okay, let's see if we can go to speak to Ivan Ekoshik. He's going to be on pole position. Let's see if we can, I'm going to see if I can get the door open and speak to him. Tom Leben's going to be coming down and pulling into second place for Elite Motorsport. Ivan at the moment just getting himself ready to go, I believe, but he's going to be on pole position for GT4 Winter Series. We'll come back in just a second and see if we can speak to him. Door is coming open now, so I'll see if we can go and speak to him. Just having some words spoken. While that is happening in the background, of course, we've got 4 classes in the GT4 Winter Series. This the second sprint race, 2 sprint races, then an endurance race coming up later, where if we have 2 drivers, both drivers will be competing. So these are the drivers who took part in qualifying 2. So these guys, it's going to be their first race of the weekend. Ivan Elkoshik will be on pole position, as I said. Tom Leben, who is rolling in now in that McLaren. Here it comes for Elite Motorsport, raced in the Formula Regional European Championship by Alpine last year. Got to know Tom very well during that time. Here comes the door open now. Going to see if I can have a quick chat with Tom after the GEDLICH Racing guys have spoken to him. Tom did a great job racing for the Arden Motorsport team with them. He did do 1 race in the GT4 European Series with Elite Motorsport last year at Hockenheim. So this is not his first time racing in this McLaren. He did do so last year. Did a great job. Didn't really have a great qualifying, but did a lot of overtaking during the race. So race director just speaking to him now, just going through the procedures for the start. Tom Leben, this his first time starting the race, I believe. I don't believe he started that race that he did at Hockenheim. Certainly his first time in a GT4 race starting on the front row. So let's have a quick chat to him now before the door closes. Sorry, I'm going to very quickly speak. Tom, good to see you again. How are we doing? How does it feel to be on the front row here at Estoril on a GT4?
I'll tell you what, it's been a long time since I've been on the front row. But it's definitely a good feeling, back in something, well, a bit different to what I'm used to. But yeah, it's a good feeling starting at the front.
Of course, you've done racing in like Ginetta Juniors, so not your first time racing in cars, I guess. How does it feel jumping into one of these?
Well, it takes a bit getting used to from a single-seater, but it's all the same sort of idea. Do your best and get it round, I guess.
Yeah, a lot of racing in GB3, Formula Regional over the last few years, so how's it been adapting?
Yeah, it's been good. We're obviously going quite well starting at the front. It's very different, a lot softer to what I'm used to, definitely in a single-seater. But yeah, overall it's going pretty well.
And of course, racing with Zach, how's it been going so far with the pair of you?
Yeah, really good. Zach's mega, to be honest. Yeah, we're bouncing off each other really well, learning here and there, and yeah, it's going well.
Well, best of luck for the race. Well done to Tom Leben starting on the front row. Race with the team, as we said. Let's go and find Roberto Faria. He's going to be on the third row, FIA Formula 3 racer. Thanks to all of you in the crowd. Whistles are going. Now that's a sign that we might have to clear the grid. I'm going to see if we can speak very quickly to Roberto Faria before they close up. Roberto Faria raced in FIA Formula 3 last year with PHM Racing. Roberto, one quick question. Of course, FIA Formula 3 last year. Looking forward now to GTWinterSeries?
Yes, very exciting race. My first race now with the Aston Martin. So let's see what we can do.
Best of luck for the race. I know we have to clear up, so that's going to have to do. Great to have Roberto Faria with us. Another one to look out for, Johnny, follow me. We're going to clear this way. I want to give this man a shout out as well. Forsetti Motorsport were our winners yesterday. Jamie Day taking the win. This young man here, Mikey Porter, raced in the Ginetta Junior Series last year, finishing in 4th place. Really young, talented driver. Do watch out for him. His teammate, Jamie Day, taking the win yesterday, pulled off some fantastic moves in that car. Mikey Porter, Adam, I make him the one to watch in this race. He's a very talented young driver. Spin round, Johnny. With that view, I think we're going to hand up to Adam Weller up in commentary.
interesting forecast then from Chris McCarthy. Mikey Porter is the one to watch per Chris. I'm interested to see what our pole sitter does, Ivan Ekelchik for Wimmer Werk Motorsport. He is the first of the Pro-Am cars on this grid. He is also a very, very quick driver indeed. The Wimmer Werk Motorsport team were absolutely lauding him after qualifying yesterday. He was very, very pleased with his performance as well. As I said, Ekelchik is on pole position, but we will talk you through the grid in full. The 24 Wimmer Werk Motorsport car of Ivan Ekelchik, the Porsche Cayman GT4 RSCS for Wimmer Werk Motorsport, is on pole position alongside the first of the Pro Class cars, Tom Leben. Great to hear from Tom in the McLaren, and we'll see how he performs in these tricky conditions. Then there's something of a surprise, because the first of the Cayman Trophy cars, which are slightly sub-GT4 spec, third on the overall grid. The number 110 car in the hands of Enrico Förderer, with a very good performance in qualifying 2 yesterday to get that third place. Leo Pichler starting from 4th position. He'll be looking to avenge his 5th place finish. He would want better than that when he started from pole yesterday. Let's see what he can do from 4th. Jemo Hartling, who is also racing in the GT3 car today. He starts from 5th place in the GT4 alongside Roberto Faria, who, as he mentioned, is now in his first ever race in the Aston Martin. He's done a couple of races in a GT4 Mercedes. Let's see how he does with the British muscle. Up into 7th place, Mikey Porter, the number 19, looking to try and follow in the footsteps of his Forsetti teammate after they won their first ever race yesterday here at the Circuito de Estoril. In 8th place, Tim Neuser. He will definitely be one to watch in the number 111 car, the other Cayman Trophy spec machine. It's not quite up to GT4 pace, but he is a very quick driver. Florian Bauer starting from 9th position for East Racing Motorsport. He's only been racing since September, so very good to be in the top 10. Just ahead of the number 85 car, that's CV Performance, Emil Yerdrum. Another Pro-Am entry there, the AMG GT4 rounding out the top 10. Then it's Luis Liberal, very familiar with Estoril, albeit in historic cars. He's racing for Speedy Motorsport in their BMW, starting from 11th place. Then it's the first of the 2 NM Racing Mercedes AMG GT4s, Alberto Di Martin, set to take the start there from P12. 13th place is the other NM Racing machine. That's Max Huber in the Mercedes AMG. Resune's Richard Wolf. I do like that name. That's very cool. The number 81 BMW M4 GT4 Resune entering both Leo Pichler's Cayman and this BMW. At the back of the grid is Pierre Lemers in the Teichmann Racing Audi R8 LMS GT4. He'll be looking to replicate yesterday, where he surged through the field in the early stages. So then 15 cars on the circuit. I expect that, as with yesterday, we are going to have 2 formation laps, but we will wait with bated breath to see whether they'll be in 2x2 formation. But typically in these wet conditions, 2 formation laps is par for the course. Let's see though. Oh, it does look like they are in 2x2 formation now, and the lights are off. Okay, well, they're obviously familiar with these wet conditions because, well, we've handled them a few times this weekend. So it looks like with 2x2 formation, we are going to go racing. 30 minutes of racing to be exact. It's an all-out sprint, no tyre changes, no conservation required. This is a flat-out sprint between some very exciting young talents. It is Ivan Ekelchik on the inside. Now we are doing 2 formation laps, clearly. I've got ahead of myself. They're in 2x2 formation. However, we are doing a second formation lap. Oh dear, live television. So then everyone getting themselves a little bit too excited, thinking they were going racing, including myself. But that is the nature of the beast sometimes. Obviously, Ivan Ekelchik very keen to get this one underway. But 2x2 formation not yet required, because they are in fact doing 2 formation laps. I would have thought that Werner Eichinger, the race director, would have had us do that, and sure enough, that's exactly what he is doing. That is, in fact, probably what he was relaying to the drivers on the grid while Chris McCarthy was on his grid walk. That was Werner Eichinger talking to Tom Leben just before Chris dived in for his interview. Werner is a hugely experienced race director as well, very well respected in these circles. In fact, I had a fellow race director colleague of his text me asking who was doing the WinterSeries this year. I said Werner Eichinger, and they said, good, that's about as good as it gets. So we have some really great personnel all through the GEDLICH Racing organisation, and they're ensuring that this season is the best yet in terms of live coverage as well. Because of course we are, for the first time, bringing you the live full season of all 4 championships, including this, the all-new GT4 WinterSeries, the first race held just yesterday. How exciting is that to have a brand new series dawning on this weekend? The GEDLICH Racing organisation running this series under licence from the SRO, the Stefan Rattel organisation, and that adds another layer of intrigue. An official GT4 championship on the package, and what a way to start your year as a racing driver if you can secure good results, maybe even a championship winning result across this season. That's what a lot of these drivers are aspiring to this weekend. Let's see if any of them can make it happen. This time, they hopefully do go in 2x2 formation, because this is the occasion where they are supposed to go in 2x2 formation. Let's see how it pans out. We have a full grid of GT4 WinterSeries machines, 4 classes under contest, 3 different classes in the top 3, with Ivan Ekelchik starting on the inside of the front row in the Cayman GT4. That's a Pro-Am class entry. Tom Leben in the McLaren Artura GT4. That is a Pro class entry. Enrico Förderer in the slightly less spec'd, slightly more production-based Porsche Cayman, the Cayman Trophy entry. He's starting from 3rd overall. He will not have the straight line speed, so let's see if that 110 car maybe loses a position or 2 on the run down to turn 1. Slightly smaller engine in that car. 30 minutes of GT4 WinterSeries begins now. We go racing for the first time on WinterSeries Sunday here at Estoril. 2-3 wide as they run down to the first corner. Wimmerwerk Motorsports, Ivan Ekelchik to the outside line into the first corner, and that opens the doors, parts the seas for 2 of the other Caymans. Great start from Leo Pichler, who may well be leading. It's side by side between Pichler and Ekelchik as they head through the first couple of corners of the lap. Everyone safely through turn 1, and it is Leo Pichler from 4th to 1st in the first 3 corners of the lap. Brilliant driving from Pichler. He's back to the front of the pack as he was yesterday. Everyone else fighting hard for position. Nice slide there from Tom Leben, trying to find his way around Ivan Ekelchik as everyone picks their spots through Curva VIP, the 4th corner of this 4.182 kilometre lap. Under the gantry they go for the first time, side by side there for 5th place. Jamo Hartling up into P5 for Schnitzelhelm Racing in the Mercedes AMG GT4. Looks like Farrier might be struggling a little bit here. Roberto Farrier losing a couple of positions. Oh, and he understeers into the side of Emil Gjerdrum. And that's a huge shame for Gjerdrum, who'd made up a good few places in the first few corners. Hopefully both cars can carry on. It looks as though Roberto Farrier does not have any damage from that, but he has lost a lot of positions. The 85 car still running as well. Just saw that exiting shot, so hopefully both cars okay. Oh, but a lot of understeer from Roberto Farrier. I'm just wondering if maybe a tyre's down, because it didn't look like it wanted to turn into turn 7. Orella. Early dramas then. There's Tim Neuser in the SR Motorsport Cayman, just ahead of the first of the NM Mercedes AMG GT4s, but it's the Schnitzelhelm AMG that is the first of the 3 pointed stars in the field at the end of this first lap. We'll talk you through the order as they cross the line for the first time. but it's a surging, charging Leo Pichler at the front of the order at the conclusion of lap number 1. Here he comes now in the Razoon Porsche Cayman. It is GEDLICH in second place, but there's the McLaren Artura looming large to the inside line, but not far close enough to move up into the inside for turn 1. Has a little look, but remains in third place does Tom Leben. In fourth place is Enrico Ferrari in the first of the Cayman Trophy spec Porsche Caymans, 3.8 litre engine versus the 4 litre in the top 2 cars. Slightly less RPM, slightly more stock suspension as well, but in these conditions that can be quite handy, as Jamo Hartling is finding out behind him in 5th overall. Jamo Hartling looking to try and find a way through here around the outside at Curve of VIP turn 4. That's an ambitious move. We'll see if that pays off for him. Everyone just snaking through this first few corners of the lap. And still Jamo Hartling there behind Enrico Ferrari. And into the pits has come Roberto Faria. Frankly, not the biggest surprise, unfortunately. That car did look like it was potentially walking wounded. A few drivers maybe trying to brake a bit too late into Parabolica Interior, turn 6. And through has gone Jamo Hartling. He's got past there. Oh, he has got past the Cayman. However, he almost went off onto the grass there at Orella. I'm not convinced that Yerdrum managed to miss the grass there either. A few drivers snaking around. Jamo Hartling has kept it on the black stuff. But he is still being pursued and hounded by Enrico Ferrari, who is just 16 years of age. Very successful in the German karting scene and raced with this man, Jamo Hartling, last year in the Schnitzelau Mercedes. So there you go, he's fighting a teammate, as it were. Yesterday's race-winning car, the Forsetti Motorsport entry there. We just got to look at Mikey Porter. Mikey Porter currently running in 7th place and looking to try and make up some more positions. Meanwhile, embedded into the gravel on lap 2 is Florian Bauer. He was running 2nd place in the AM class, the East Racing Motorsport Cayman. Unfortunately, though, that car has come to a rest in the gravel, and let's see if that is far enough away that we can keep racing. It looked like it was pretty embedded into the gravel trap. The top 3 pulling away here from Jamo Hartling, but now that Hartling has managed to distance himself from Enrico Ferrari somewhat, let's see whether or not he can maybe close in on that podium position. You see there the top 2 cars in black on your timing board there. That is detonating that they are Pro-Am cars. As we go to safety car conditions on the circuit. So those top 2 cars, both Pro-Am entries, followed by the top 2 in Pro. But they'll all be followed very closely now because the safety car is out to bunch up the pack. Leo Pichler was leading, was starting to maybe find a few more tenths worth of cushion over Ivan GEDLICH, but effectively everything will now be reset. And that means that for a few drivers, maybe their errors from earlier on will be rectified. With apologies to Emil Yerdrum, I do believe it's Charles Dawson in the car today, or at least Charles Dawson is on our graphics, but Emil Yerdrum is displayed on the live timing. In fact, it was Dawson racing yesterday, so I think it's Emil Yerdrum in the 85 CV performance car, as a matter of fact. And if it is, he just did a little bit of a showboat for the camera going through Gancho, and there is where the 99 Cayman of Florian Bauer came off then. Yeah, turn 12 of the lap, the S's, and as you can see, that car really not too far away from the racing surface, and also you can see that the tyre wall has been disturbed there as well, so potentially that is also a part of whatever incident occurred. And a wise decision, therefore, to throw the safety car. 23 minutes and 25 seconds left of this race. I would suspect that there'll be a little under 20 minutes to go once they get this car removed. The tow truck trying its best to do its thing. It almost got stuck in the gravel itself yesterday. But no such worries at the moment as the safety car neutralizes the field. Leo Pichler and co. weaving to try and keep some heat in these wet tyres. Of course, as a circuit dries, you almost end up doing the opposite on wet tyres. You want anything but more heat going through the tread. Once it does start to dry out, these tyres get very hot very quickly and very unusable even quicker. However, I don't think we're going to get anything like drying out before the end of this race. We ride on board with Ivan Ekelchik in the Porsche Cayman GT4 RSCS. This young man raced in GT4 Europe last year and has really been showing a great run of form in recent times. Also rather lovely, he proposed to his partner at Barcelona in the pit awning at Barcelona last year in the GT4 paddock. So clearly racing a shared interest there, at least I'd hope so. And he is looking to make 2024 his best year yet on a professional basis. Raced in GT4 Germany with this team last year and also had a dabble in GT4 European Series. That was his first ever year in GT racing, so he moved into the world of GTs in 2023. He's already being labelled a superstar by his team, Wimmerwerk Motorsport, and Wimmerwerk have done a little bit of everything over the course of the last several years, be it GT3, be it LMP3, and much more besides. TCR as well. Wimmerwerk Motorsports know what they're talking about, so when they tell me that Ivan Ekelchik is one to watch, I tend to listen, and certainly Leo Pichler will be all too aware that Ivan is one to watch, especially because the safety car is in this lap. So then Leo Pichler will take control of the field around turn 10, turn 11, and from there we will be racing again. There you see Leo Pichler for Rezoon in the Porsche Cayman. He'll be looking to claim his first race win of 2024 in the GT4 Winter Series. Maybe looking for something of a clean slate after a little bit of a disappointing performance from pole position on the Saturday. He would have hoped to convert that into a victory, and of course that wasn't the case. Jamie Day taking the inaugural win for Fassetti Motorsport yesterday here at Estoril. Mikey Porter in 6th place right now. He'll be looking to maybe try and get himself into that top 5, maybe even onto the podium if he can before the end of this race. Currently 6th overall and 3rd in the pro class. So then the safety car will withdraw from the circuit momentarily, and this field of GT4 machinery will once again barrel down into turn 1. The spray will rise, and the last of the late breakers will benefit as we return to racing action. Leo Pichler compacting the field as they go through the parabolic at Ayrton Senna. He'll be looking for the perfect time to punch the throttle. Now, will he go early out of turn 13 exit, or will he make them wait until we're firmly onto the main straight? Let's see what the strategy is for Leo Pichler. Don't be surprised if he's already punched it by the time we look at turn 1. In fact, I think, yes, he is already going. Yes, he is. Oh, and very wide there from one of the Mercedes AMGs. I think that was Emil Yerdrum there getting a little bit sideways. But we go green. We go back to racing with just over 19 minutes left to go. Defensive line from Leo Pichler. Ivan Ekelchik looking to the outside, side by side for 3rd place. Jamo Hartling wants a podium. Tom Leben wants to avoid having to repair for any, having to pay for any repairs on a McLaren there. Kept a very wide berth to the outside as the Mercedes looked to the inside line. And oh, Tom, that was very brave into turn 3, but very well managed, I must say. He said earlier on, it's been a little while since I've been up front. He said that to Chris McCarthy. He's looking to capitalise, not just by being on the podium, but by being on the top step if he can. Luis Liberal looking to the inside there, further back of Alberto Martin. That was for 2nd in the AM class. The AM class being led by the 81 Rezoon BMW of Under Erdem in 9th overall. 4 classes at play, and the top 3 formed of the Pro-Am and Pro Class, as one would expect. And let's see what Jamo Hartling can do here. This is for the Pro lead. Tom Leben, the first of the Pro cars in the order right now. And Jamo Hartling will know that a move on Tom Leben would mean full points within the class. There aren't overall points in this race. Oh, as the 24 car goes to the inside, Ivan Ekelchik fancied his chances there, but very close indeed at Gancho. Gancho is a place where you can really pull a surprise if you carry more momentum through the kink at turn 9 before heading through the chicane. You can pull a fast one on your competition, but that has now left Tom Leben with an opportunity at second place. They run now down the main straight. Looked like Leben had to catch a slide there as they came onto the main straight, so maybe his run has been compromised, but he goes to the inside line nonetheless. It is Leo Pichler that leads them across the line by just 0.4 of a second, less than that in fact. Ivan Ekelchik goes to the outside line and into third place potentially here goes Jamo Hartling. Yes, he does. So Leben's run was compromised by that little bit of oversteer coming out of the final corner, and the number 11 Schnitzellaum Racing Mercedes AMG GT4 goes into third place. Jamo Hartling up into third, but Tom Leben fires back up the inside for Elite Motorsport. It's side by side as they head up the hill towards Curva VIP, but Jamo Hartling has it, or does he? Because once again the McLaren has a look to the inside. Jamo Hartling there was reverting to the karting line on the outside. Let's see in what order they emerge. There go the top two, and it is still the Mercedes in third place. So Jamo Hartling trying to find grip on the outside and finding it as they fight over third place and the maximum point score within the pro class. As I was saying before, these classes are where the points are scored. There are no overall championship points based on the overall classification, so that is effectively a fight for a maximum point score for third overall. Of course, the lead battle between the two Pro-Am cars is also over maximum points, as it were. So we've got some brilliant scraps up and down the order, bouncing across the curbs there. Jamo Hartling, even around the kink at turn 8, is taking a more conservative line, avoiding the paint for all he's worth. And of course, I think for Jamo Hartling, he'll be wanting to kind of not have to worry about Tom Leben. He'll want to go chasing the two Caymans at the front of the order, but he's not been able to shake the young man in the McLaren just yet. Leo Pichler will come out of the final corner to lead another lap. We're almost at mid-race distance, just over 15 minutes to go as Ivan Ekelchik is in the slipstream. It was under 0.4 last time by. It's almost exactly the same gap between them as they cross the line once again. 0.368 seconds between them. And Ekelchik looking for any way he can to get past Jamo Hartling. Again, looking to the outside as he entered turn 3, but now seems to have a few car lengths over Tom Leben. Jamo Hartling has a lot more experience than Tom in GT machinery. In fact, Jamo Hartling has won 2-3 years of GT3 racing through the GTC race organization in Germany. So we're going to see a lot more of him in GT3 cars. Of course, also in our GTWinterSeries race later on. Tom Leben still aggressively going to the inside at all of these corners, but it doesn't seem to be quite working for him at the moment. Incident involving cars 99 and 15 to be investigated. Now the 15 is Alberto De Martin and the 99 is Florian Bauer, who ended up in the gravel. So I think I can make 1 and 1 and make 2 there. Leo Pichler in the race lead then, with Ivan Ekelchik all over the back of him. Let's see what Jamo Hartling's progress is on this lap. He was 1.6 seconds back from the lead on the previous lap. So when they cross the line, we'll see exactly how close he is. Is he gaining on the top two? Well, he's still having to worry about Tom Leben, who's right on the verge of grass tracking there through turn 8. Up the hill through Gancho. It looks steep on television, and I can assure you it's even steeper in person. Walked that a couple of years ago. I'm not sure I'll be repeating it, certainly in this weather this weekend, as we see now side by side for third place. So Jamo Hartling maybe just losing a couple of tenths there, and Tom Leben with another opportunity to try and reclaim that podium. Oh, and off the circuit there. Was that the Wimmer Wirth car? Yes, I think that was Ivan Ekelchik. Ivan Ekelchik is off the circuit. Now, Was that a mistake of his own, or was he side by side with Pichler? I think it may be the former. I don't think they were side by side, but exiting stage left and now rejoining the circuit is Ivan Ekelchik. We just saw him rejoining at the very back of shot. So Ivan Ekelchik has somehow managed to go through the gravel and continue, but he has lost a numerous number of positions there. He's down to 8th place, as now this battle is for 2nd overall. So Jamo Hartling upgraded to 2nd place by virtue of mistake from Ivan Ekelchik. Leo Pichler now with a little bit of breathing room, and Mikey Porter, of course, is now upgraded to 5th place. The car that won yesterday in the hands of Jamie Day is now up into 5th place, and I tell you what, Mikey Porter is chipping away at figuring out this GT racing stuff, figuring out running this car in these conditions, and he's only about 6.5 seconds off of the race lead right now. Not sure he'll get any further positions unless there are errors, but still very good to see. That was the battle for 6th place that we had there briefly. Emil Yerdrum has managed to get up to 6th place because of Ivan Ekelchik having his moment. He's just ahead of Tim Neuser, 2nd among the Cayman class. Of course, the leader of the Cayman class is the 110 car, the SR Motorsport entry of Enrico Federer, the first of the Cayman Trophy class runners. But Leo Pichler, in another of the Caymans, this the full-fat GT4 car, now leading by a good couple of seconds over this very compelling battle for 2nd place. Jamo Hartling car stepping out on him there. Tom Leben still trying to go to the inside line, but Hartling finding more traction each and every time around the outside. Of course, Hartling, as the leading car, kind of has the pick of the line, really. So he's always taking the grippier outside in these wet conditions, leaving Tom really no choice but to try and go to the inside, and I think he's having to battle that McLaren Artura every inch of the way as a result. Really good scrap here. Tom Leben has not given up in the slightest at any stage of this race. He lost out to Jamo Hartling, but has been making life very hard for him ever since. Again, these different approaches to turn 3. Leben goes to the inside, brakes a lot later, whereas Jamo Hartling just smoothly coasts it around the outside. Your race leader is Leo Pichler, coming underneath us as we speak in the Razoon number 77 Porsche Cayman. Battle for 2nd may now be 3 cars strong, because as the rain, I think, increases, Enrico Federer, the young 16-year-old fresh out of go-karts, is really closing in on these two, including, of course, his teammate from last year, Jamo Hartling. So this is really interesting stuff. I think we're going to have a 3-way battle for P2 soon. Once again, that more production-based Cayman Trophy car seems to be coming up trumps in these wet conditions. So Enrico Federer looking to join the party. I don't know if he's got an invite, but he's knocking the door down regardless. And, well, let's see what he can do. 3 incredible young talents. I don't think any of these guys are 20 years old in the battle for 2nd, 3rd and 4th. Teenagers in supercars, and you know what? It's working out better than you'd think. And Tom Leben finally gets the outside line for once, and this time he converts it into 2nd place. Traditionally, Jamo Hartling has gone around the outside at pretty much every corner. He took the inside at the S's, and Tom Leben immediately capitalizes. He moves into 2nd place. Now he will go defensive on the run down into turn 1, and Enrico Federer will be looking to try and capitalize as well, albeit with a little bit less grunt in that Cayman. Tom Leben, the inside line at turn 1. Jamo Hartling now trying to get traction on the outside of the corner, but he gets squeezed out by Tom Leben there. Tom having none of it. He's taken the position back and he wants to keep it. Back to 2nd place then, and critically, the pro class lead for Tom Leben. Again, that means maximum point scoring over Jamo Hartling for Tom Leben and the elite team. So all things looking very positive here for the elite crew. As it stands, with their good result as well yesterday. They'd be right up there in the early championship going. Here we go then through turn 5, through the kink, and you can see again how much of a challenge the kink is in these conditions. 8 minutes and 5 seconds left to go, and has Jamo Hartling outbraked himself? Oh yes, he has a little bit, but Enrico Ferderer was also kind of trapped into braking late there. I think watched the brake lights on Jamo's car and almost followed him out there as well. Almost contact between them, but Enrico Ferderer in the little white Cayman is certainly giving the GT4 cars something to think about. He's thinking overall podium. Yes, he's leading his class, but racing drivers don't think in terms like that. There's a car ahead of Enrico Ferderer, ergo, he must pass that car. And of course, not only is it just any driver behind him, it's ahead of him, sorry. It is his former teammate at Schnitzelhelm in the GTC race championship within the GT4 class. So Enrico Ferderer looking to try and make an impact here. The two NM Racing Mercedes have found each other on circuit there. The 15 and the 10 contesting third in the AM class. We just saw them. It's Luis Liberal leading the AM class in 9th overall ahead of Under Erdem, just ahead of this scrap between Alberto Martin and Max Huber. Max Huber, who had a really good start yesterday in the first race, hasn't quite had the same shock and awe performance this time, but the two NM Racing Mercedes having a duke out here. I expect that when we go racing later on for the endurance, we'll see Nil Montserrat in Alberto Martin's car, and he will be quick. Max Huber then trying to get a good run onto the main straight. There is Luis Liberal in the number 9 car, sorry, the number 5 car, the Speedy Motorsport BMW M4 GT4 3-shot as your class leader in AM. Under Erdem in second in class, and then the two NM Racing Team Mercedes third and fourth in the class. And Max Huber wants that class podium. He wants to get a trophy from Marcus Giedlich, and he wants to get presented onto the podium by Chris McCarthy by the looks of it. The number 5 BMW M4 GT4 continues on though in the hands of Luis Liberal. He owns that car and has done for some time, but I don't think he's done much racing in it. So having a good time in the modern machinery and proving that car control is 9/10 the law in this weather conditions. He knows how to power slide historic cars, and he's converting that into success in these wet conditions in the modern machinery. So Liberal continues on in the AM lead. The gap is out in the battle for second overall to 1.2 seconds. So Jamo Hartling, now that Tom Leben has managed to find a way past, seems to be maintaining that gap as Liberal drops down towards turn 7. This is the Orelha bend at T7. Just got a look there at the recovering Ivan Ekelschik, who of course had his moment earlier on. Good to see that the car is still running for Ivan. The Vimvert Motorsport Porsche Cayman still there in 7th overall as it stands. Liberal through Gancho and now through the S's to complete what will be lap 11 of the race for him. Again, taking the outside line at the Parabolica Ayrton Senna. Just 4.5 minutes left to go, so it looks all good in the AM class for Liberal, but certainly still under contest is third place within the AM class. Alberto Martin watching through the mirrors as Max Huber challenges him. Ivan Ekelschik is in the pit lane, so the Vimavert Motorsport car may well end up being withdrawn from this race. Maybe there's an issue for the number 24. We ride on board as the car coasts towards the garage. This is not what we'd want to see for Ivan Ekelschik. Is it straight into the garage? I have a bad feeling that it may well be. No, they just pull it up. But Ivan Ekelschik clearly with some sort of issue. Let's hope they continue on and get the car back out there before the end of the race. Alberto well, obviously not. The driver is out of the car, so that's a retirement then for Ivan Ekelschik. As we go back to this battle for what really is now second, third and fourth in the AM class. Under Erdem, under a lot of pressure here from Alberto Martin and Max Huber. The three cars covered by 1.1 seconds right now in this battle for second in the AM class. Under Erdem, the sister Razoon car, along with the leading 77 of Leo Pichler. So second in AM and the overall race win, along with a full haul of points in Pro-Am. That would be very good for Razoon. And look at Max Huber. Any opportunity he gets to just have a little sniff to the inside, he's taking, putting Alberto Martin under huge pressure. Max Huber, another driver from the historic scene, has run cars such as the AC Cobra, as well as his modern racing endeavours. Quite a young man, but I think he's a hot shoe for hire in the historic racing paddocks of the world. And he's looking for a way to try and find his way past as Alberto Martin goes defensive. Great to see these two identically spec'd cars from the NM Racing team going at it hammer and tongs. It's side by side as they go through the S's. Nose ahead on the outside line for Max Huber, and he's got it done. Alberto Di Martin could really do nothing about that. Oh, but goodness me, a bit of a power slide there in these conditions for Max Huber, who's now going to go BMW hunting under Erdem. I hope you haven't got fogged up wing mirrors, because you're going to need them, my friend. You've got a charging Max Huber now behind you, looking for second in the AM category. At the front of the pack, it's not really any change, so we stay with this AM battle for now, as once again we see Max Huber on the offensive. Under Erdem picks his line very nicely there into the first corner in the blue Razoon BMW. But the number 10 of Huber has been an absolute star turn in the last phase of this race. Again, going to the outside line. Can he maybe get a nose to the inside at turn 3? That's what he's trying. Thinks about it, thinks better of it, as he now waits for his perfect opportunity to try and get through. Watching where that BMW is strong under traction, watching where it is not, to maybe try and capitalise in the laps to come, all while being worried about Alberto Di Martin behind him, who has certainly not given up on an AM class podium. You see the wounded 85 Mercedes running in 7th overall there. It's got some bodywork damage. As we now go back to this AM class lead momentarily, there is the damage. Yeah, most of the side skirts on that car has come out, come undone. We're right on board with the 85. Oh, goodness me. Now, I was under the impression it was Emil Yerdru. Oh, goodness me. What an onboard shot this is. Now, I'm not entirely sure whether this is Emil or whether it is Charles Dawson. It says Dawson on our graphics. It says Yerdrum on the timing screen. But whoever it is just picked quite the moment there. Managed to pick it up and keep it going. But as he goes on to the final lap, I think the heart rate will be racing. We are on the final lap of this race then. Leo Pichler, oh goodness me. Really, really pushing that CV Performance Group Mercedes. Driving with flair in these conditions is how I'm going to put it. Leo Pichler then in the lead of this race, and it's become quite the comfortable lead. After that safety car, of course, he lost the cushion that he was building, but now with 5.2 seconds in arrears, he is heading towards an overall victory. Also, of course, a full haul of points in Pro-Am. The 85 CV Performance Mercedes is the next car in Pro-Am. Tom Leben in second place. Jamo Hartling, though, under immense pressure by the looks of it from Enrico Ferderer for third place. Leo Pichler, though, with a calm cruise through the last few corners now. Just 2 more turns. The S's and then the Parabolica Ayrton Senna between himself and race victory. Razoon will get a P1 on the board for the first time in the 2024 GT4 Winter Series then. Leo Pichler, exemplary as ever. He knows how to win GT4 races, and he's done it here in the wheel tracks of the Taycan Racing Audi R8. It is Leo Pichler that takes the win in the Razoon Porsche. Tom Leben takes second place and a full haul of points in Pro, second overall, and Jamo Hartling does just hold off Enrico Federer for third overall. Enrico Federer, the first of the Cayman Trophy cars, home in fourth place. Mikey Porter was closing in on that battle. He finishes fifth overall in his first ever GT4 race. Good going from Mikey. Mikael Sander will take second in class in the Cayman Trophy. Then it'll be Charles Dawson, and then it's that AM battle. Max Huber looks to have gotten ahead of Under Erdem, so Under Erdem has fallen to third in class. Here comes Charles Dawson across the line. Then it'll be the AM winner, Luis Liberal, but will it still be Max Huber second in the AM class? They'll be heading through Gancho towards the end of the lap now, and we'll see what order they emerge in. There is Luis Liberal coming through the spray, and will take 8th overall and the full haul of points in AM. And an AM win is worth a lot because it's a sliding scale of points in this category, and AM is the most populated class. So Luis Liberal will score the most points of anyone in that race. And it looks as though we have had some more shuffling in the AM podium battle because the two NM Racing team cars have gotten ahead of the BMW. So Max Huber will be joined by Alberto Di Martin on the podium, along with Luis Liberal. Under Erdem in the last 2 laps of the race went from second in AM to fourth in AM, and with that also falling out of the overall top 10, finishing 11th behind Max Huber and Alberto Martin. Pierre Lemers in 12th place. The 823 car will round out the order. Of course, that was the car that was just ahead of Leo Pichler. There you see some of the dirt on the circuit, some of the grass remnants on the circuit. Drivers have been cutting it fine through turn 8 there on the approach to the Gancho chicane. And certainly the circuit looking a bit more like a farmyard than is ideal ahead of the prototype race, which comes up next. Leo Pichler is our race winner then, our Pro-Am winner as well. Charles Dawson taking second in Pro-Am, and I think Ivan Ekelchik will have done enough laps to be classified as third in Pro-Am. But for Leo Pichler, an overall win, a great thing to have on your first weekend of racing in the 2024 season. 3 manufacturers in the top 3 as well: Porsche, McLaren and Mercedes in the top 3. Resume Porsche will take the middle of the podium setup and celebrate a victory. Leo Pichler has done this all before. We'll see how animated he gets, but I'm sure he'll be happy with this race win. Tom Leben pulls up. He should be excited and delighted with his performance in that one. It was very impressive to see him fighting against Jamo Hartling, who does have more experience in GT4 cars. Of course, Tom Leben, a very exciting talent in his own right before GT4s in the Formula Regional European Championship by Alpine last year. Also came third, I believe, in the GB3 Championship in 2022. 4 race wins to his name there. All of his racing, Ginetta Juniors and GB3, was done with Elite Motorsport, so plenty of experience with the crew, even if not the car. Leo Pichler, the young Austrian, debriefing following that race, and again, he should have plenty of reasons to smile. He does look very happy with his performance. Friendly words exchanged there as well with the Schnitzelalm guys, and Jamo Hartling receiving his plaudits there. I believe Michael Sander was the first one there to shake his hand. Sander, who will see racing as well. So a brilliant result then for Leo Pichler as celebrations go on down there on the podium, and we will in the next few minutes hopefully hear from a few of our drivers, and that was great to see such a good battle for second place as well. Leo Pichler distanced himself from all of that to take the race win and the Pro-Am Hall of Points. Tom Leben taking second place after a hard-fought scrap with Jamo Hartling. Hartling just about held on to third overall in head of Enrico Federer in the Cayman Trophy class. Top 5 rounded out by the final Pro class car on that podium. Mikey Porter taking 5th overall in the Facet Sessi Aston Martin. Michael Sander taking 6th place in the Porsche Cayman ahead of Charles Dawson in 7th. Luis Liberal taking the AM win ahead of the 2 NM Racing Team Mercs, Max Huber and Alberto Di Martin. Under Erdem in 11th place, Pierre Lemers in 12th, Ivan Ekelchik in 13th place. Not finishing, of course, because he was in the pits towards the end, and Florian Bauer unfortunately towed out of the gravel, causing our 1 safety car for this race. We also had the Racar Motorsport Aston Martin of Roberto Faria in the pits early, of course, after contact with the CV Performance Mercedes AMG GT4. Quite a dramatic race here at the Circuito de Estoril, and it's Leo Pichler who'll be taking in the spoils down at the podium. We'll see the podium presentation in a few moments' time, or the podium presentations, plural, for the classes, of course. But an overall win often means a lot, even when there are different classes at play. And Leo Pichler will be delighted with an overall win. We can go down now to Chris McCarthy. He's got the drivers on standby.
Thanks very much, Adam. I'm down here with our winner, Leo Pichler, for Resume More Than Racing. Leo, Matt, that looked like a really tough race out there in those conditions. How did it feel to bring it home across the line with P1?
Yeah, I'm really happy to bring P1 home. The race was really exhausting, but it was really a lot of fun.
Tell us, I mean, the last few laps in particular, the conditions seemed they got worse and worse, more treacherous. How hard was it to just hang on?
Yeah, the rain started a little bit more, the tire pressure goes down, so it was a little bit sleepy, but I like to drive in the rain, so it was cool.
How is this track to drive in the rain? Tell us a little bit about how the conditions are driving Estoril in the rain.
Estoril in the rain is a little bit tricky because the track is a little bit tight, so you have to choose the correct line, but yeah, it's cool.
And I'm sure you put a lot of hard work in the off-season. What a perfect way to start your 2024 season. You must be over the moon with this.
Yeah, I'm really happy to start the 2024 season with a win here. The off-season went really good and I'm really happy.
I'm sure this came with a lot of hard work, with a lot of people around you. Who would you like to thank? Who would you like to thank?
I would thank to my team. They have done a really good job, and also to my dad.
We're going to see you up on the podium. Congratulations. Well done.
Thank you.
What a way to start the GT4 Winter Series for Leo Pichler and his team, of course, at the second sprint race. The conditions still worsening down here at Adam Weller, but that's not going to stop the podium. We're going to get all the race results and some replays for you, and then we're going to start the podium celebrations for you.
Yep, simply deploy the umbrella, Chris, and you'll be ready to present the podium in the next few minutes. So an exciting start to our day with the 30-minute GT4 Winter Series sprint. If you enjoyed that race, have no fear, there's more to come. An hour-long pit stop race with many teams performing driver changes is to come a little bit later on in the programme. We've got 5 races total today, 4 to go. The next of them is a pit stop race as well for the Prototype Winter Series. But before that, we will see the GT4 Winter Series podium. Great to see Leo Pichler there taking his first win of 2024. Pretty happy with that. He's quite a reserved character in general, but I'm sure he will go into race 3 of the GT4 Winter Series for this weekend with momentum in his favour, maybe righting some wrongs from yesterday in his head after, of course, being on pole position yesterday, but not managing to clinch an overall podium as a result of that. Let's see then how race 3 pans out. Race 3, the grid is formed by an amalgamation of the times from Quali 1 and Quali 2, so an average of the 2 lap times from Quali 1 to Quali 2. So that means the grid might be a little bit mixed up as well, but we'll worry about the race 3 grid when it's time for race 3. For now, though, we hope to see more people coming in to watch this racing. As we said, the prototype's just a few minutes away, as is the podium with Chris. So then let's go to some replays of that race, the GT4 Winter Series Race number 2 of the weekend. It was very treacherous early doors as Leo Pichler snuck up from 4th to 1st off the line, 2, 3 wide as everybody tried to find grip on lap number 1. However, Roberto Faria struggled for grip on the inside, slammed into the side of Emil Yerdrum, and I think that made the car very hard to drive for the rest of the race. Faria, meanwhile, retired. The 99 car ended up stuck in the gravel trap. No luck today for Florian Bauer. That caused a safety car, but we were very soon back under racing conditions, and thus begun the exciting travails of Tom Leben, who would be fighting hard with numerous drivers, including this man, J-Mo Hartling. This was really the forever war for 3rd place. It would soon, however, become the battle for 2nd place because the Wimmerwerk Motorsport Porsche would disappear off into the gravel, albeit recovering to a race finish. It was really exciting stuff as Enrico Förderer also tried to get involved, almost understeered into the side of the Mercedes. The 85 car certainly a handful today in this race, but it was a win, of course, for Leo Pichler. As you see now, the marshals doing some track maintenance. Nothing beats a broom in times of hardship. And, oh, they've even got a leaf blower as well. Just trying to get the circuit clear. You saw the amount of mud that had been lifted onto the circuit over the course of that 30-minute race. The drivers trying to cut the course as best they can. If there were pace notes, if this was rallying and they had a co-driver, I think turn 8 would be marked right for cut. But we aren't meant to do that here in four-wheeled circuit racing. Certainly not in two-wheeled circuit racing either. But we did see a little bit of grass flying over the course of that half-hour race, and I'm sure we'll see more of it over the course of the 50-minute prototype Winter Series race that will immediately follow this. Drivers currently being herded onto the podium from the GT4 Winter Series, but racing drivers infamously difficult. They've tried to train border collies to herd racing drivers, but I hear that all attempts have been unsuccessful to this point. But Chris McCarthy will soon be joined by the drivers up there on the podium, and I'm sure it's going to be quite the jubilant scene for a few of these teams. I think the NM Racing team will be delighted to have both of their cars on the AM podium. I know that Neil Montserrat takes great pride in seeing his bronze drivers, his gentleman drivers improving, and certainly we've seen improvements out of the likes of Alberto Di Martin, who will be sharing the car with team boss Neil Montserrat in the hour-long race later on today. Neil with a wealth of experience. He only started racing again really last year, so good to see him back in the hot seat. Talking of hot seats, Chris McCarthy might well be in one at the moment, although he's standing. Let's go to the podium with Chris.
Thank you, Adam. Welcome down to the podium, everyone. I hope you all enjoyed that up in the grandstand. What a first race to kick off the day here at Estoril. It was absolutely fantastic, wasn't it? I hope you all enjoyed it up there. We've got plenty more racing coming to you to give the drivers plenty of support as they come out. They had to go through some treacherous conditions out there, but they put on a great show for us. We got 4 podium celebrations to go through, and then we're going to see these things going out on the circuit, the LMP3 cars. Okay, let's get our pro drivers out first, shall we? Top 3 coming out for you. Finishing in 3rd place, a Ginetta Junior driver last year. Finishing in 3rd in the number 19, Mikey Porter. He was very quick on circuit. Off the... Here he comes, just in time. Well done. Timed that to perfection. Well done, well done. You can give him a round of applause. Mikey Porter in 3rd. That's better. Finishing in 2nd place. He's been on the podium a couple of times. I think we're going to see him on there again later with the way he's driving. Please give a round of applause. 2nd in Pro Class in GT4, J-Mo Hartling. Well done, driving very, very well. But your winner in the Pro class, driving in the Formula Regional European Championship by Alpine last year, going from single-seaters to GT4s and taking a win straight away. Number 78 for Elite Motorsport, Tom Leben. Well done, Tom. Let's get the trophies presented to our drivers then. We'll get the GEDLICH Racing team to come out and present them. Come on, guys, let's get them out to present them to the drivers. Don't be shy, Danny. You can go in and get your photos. And we'll all get on the top step. We all drove like winners out there in those conditions. And I'm just going to stay there, guys. I just want to have a chat to our winner, Tom, very, very quickly. Tom, that was very, very tough conditions for all of you. I mean, on behalf of the drivers, how tough was it out there?
Yeah, it was difficult. The wet's always hard, and I haven't done that many laps around this track, so it's sort of changing every lap. But yeah, I managed to pick up the win in the end, not on the road, but in class. So yeah, good result.
And enjoying working with the elite team coming over from single seaters must be great fun.
Yeah, back home at elite, it's going well already. Definitely a change in mood.
Good stuff. Well done to Tom, of course, out in the endurance race later. Let's give him one more round of applause for the top three in the Pro class. Well done, guys. All right, we're going to move on to Pro-Am next. Thank you very much, guys. Let's go to Pro-Am. Finishing in third place in Pro-Am was the number 24, Ivan Ekelschik. Round of applause, please, for Ivan. And finishing in second place in Pro-Am was the number 85, Emil Jerdrum. And he was the overall winner. You guys in the grandstand, I'm sure, enjoyed seeing him winning that run. Let's give him a huge round of applause as he comes out. The number 77, Leo Pichler. And GEDLICH Racing team, let's come out to present the trophies to the top three in Pro-Am, including our overall winner as well, Leo Pichler. Danny, we can get in and get the... he's going around the other side. There we go. Let's all get up on the top step, please. You guys down there can get your photos as well. And then I'm going to go up and speak to Leo on the top step. Just stay where you are, please, guys. Oh, particularly Leo, anyway. I'm going to come and speak to you. Obviously, those guys didn't hear you before. How great is it racing in front of the crowd there, getting the win? It must have been great fun.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun, but a little bit exhausting, and Ivan gave me a little bit pressure from behind, so it was a lot of fun.
And told the crowd out there, what can they expect from the endurance race coming up later? I mean, both races have been exceptional. It's going to be great fun, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a lot of fun, and I'm looking forward to the endurance race later.
Good stuff. Well done, guys. Well done to all of our top three. We're looking forward to seeing you in action. Give them one more round of applause as they run off out of the rain. Well done. Let's go to the AM class next. Finishing in third place was number 15, Alberto De Martin. Well done. And finishing in second place in the AM class was number 10, Max Huber. Well done, Max. And our AM winner for race number 2 in the GT4WinterSeries here at Estoril was number 5, Luis Liberal. Well done, Luis. We'll get the trophies. Come on, GEDLICH Racing. Let's go. And photos next from Danny. Let's. And then I'm going to speak to our winner very quickly, Lewis. We'll have a round of applause for our top three. I'm going to speak to Lewis very quickly, winner of AM. Must feel great.
Yeah, it does feel great. Of course, it's my first racing weekend in modern cars, so it's been a very, very positive weekend for me.
And think you can add to that in the endurance race later?
I hope so. I hope so. It will be difficult depending on the weather conditions. Let's see what we can do. Let's see. I'd like to go a bit closer to the pros in pros AM, but so let's go for it.
Good stuff. Well done. Give him a round of applause, Luis Liberal. Well done to our AM drivers. And finally, Cayman Trophy to do finishing in second in Cayman Trophy was number 111, Tim Neuser. Well done, Tim. And our winner of Cayman Trophy was the number 110, Enrico Forderer. Well done, Enrico. And GEDLICH Racing now will come out to present the trophies. And we'll get you both up on the top step as well. Once we've got some pictures, Danny will come around and present the trophies. Okay, get your pictures, guys, once we're all happy. Hold those trophies up for us. Yeah, that's better. Give them both a round of applause. I'm going to quickly speak to Enrico. I'm just going to pop round. Enrico, winning the bag. How does that feel?
Yeah, it was a fantastic race, and thanks to the team, we did a very good job. And yeah, thank you.
Anyone you'd like to thank?
What?
Anyone you'd like to thank?
Yeah, I want to thank my team and my team boss. Thank you.
Good stuff. Well done. Well done to our two drivers in Cayman Trophy on the podium. Give them a round of applause, please. Down there. Well done, guys. Absolutely fantastic. We'll see you later on. And with that, you can hear in the crowd that the LMP3 cars are firing up for race number 2 of the Prototype Winter Series. We are almost ready to go for the second race of the day here at Estoril.
A full quota of LMP3 and prototype machinery is lined up now for the Prototype Winter Series. And the cars now getting ready to roll for their formation lap, hoping for a full 50 minutes plus 1 lap in this one. Sandro Holtzum will start from pole position. His twin brother Giuliano not feeling too well. I don't think he's going to be racing today. It's going to be Holtzum and Sufi once again at the front of the order. Danny Sufi for Conrad Motorsport. Great to see that car repaired. Sandro Holtzum, though, not getting underway on the formation lap. We can see there on the background. Let's hope that car gets rolling. Daniel Calvitz, the number 66 Rinaldi car, starting from 3rd on this grid. Clement Moreno in the ANS Motorsport car, starting from 4th. The one and only Nova Proto in 5th place. That's Kevin Rabin alongside Emil Heyerdahl in the 18 Molnar Motorsport Duquesne. The back row of the grid, the DKR Racing, the Racing Experience number 12 car, and then the number 3 DKR Engineering of Laurent at the back of the grid. Lawrence is jolly quick. Wait for him to work his way through the order. Now hopefully we're going to get that car rolling at the start finish line, but we saw there the car stopped on the main straight, unfortunately, for the team down at Rinaldi Racing. This is hugely unfortunate because this car has been worked on, of course, after that collision with Danny Sufi yesterday. They've been working hard to get that car out there, but for some reason Sandro Holtzum is being pushed back into the pits. Can they at least get it rolling for a pit lane start? My fingers are firmly crossed as we get ourselves ready for this 50-minute endurance race. Well, that's not the start that we'd want to this Prototype Winter Series race for that particular team down at Rinaldi after all their hard work. But this does open up the doors a little bit, doesn't it, for Danny Sufi. Danny Sufi will suddenly be our de facto pole sitter in the Conrad Motorsport Ligier, looking to make amends for the collision yesterday with Sandro Holtzum and looking to net his first race victory of 2024, but he's still going to face incredibly stern competition, the likes of Calvitz. I mean, there is a name. Daniel Calvitz is such a fast driver, and we look forward to seeing quite how he performs in this one. Quite surprised, actually, that he's taking the start, but of course yesterday he didn't get a chance to drive in the car because the race was red flagged after just a few minutes. If you weren't watching yesterday, this almost looks dry compared to the weather conditions they were facing in Prototype Winter Series yesterday as they go on to their second formation lap. It was absolutely torrential out there at the Circuito de Estoril, and unfortunately Danny Soufi caught on an aquaplaning moment. There was not much he could do on the run down to turn 1, and sadly ended up collecting the 33 of Sandro Holzem. Both cars out of the race. Red flag, I think partly because of the incident and partly because of the deteriorating conditions, and the race was not resumed. So we only got 3 laps in ultimately, but we only need 2 laps to declare a race result. So the race was declared, and it was declared in favour of Sandro Holzem because, of course, he was leading at the time of the red flag, or at least he was leading when you count back 1 lap. So Sandro Holzem, in spite of being collected yesterday, did score full points in the LMP3 class. So he will be our championship leader after race number 1 of the season. However, race number 2 of the season, for now, is starting in the pits, if it starts at all, which is certainly not what Sandro and the Rinaldi team were hoping for. Again, strap in for Daniel Calvitz in the 66 Rinaldi Racing Ligier JSP 320. That's the number 66 car in the second row of the grid. He is lightning fast, and he'll be very good in these early stages. Of course, there are mandatory pit stops between minute 20 and minute 30 in this race. A number of the cars will be doing driver changes. Danny Soufi is driving solo, but as a silver ranked driver, he will have a 158-second pit time. The pit delta from pit entry to pit exit has to be at least 158 seconds, 1 minute and 38 seconds, and that is not what we wanted to see. That's Sandro Holzem out of the car and walking with his car being wheeled behind him. So unfortunately Sandro Holzem is not able to take the start on this occasion. Not what we wanted to see, but hopefully that Rinaldi Racing car will be back and running again. No more Prototype Winter Series races this weekend, but hopefully we see the team and the car and the Holzem twins at Portimao next weekend. You don't have to wait long for more Winter Series action. We have 2 events on consecutive weekends each month from now through March. Danny Soufi will be looking to build an advantage then with that 158-second pit stop we mentioned. For Calvitz and his co-driver Steve Parrow, it's only 129 seconds because Steve Parrow is a bronze driver, and the ANS Motorsport number 42, Clement Moreno and Julien Lemoyne, they are both bronze rated drivers, so they only have to pit for 96 seconds from entry to exit. So they could have a distinct advantage in the blue and green number 42 car. Let's see what we can do then. This is going to be a very exciting race. It's 6 LMP3 cars with a lone interloper, the incredible Nova Proto in its own class, the Nova MP02 in the hands of 16-year-old Swiss Kevin Rabin. That car is starting from the 3rd row. On the 1st row, all alone, is Danny Soufi for Conrad Motorsport. Let's see what he can do in the Ligier JSP 320. No Sandro Holzem on the front row, but nonetheless, we go racing, and it is 50 minutes plus 1 lap beginning now, as very wisely covering the inside there is Danny Soufi, as Daniel Calvitz looks to go for it early there, looking to the inside line at turn 1, but Danny Soufi covers off the inside. Side by side potentially here for 4th place as Kevin Rabin snakes to the side of Emil Heyerdahl in the Molnar Motorsport number 18 car. Almost side by side there between Calvitz and Soufi. Now this is a big test for Danny Soufi, with a driver the caliber of Daniel Calvitz to go up against an identical machinery side by side as they approach turn 4, and Calvitz has the favoured outside line in these weather conditions. He will find more grip around the outside at Curve VIP in these conditions. So in what order will the cars emerge? It's still Danny Soufi in the lead. So Soufi, in spite of taking the inside starboard line, which is usually a bit more treacherous in this kind of weather. He does hold on to the lead, but he drifts out wide at Parabolica Interior. He'll be struggling for traction on that paint, and it's side by side as they head downhill towards Arella for the first time. Calvet's being covered off here by Danny Sufi. Sufi continues to hold the lead for Conrad, drifts wide going through turn 7. They'll emerge towards Gancho, but in what order? It's still Sufi in the lead. Danny doing a great job then here in the early going for Conrad Motorsport. Franz Conrad will be cheering him on, providing words of encouragement in his ears. And Daniel Calvet's laser focused on trying to get through here, and very compelling battle in the early stages. Retaining third place was Clement Moreno in the number 42 ANS Motorsport car. So he retains third place for now, but the top two streaking away. They're fighting each other, but they're not costing each other too much time, evidently. Across the line at the end of the first lap then, and it is Danny Sufi that leads the way, covering the middle as they approach turn 1. You can see once again, as with yesterday, there is that damp patch mid-braking zone towards turn 1, like a little river that pulls up there. And that is what caught out Danny Sufi yesterday, but he'll be all too aware of that eccentricity on the circuit now. Looks like Liam Mauer had issues in the second sector of the first lap. She is limping around the circuit, I think. Liam Mauer in the Racing Experience number 12 car has not crossed the line yet to complete the first lap, and I think that car is slow somewhere on the circuit. So unfortunately, Racing Experience, of course, we heard from Liam Mauer and Charles Del Bracin yesterday during the red flag, and unfortunately it doesn't seem as though there's going to be much racing for that car today. However, it did just come past me, I think, so hopefully that car is at least running. Coming through Parabolica Interior once again is Danny Sufi, and Sufi rather impressively building a gap here over Daniel Calvet. Calvet with an incredible resume in GT racing in particular, but also very handy in a prototype machine. The number 66 Rinaldi Racing car that he is campaigning. Former ADAC GT Masters champion, former FIA GT3 European champion, a Pro-Am winner with Rinaldi Racing is Daniel Calvet at both the Spa 24 Hours and the Nürburgring 24 Hours. So he and Rinaldi have shared plentiful success as well. Getting word from the pit lane from Chris McCarthy that Sandra Holtzum not taking the start as a symptom of yesterday's issues, as around the outside goes Lawrence Herr. That was incredible. Remember that I said Lawrence Herr was one to watch from the back of the grid? Well, we just got confirmation of that around the outside in the DKR Engineering Duquesne D08. What a move from Lawrence Herr at Parabolica Ayrton Senna. Spectacular driving. He's up to third place and will now be challenging the top two, I'm sure of it. But up to third place then goes Lawrence Herr. Clement Moreno down to fourth place, and he's under pressure from his ANS stablemate in the Nova Proto. That is Kevin Rabin. Lawrence Herr then making his way up the order, another very impressive driver gracing the prototype Winter Series grid. Lawrence Herr made his car racing debut in Formula Renaults, but has raced Michelin Le Mans Cup in a Norma LMP3 car. Has been racing with DKR miscellaneously since 2019, has done GTE in the World Endurance Championship, LMP2 racing in the WEC and the ELMS as well. So that third place car, the bare carbon fiber with the orange nose tip, the number 3 DKR Engineering car, just going through shot there. Lawrence Herr, a very qualified driver, and he's already up to third place. Clement Moreno and Kevin Rabin fighting out then for this fourth place. Moreno will be keeping an eye on the 16-year-old Swiss. He'll know what teenagers are like. They'll stuff it up the inside if given a quarter of an opportunity, never mind half. And Rabin briefly, very briefly, led the race yesterday. He was in 3rd place before Danny Soufi collided with Sandro Holzem. And so just before the red flag, Kevin Rabin was actually leading. But of course, he wasn't credited with that after the red flag and the lap countback that is typical in those circumstances. Danny Soufi is building a lead over Daniel Kalvitz. This is hugely impressive stuff from Danny Soufi to be building this advantage. In 2022, he made his LMP3 debut in the Prototype Cup Series. And I remember being impressed by the fact that a driver who'd basically done spec Miata, spec MX-5 racing out in the US and some drifting, how he got into an LMP3 car and just immediately seemed to be on the ball. And Franz Conrad sees a lot of that potential in him as well. And Danny pulling away at the front of the order right now. But Clement Moreno doing a solid job here in the intra-ANS Motorsport battle. Clement Moreno has done a lot of racing in France previously, or at least a couple of seasons worth of racing. The La Mera Cup, which is a category for silhouettes, kind of silhouette touring cars, if you will. He raced in that in France and had some decent success there. Moving up to the LMP3s, certainly quite the different beast from a La Mera Cup machine, but doing well here in 4th place. Of course, Kevin Rapine, the Nova MP02 is a very different beast from the go-karts that he is accustomed to, but the 16-year-old Swiss doing a good job here in the early stages. We're approaching 10 minutes into this race, 7.5 minutes elapsed so far. When we get to minute 20, the pit lane will be open for 10 minutes for the mandatory pit stops. The all bronze lineups will be doing 96-second pit stops. The more impressive lineups, the silver lineups, will be doing 158-second pit stops. That's going to have a huge effect on the overall standings at the conclusion of this, or in the latter half of this race. This is why Danny Soufi will be pushing hard to build a gap over Daniel Kalvitz, because Kalvitz, along with Steve Parrow, has to only pit for 129 seconds. So effectively, they're going to get 30 seconds free during the pit stop, and Steve Parrow will more than likely come back out as the race leader if things stay as they are. But the question is, will he be able to maintain that advantage as the AM driver in the lineup over the young charger Danny Soufi? Understand that it is Charles Delbrassin at the wheel of the Racing Experience Duqueine D08. That is now updated on our timing and graphics respectively. Liam Auer will be taking that car over then later on. The Dutch racer who won the Supercar Challenge in 2022 in the LMP3 category. I believe that was her first season of racing as well. Very impressive racer is Liam Auer, and great to see her back in a race car. I don't think she did much racing in 2023, if any. She was saying first time in 2 years that she's back at the wheel, about 18 months in reality, but still very impressive that she's taking to it so well, and she'll take over the Racing Experience car later on, although it is a way off the pack because of whatever issues went on for Charles Delbrassin in the first laps. ANS Motorsport will be loving this camera time as these two cars fight it out for 4th place. However, they won't be loving the fact that they are fighting it out for 4th place. This is their two cars, this is their two investments, if you will, going head to head. Kevin Rabin, incidentally, is one of the solo drivers, so he'll be doing this race on his own. As a young racer, as a young aspiring pro racer, he's automatically graded as a silver by the FIA, so he is going to have a 158-second pit stop, just like Danny Soufi. So he's going to be held for quite some time by the looks of it, and we'll see where that unfolds him. Meanwhile, there is the number 12. That's Charles Delbrassin about to go a lap down as Kevin Rabin later on the brakes tries to go around the outside of Clement Moreno. Oh, and Delbrassin in a spin, facing the wrong way. He's going to be careful about how he handles this. Gets himself off the circuit. That's probably the best way forward, to go backward in that instance, and rejoins the race, but he's now been lapped by the field. So I think Delbrassin struggling in these conditions. Sure enough, his best lap is a 2:09, a long way off the others. And I think it was very close there between the ANS Motorsport cars. I was just looking at the timing screen in that moment, but it looked like Kevin Rabin might have gotten through there at Curva VIP. We'll see where they unfold. Yes, Kevin Rabin is through into 4th place. So the ANS Motorsport car is through into P4. Rabin on the inside at Curva VIP got that done. And oh, goodness me, Clement Moreno, the car responding to him there with a handful of opposite lock. There is very little give in an LMP3 car. They're far more of a manual car than the GT3. Now, obviously, yes, they have flappy paddles. They are not manual in the gearbox sense, but they don't have the same driver aids. They're a far stiffer, more pure racing car. And in wet conditions like this, that means it is quite the challenge to keep them on the island. And Clement Moreno did well there to catch that slide. Moreno, though, now that Rabin has been released, he's just disappearing up the road. Of course, Kevin will be all too aware of the fact that he is having a long pit stop. So he wants to make up some time and try and build a cushion now over Moreno and Heyerdahl behind him. Danny Sufi, meanwhile, the pendulum starting to swing against him a little bit in terms of pace. Last lap across the line for Daniel Kalvitz in 2nd place was a 1:51.700. Kalvitz has now decreased the gap back under 3 seconds. It's 2.8 seconds between the top two now. So very, very close indeed. Sufi and Kalvitz fighting this one out, and Kalvitz looking to try and potentially hand over the car in the lead to Steve Parrow. As a bit of a 4-wheel drift there on corner entry from Kalvitz. Great to see Daniel Kalvitz here in the first ever weekend of Prototype Winter Series. When you see names with that kind of resume, it really tells you that this is a series to watch. I understand we're going to have maybe a couple of more cars at Portimao. Big lock up there. Driver aids certainly not as prevalent or prominent or existent in these prototype cars versus the GT3s. I think there's ABS. No, there's not traction control. These cars are very hard to handle in these conditions. It's quite remarkable that so many kind of gentleman drivers make their first steps in prototype racing in these LMP3 cars, because they are not easy machines in the slightest. But if you can master these cars, then in theory you should be able to handle an LMP2 or maybe even a hypercar as well. With a little bit of time and practice. That's certainly, I think, Danny Sufi's long-term ambition, to climb up that sports car ladder. Last lap he was about equidistant on pace with Daniel Kalvitz. He was a few hundredths of a second quicker than Kalvitz that time. Of course, we saw the luck up, we saw some of the wiggling from Danny Sufi, from Daniel Kalvitz. So we're maybe not surprised that Kalvitz didn't close in the gap on that lap. So then Daniel Kalvitz powering out of turn 6. You see there the bumps on the road as well. There's very little give in the suspension of these cars too. Some of the circuits that have slightly older surfaces, I'm thinking of the Lausitz ring. I've seen LMP3 cars around there. You really see every single abrasion in the road in these LMP3 cars. I think Danny Sufi will tell you all about that as well. He was being thrown around the car at the Lausitz ring on his LMP3 debut, as a matter of fact, at that particular circuit. And yeah, any circuit with a questionable surface is certainly amplified by these LMP3 cars. The circuit itself here at Estoril is fairly well maintained. The tarmac, I think, refreshed not too many seasons ago. Danny Sufi approaching the first corner then. 15 minutes in the books. When the clock hits 30 on the side of your screen, on the top left of your screen, that will be the start of the pit window. Pit window opens with 20 minutes of the race complete. 30 minutes of the race complete will be when the pit window ends, so they have to stop somewhere between those two markers, the 20 and 30 minute mark in the race. However, that is punishable as well. If you do not do it, you will get a fairly sizable penalty, so they do have to make sure they keep that in check. If they don't do it, they'll be in trouble. Danny Soufi leading the way by 2.4 seconds, so the gap has come down again. This man, Daniel Calvet, on something of a mission right now, by the looks of it, in the Rinaldi Ligier. Of course, Rinaldi rather uniquely running two cars from two different manufacturers here, the other car being the Duqueine D08 of Sandro Holtzen, but unfortunately that car not starting the race. Continuation of issues stemming from yesterday's race. It was a heavy hit on the rear corner of that car yesterday, so I wouldn't be surprised if maybe it was a gearbox or a drivetrain issue for the number 33 Duqueine from Rinaldi Racing, because there's a lot of important stuff at the rear end of this LMP3 car, including, of course, the drivetrain, the engine, and the gearbox. It is more than likely an issue of that ilk that the car didn't get underway off the grid. Danny Soufi crosses the line then. What's the gap this time? It's 2.2 seconds. So again, Calvet continues to just slightly chip away at Danny Soufi, but Soufi doing an impenetrable job here at the front of the order. I'm sure his family are up bright and early. I believe most of them are on the East Coast, so 5 hours behind. I'm sure some of them are up at 5:30 right now, watching Danny in action in this race. Hopefully they have a coffee machine nearby. Laurenteur is closing in as well. Laurenteur last time by a 150.874. 150.874. A Duqueine D08 of Laurenteur on a mission here in P3 for now. Of course, started from the back of the grid and really pushing, as you can see. Again, when you're on that paint, you can't put the power down. That car will loop in an instant. So then the top three split by less than 6 seconds. Now, when it comes to the pit window in less than 2 minutes' time, as I mentioned earlier on, Danny Soufi will have to be 158 seconds from pit entry to pit exit. For Calvet, he'll hand over to Steve Parrow. That process needs to take a minimum of 129 seconds from entry to exit. For Laurenteur, he will be handing over to Tom Van Rompuy, and that's 129 seconds for them as well. Now, Tom is a very capable bronze driver, so keep an eye on that number 3 car, the DKR Engineering car. I get the feeling that could be the hot favourite ultimately for this race win when everything works out. If the race remains uninterrupted, I think Tom Van Rompuy could find himself in prime position once the pit switches take place. And this time by, they will be able to make pit stops, of course, because once the clock hits 30.00, we will be in the pit window. So this time by, the leading pack will be able to pit if they so choose. I imagine for both Calvet and Laurenteur, they'll stay out there for as long as they can. Traditionally, the gold driver in a bronze-gold lineup will keep themselves out there as long as possible to give their bronze driver a cushion to work with. That was Charles Delbracin slow again in the number 12 car, just struggling to get to grips with the racing experience Duqueine in these immensely tricky conditions. But he will pick up pace and figure it out as we go on. Of course, did all of his testing, his first time in a P3 car, in the dry conditions on Thursday, Friday. And then on Saturday, of course, it was anything but dry for Charles Delbracin. this is really a venture into the unknown. Emil Heyerdahl powering towards Curva VIP. Now I'm interested to see whether Danny Soufi makes his pit stop early doors here. Since it's a solo driver, he can really make that pit stop whenever he chooses within that window. But the 3 drivers coming through will have the opportunity to pit, but none of them do so. I was rather anticipating that that would be the case, and might be a lap or two before we see anyone visiting pit lane, even though the window is now open. Daniel Karlvitz, for the first time in a long time, is within 2 seconds of the race lead, though. So Danny Soufi is being closed in on by Karlvitz, also by Lawrence Hur as well. Lawrence making his way towards the back of Karlvitz. The pair of Ligiers with the Duquesne closing in. We do have one car in the pits, and it is Charles Delbracine who has decided to get the car over to Liam Auer as quickly as he can. Charles gets out of the car, and Liam Auer, very, very fast racer, but unfortunately she is probably not going to be a factor in any battles, given the car is a couple of laps down. Also in, Clement Moreno we saw there coming in as well, in the number 42 ANS car, so the 5th place car as it is on the timing screen, is into the pit lane, just checking the Michelin rubber is all up to temp, and it is, so they will strap him in and get him racing. It is Clement Moreno making way for Julien Lemoyne, who we've previously seen in the GTWinterSeries in a Ligier JS2R. He's now in the bigger brother, the Ligier JS P320. And he'll fire up that 5.6 litre Nissan V8 and get that car up and going in just a few moments. Our leading trio then heading through the final corner. Once again, I wouldn't expect Karlvitz and Lawrence Hur in. Danny Soufi, of course, as the solo driver. He may well pit, but I think he might leave it to the direct middle of the window if he possibly can. Soufi, you see there, windscreen wipers on the go, lights ablaze. Gap is out again, actually, just a little bit, 2.1 seconds now for Karlvitz, the gap between himself and the leader Soufi. So Soufi actually a little bit quicker last time by. However, the last lap for the 3rd place car was a 150.283. Lawrence Hur is on the move. He was 1.2 seconds quicker than Danny Soufi last time by, 1.5 seconds quicker than Daniel Karlvitz. Lawrence Hur is absolutely on it, and again he's handing over to a very strong bronze driver in the form of Tom Van Rompuy. This is exceedingly impressive driving from Lawrence, who started at the back of the order. The ANS Motorsport team have had another car in, Kevin Rabin in the ANS Motorsport machine from 4th place. The Nova Proto, the only non-LMP3 car out there on the circuit, is in from 4th place. Meanwhile, both of our pit visitors, the 42 car, now I believe in the hands of Julien Lemoyne and Liam Auer, have both headed out onto the circuit. Daniel Karlvitz up the hill then through Ganshow, and look at how close Lawrence Hur is now. This is becoming something of a 3-car battle. Kevin Rabin, of course, has to be in the pits for 158 seconds because he is a solo silver driver. No classes in this within LMP3, no Pro-Am and Am setup, but the balancing is instead done by pit handicap, and Danny Soufi is in to serve his 158-second, 2-minute and 38-second pit stop. From pit entry to pit exit, it will take him 2 minutes and 38 seconds at a minimum. He was meant to be handing over to Franz Conrad, who is a bronze-rated driver, but he is instead racing solo, at least for this weekend. So Danny Soufi will remain in the cockpit. And now the team, frankly, just wait, check the tyre pressures, do a full service. You've got time, as now the lead with Daniel Karlvitz Both of these drivers will probably push it till the end of the window, Calvitz and Lawrence Herr. However, that could indeed not be the case. Sometimes a gentleman driver will want his half of the race, his fair share of the race. Other times they go for glory and say, look, keep the fast guy out there until the very last moment, and then I'll take over and take it to the flag. Different schools of philosophy, but Daniel Calvitz certainly doing a good job here. But Lawrence Herr, for me, the standout driver of this race. He's doing a sensational and scintillating job in the DKR engineering car. Tom Van Rompuy, I think, only showed up on Friday, if I'm not mistaken, for this weekend. He hasn't done too much mileage this weekend. Van Rompuy, who's taking this number 3 car over a very decorated bronze. And we'll see when he takes the car over. 24 minutes plus 1 lap of racing left to go then. Calvitz still leads the way, having inherited that lead from Danny Soufi. Of course, Danny Soufi is going to come out of the pit lane over a lap down. Such is the length of this pit stop for him. Look at the progress Lawrence Herr is making. The delta in the green more often than not compared to Daniel Calvitz, as they both dash across the line now to complete another lap. That was lap 14 of the race in the books, just 1.3 seconds between them. The top 3 since Lawrence Herr got up into 3rd place. I don't think the top 3 have been separated by more than 10 seconds at any point, and certainly equidistant in terms of talent, clearly. Although Lawrence Herr has been that little bit more special on certain laps. He seems to just have it dialed in at the moment. The Duquesne chassis, certainly along with the Ligier, the 2 most favoured LMP3 products, if you will. There are, of course, 4 LMP3 cars total, the other 2 chassis being from Ades and Ginetta, respectively. Both Ades and Ginetta will be looking to gain some more customers in the next cycle of development, which is next year. For 2025, there will be a new generation of LMP3 machines, the 3rd generation of LMP3 machines since the category was formed in 2015. And of course, we also know that the 5.6-litre Nissan V8 will be consigned to the history books in favour of a V6. So it'll be a sad day that we don't have these wonderful guttural noises out of these LMP3 cars anymore. It's referred to them as Thor's hammer. They sound so incredible as they come through the main straight, especially at a circuit where there's a big spectator grandstand. It reverberates off. You feel like you're being surrounded by V8 Hornets. So then, cars coming past the pit lane. Will we see anyone in? Yes, Calvitz is in and Lawrence Herr follows. So I think this would be their last possible opportunity as well. They'd be cutting it very fine to get in with more than 20 minutes left to go if they didn't pit this time. So this was their last shot at making the stop. And sure enough, the DKR engineering car is in. Lawrence Herr will make way now for Tom Van Rompuy. This pit stop for them needs to take 129 seconds, 2 minutes and 9 seconds. Danny Soufi is out there, of course. Also into the pits is Emil Heyerdahl. There is Danny Soufi. So, yeah, Danny is out there now and running. The pit stop has been completed, although I think it took a little bit longer than needed. It was a 2:40 pit stop. 2 minutes 45, actually, yes. So it was 6 seconds longer than it needed to be by the looks of it. Seconds lost in the pits for Danny Soufi, but nonetheless he's now back on the lead lap as these drivers get belted in. Soufi certainly will not be in the lead. However, it's now going to be a battle between the bronzes, Calvitz and Lawrence Herr. The 2 cars in the pits, the number 3, the number 66, both set for 129-second pit stops. So both drivers will hopefully get out there at the same time unless there's any issue in this pit window. Looks like they might be having some issues though with the steering wheel on that 66 car. Hopefully nothing too wrong there, but Calvitz, who's handed over to Steve Parrow, fiddling there. the two cars out right next to each other there. That was a great shot in the picture-in-picture there. So Carl Witz and Lawrence Herr have made way. Lawrence Herr has made way for Tom van Rompuy, and Steve Parrow is now at the wheel of the leading car. This is the top two trundling out of pit lane, and let's see whether Steve Parrow can hold off Tom van Rompuy. They now roll out onto the circuit. Both of these drivers have good experience in prototypes in LMP3 cars. Parrow has raced with Rinaldi for almost a decade, some Ferrari GT3 racing, but has focused on Michelin Le Mans Cup in recent years. So Steve Parrow with some good experience here that he's bringing into the Prototype Winter Series, and Lawrence Herr as well. Sorry, not Lawrence Herr. Tom van Rompuy is very decorated himself as a bronze driver. Has started at the Le Mans 24 Hours, has done Belcar, Creventic, European Le Mans Series, even done some LMP2s, of course. That's where he started at Le Mans in the LMP2 class last year. So keep an eye on Tom van Rompuy. He's quick, but can Steve Parrow match or best him? We'll also have to see what the advantage is, what the gap is between this top two and Danny Soufi next time across the line. Of course, it says 2 minutes 31 on screen, but that's not factoring in the fact that these two have made their stops now. So once they all cross the line next time, we will see what the gap is between these two and Danny Soufi, but it is going to be in the realm of, I think, about 35 seconds at a minimum, because not only was Danny Soufi's stop always going to be longer, as it was meant to be a minimum of 158 seconds, but it was also about 7 seconds longer than it actually needed to be as well. So we'll see quite what happens with Danny Soufi, what the gap turns out to be. But the top two come running across the line. Emil Heyerdahl goes through, shot there in the Molnar car, but we wait through the mist, through the spray to see who's leading, and Rompuy has taken the lead. He got a better run there out of the final corner, and Tom van Rompuy has managed to scythe through into the race lead. So in the spray, Van Rompuy has managed to move through. Steve Parrow then down to second place. Meanwhile, third place car will be crossing the line now, so we'll see the gap between these two and Danny Soufi. What is it? It's 29.5 seconds, so that's not quite as big of a gap as I expected. He's got 17 minutes plus 1 lap to try and gain that advantage, but Danny Soufi is going to have his work cut out for him to try and do it for sure. There is your race second place driver then, Steve Parrow in P2. Tom van Rompuy has managed to get through into this race lead and is now leaving Steve Parrow behind. The gap was 0.3 of a second. I think it's going to have gone out by the time they cross the line. Actually, Van Rompuy has ended up behind him again. So what happened to Tom van Rompuy? Clearly, the Belgian racer had a moment there. Now, there were green flags displayed heading into turn 5, which rather suggests there were yellow flags at turn 4. So I wonder whether Tom Rompuy, out of sight of us, maybe had a little bit of a spin coming out of Curva VIP. That could well be the explanation for what's happened there. But Tom van Rompuy is down to second place, so Steve Parrow is back to the front of the order, and now Van Rompuy has to go and try and close in on Parrow. Exciting stuff then for Steve Parrow. He's back to the front of the pack. 7.1 seconds is the gap between himself and Tom van Rompuy. Let's see what the gap is as well between the leader and third place Danny Soufi as he crosses the line. Soufi just crossing the line now, and the gap is down to 20.7 seconds. So his last lap, a 1:51. Steve Parrow's last lap, a 1:59.755. So Danny Soufi is gaining in the realm of 8 seconds per lap Sufi for Conrad Motorsport is on it right now. He's trying everything he can to try and claim this win. But of course, with the pit stop handicap, he's having to fight from underneath, to borrow some MMA parlance. Let's see if he can score the knockout blow before the end of this race. Less than 15 minutes left to go then, and Steve Parrow is your leader for Rinaldi Racing. Tom Van Rompuy taking over from Laurent Her. Briefly led the way, but seemingly had an issue at turn 4. There's the gap between them on picture there. It was 7.1 seconds, but Tom Van Rompuy, I think, is closing in. He was 4/10 quicker through sector 1. They go through the second sector split now just before they go through Gancho, but there is Danny Sufi. Danny Sufi is clearly closing in at a rate of knots here in 3rd place. Julien Lemoyne is another 13 seconds or so behind him, but Danny Sufi is absolutely on it right now. Through Gancho goes the young American. You see there the Nordschleife sports car sticker on the side of the car. That's advertising Franz Conrad's sports and supercar dealership that he was telling me all about. He's got more than one passion project ongoing, but I think all of them involve cars. And the same is the case for Danny Sufi as well. Not only is he passionate, but he's extremely talented, and certainly becoming more and more sharp in an LMP3 car with each passing weekend. Look at the gap, it's down under 15 seconds. Sufi 15 seconds away from the race leader, gaining at a rate of knots. And this is hugely impressive, but the gap also down between Parrow and Rompuy as well, back under 5 seconds. The last lap for Steve Parrow was a 1:56.581. The last lap for Tom Van Rompuy was a 1:54.420, while Danny Sufi's previous lap, a 1:50.837. That's his personal best lap of the race. I think the conditions are slightly improving at this stage of the race, which is no doubt helping him, but this is a huge testament to the abilities of Sufi as he closes in on the field here. Julien Lemoyne sits in 4th place. He's 31 seconds back. 4th overall. The first and only Nova NP02 is 5th overall. That's Kevin Rabin for ANS Motorsport. Emil Heyerdahl is still out there for Molnar Motorsport in 6th place. 7th place is Lea Mauer, of course, recovering the car from Charles Delbracin's stint in 7th, and we didn't get to see the Holtzum twins car, the number 33, out there on circuit in this race. But Danny Sufi is really going for it at the moment. The gap was down under 15 seconds. I reckon it may well be under 10 this time across the line. It certainly won't be much more than 10, and it's going to be a real close run thing to see whether Sufi can end up taking this win. Of course, it's one thing catching these guys, but he then has to find room to get past. He's a good little overtaker, is Danny, but it's going to be a challenge. The gap down to 3 seconds at the front of the order between Parrow and Rompuy. So Rompuy still closing in. He'll be kicking himself for whatever little error he made at turn 4. But there is the gap, 10.2 seconds for Danny Sufi. So Sufi still closing in, still doing brilliantly here at the helm of the Conrad Motorsport Ligier JSP 320. First sector. He's already gone through the first sector split. The first sector ends after turn 2, and even in that sector alone, he's made 7/10 on that lap, which is a great illustration of just how quick Danny is in these conditions. The AM drivers, of course, work so hard to try and find their improvements, get better, and they hire brilliant driver coaches and co-drivers to try and assist them on their path to becoming better racing drivers. However, in conditions like this, it is the pros and the young career-minded drivers that really show their mettle, and Danny Sufi is absolutely doing that right now. Again, all 3 cars now within shot between turn 6 and turn 7, as you saw there. So this is going to go down to the wire. 10 minutes and 38 seconds plus 1 lap left to go. So in reality, that's going to be something like 12 minutes left to go, I think. And certainly, if Danny keeps closing and passes easily, he will be able to try and get that win. But again, getting around the cars is far different than closing in on them. So we'll have to see whether Danny can do it. But Steve Parrow is doing an admirable job here right now of holding on to that race lead. He's being closed in on by Tom Van Rompuy. And he knows he's being closed in on by Tom Van Rompuy, but he's not letting it phase him. He's keeping the car on the straight and narrow, doing what he needs to do. However, if his tension is going to rise, it's surely going to any moment, because Van Rompuy is now within a second. It was just over 1 second at the line. Parrow and Rompuy split by a second in the battle for the lead. Steve Parrow leads the race. Then it's Ligier versus Duquesne. It's Rinaldi versus DKR, and there's a Conrad Ligier running interference in the back of shot as well. The top three back within 5 seconds. Steve Parrow leads the race. Van Rompuy there in second place, and it's about T-1 lap before Danny Soufi is in this battle as well. We're going to have a three-way fight for this win, I'm sure of it. This is going to be absolutely brilliant. Steve Parrow will have to go on the defensive. And while this battle continues on, we'll keep an eye on it, but I understand Chris McCarthy is down in the pits and we can hear from Daniel Kalvitz.
Thank you very much, Adam. Yes, I'm down here in pit lane with race leader Rinaldi Racing, Daniel Kalvitz. Daniel, you were out there on track for the first half of the race. Tell us how the conditions are out there to drive.
It was definitely better than yesterday, for sure. Yeah, the beginning was quite wet, and it started to be a little bit more dry. And in the first laps, I tried to catch the leader, the Conrad Motorsport, but I was not able to in the first lap. So I decided, okay, just keep following him because he has to stay long in the pits. And now I hope that Steve is doing a good job now, but it will be close. He's not used to driving in the rain.
It's getting very close for the lead. Less than a second now, less than 10 minutes to go. Guys in the crowd, we are down at Garage 6. I really hope you're enjoying that one. Are you enjoying racing for these guys in front of the crowd? Give us a wave, guys. Hope you guys are enjoying it up there in the crowd. We're going to hand back up to Adam Weller now.
We just saw it, the move for the lead. Danny Soufi is up into the lead. He got the superior traction out of the final corner. Van Rompuy got past Steve Parrow as well. Parrow struggled out of the final corner. Tom Van Rompuy goes from first to third. Steve Parrow goes from first to third in one fell swoop, but Danny Soufi carried the momentum down the main straight. They were 3 wide as they came past the pit lane, and it is now Danny Soufi back into the race lead. Soufi leading with 7 minutes and 20 seconds left to go. Danny Soufi is your race leader. Incredible driving from Danny Soufi. For Conrad Motorsport, who of course started second on the grid, but it was de facto pole position with Sandro Holtzum not taking the start. Therefore, he had that lead, but of course, with the penalty system, the pit stop handicap system, he's had to do it all again, but he's gotten around Van Rompuy, he's gotten around Steve Parrow in one fell swoop. I was saying variations upon the old cliche that catching is one thing, passing is another, but Danny Soufi got it done expertly and now leads the way for Conrad Motorsport. He knows he's got the pace advantage. He knows he's the quickest driver out there. Now he just needs to control the car on the last few laps of this race. 6 minutes and 20 seconds left to go, and Danny Soufi leads the way. The gap will be out somewhere in the region of 3, maybe 4 seconds as they come across the line. 4 seconds exactly, almost 4.002 for Tom Van Rompuy as he crosses the line there in the DKR Engineering Duquesne. Through turn 2 now comes Danny Soufi in the Conrad Ligier Conrad Motorsport team with so much heritage, particularly actually in GT racing. If you go back to the 1990s, the early 1990s, in fact, let's go there. He was the Conrad Motorsport team were developing their own Group C cars at the tail end of the Group C era. the Conrad KM011, which Danny Soufi reminds me is still in the workshop, and in fact he's been responsible for valeting that car, cleaning that car a few times in the Conrad workshop, because, you know, young drivers have to earn their keep. And how exciting that that Group C car is still floating around the Conrad offices some 30 years later. They went on to GT racing, of course, with Porsche 993 GT2s and the like. Moved over to Celine's in the 2000s. As Steve Parrow has a bit of a moment there in the Rinaldi Ligier. Vis-a-vis the Celine, Franz Conrad said to me, yeah, best car I've ever driven. And raced it here a couple of times in the FIA GT Championship as well. Franz was meant to be racing with us this weekend. However, he decided to hand the reins to Danny Soufi. He joked with me that maybe I should have drove after all yesterday, after, of course, Danny Soufi's mistake. But the continued faith in the American youngster paying dividends right now as they lead the Prototype WinterSeries race. Of course, this really is the first full race in Prototype WinterSeries history. Our first ever race was yesterday, but unfortunately was red flagged after 3 laps. Due to the Soufi Holzem incident, as well as the horrible weather conditions. But on this occasion, we are getting the full 50 minutes, and we are getting to see Danny Soufi in his element here. As we've mentioned, a former drift racer, we know that drift racers typically come with built-in car control, and that aids you in the wet weather, that much is for certain. Steve Parrow still doing an admirable job there in 3rd place. Tom Van Rompuy building that gap between himself and Parrow in 2nd. 4.5 seconds is now the gap. Top 3 running within 10 seconds still, but Soufi, of course, building that gap well. In 4th place, just coming down the main straight at the moment, just heard that car go past me, the Nova Proto of Kevin Rabin, the 71 car's 4th overall, so the young Swiss doing a good job as well. I think he's the 2nd fastest driver out there on circuit right now, after Danny Soufi. So Kevin Rabin, 4th overall for ANS Motorsports. The N-Class cars, the Nova Proto MP02. It is a car that is pretty much comparative with LMP3s, even though it isn't one. It's got a 5-litre Ford V8 as opposed to the 5.6 Nissan in the LMP3s. There is Liam Mauer in the Racing Experience car, the number 12 Duquesne. This is not a battle for position, of course, because Racing Experience are a couple of laps down, but Emil Heyerdahl thereabouts with Leah Mauer at the moment. Leah on her return to the cockpit after a prolonged absence, and as she was saying in her interview with Chris yesterday during the red flag, you know, not comparing myself to anybody, just making sure that everything is okay, and getting myself back up to speed. And she allows Emil Heyerdahl through. Emil, who is competing at the moment in Conrad Motorsports shootouts, in Molnar Motorsports shootouts, and the prize for winning the shootouts across the winter is a full season in Prototype Cup Germany. Kevin Rabin then, the 16-year-old Swiss, running through the final corner of the lap, the Parabolica Ayrton Senna. Listen to the profound difference. If we stay with this camera shot, I will be quiet as the car accelerates out of turn 1. You'll hear quite how different this car sounds from the LMP3, far less thunderous than the cars around it. Take a listen. Slightly gentler engine note than the LMP3s, which were all guttural. Quite surprised, actually. It is a 5-litre V8. Almost sounds more like almost like a Ferrari engine, almost the naturally aspirated Ferrari engine to my ear. But maybe I am going a little bit crazy, because it is indeed a Ford Coyote V8. And actually, Kevin Rabin is not too far removed from Julian Lemoyne, is he? They're setting comparative lap times, and they're about 5 seconds apart. We saw Lemoyne there in the 42 ANS Ligier just behind him. The gap is within 6 seconds. So I don't think Lemoyne is going to be able to challenge for 4th overall, but he is showing some good pace and lapping a couple of tenths quicker than the young Swiss. 10 seconds plus 1 lap remains. So this is the penultimate lap of the race for Danny Soufi in the lead. Has just recently gotten through past Liam Mao there, as we saw. But Soufi through the kink at turn 5 towards the Parabolica interior. Such a difficult corner, this turn 6, in any conditions, much less the wet, because it kind of, at this point of the corner, gives you the feeling it's going to open up, but it doesn't really. The corner kind of folds in on itself coming out of the turn, so it's quite easy to run wide out of turn 6. But Danny Soufi, with no such issues, has been really enjoying this circuit, and will no doubt leave Estoril glad that he had the experience of running on this circuit, and get the experience at some more of our wonderful destinations on this prototype Winter Series calendar. 4 weekends for this championship. They take a bit of a sabbatical in February while some of the teams head off to the Asian Le Mans Series out in the UAE. They'll be back with us post-Portimao next weekend. They'll be back with us for Aragon and the season finale for Winter Series at the Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya. That's all far in the future, though. Danny Soufi is currently living in the moment, and that moment is a final lap around the Circuito Estoril, side by side in the back of shot, but that was for a lap down, so don't panic too much. Steve Parrow has not closed in on Tom Van Rompuy to that extent. They are about 5 seconds apart, but Danny Soufi has been apart from everybody in this race. It would have been really interesting to see what would have happened if the number 33 Duquesne D08, the other car from the Rinaldi Racing stable, the Holtzum twins car, what would have happened if that car had been out there on the circuit? Certainly, compared to the likes of Calvitz and Lawrence Hurd, two extremely decorated sports car racers, Danny was able to match and best them and lead the race through to the pit stop window. So I think it would have been very interesting to see how he'd have measured up to Sandro Holtzum, but certainly in recent times, I think Danny has done some of the most LMP3 mileage of anyone outside of the European Le Mans Series or IMSA, and he's using that experience to his advantage now. Just a few corners left between Danny Soufi and a first win in the prototype Winter Series. Yesterday was a day to forget for Conrad Motorsport. The collision with the Rinaldi Racing 33 car left both cars damaged. Both teams worked very hard, and Conrad Motorsport succeeded in getting their car ready to go racing once again. And Danny Soufi, coming out of the Parabolica Ayrton Senna here at the Circuito Estoril, has paid back his team, has paid back Franz Conrad for all of their efforts by taking a race victory in the prototype Winter Series. For the first time, Conrad Motorsport is a race winner in the prototype Winter Series. It'll be Tom Van Rompuy and Duquesne with the DKR Engineering team that crossed the line to take second place. And then the second of the Ligiers home, third overall, Rinaldi Racing for Steve Parrow and Daniel Calvitz. Parrow and Calvitz across the line at the end of the race to take third. Kevin Rabin eventually will cross the line in fourth. We've also had Emil Heyerdahl and Liam Maurer across the line a lap or two down. Kevin Rabin, the sole Nova on the grid, will take fourth place. You can see him there hesitating on the throttle, just trying to find traction through Gaucho. What a way to arrive in sports car racing in these conditions. at the Circuito Estoril. It's been a very impressive first weekend for Kevin Rabin, and I'm sure we're going to see more of him this year. I'm sure we're going to see progress from Kevin Rabin this season in the Prototype Winter Series. He crosses the line to take 4th place. He wins the intra-team battle at A&S Motorsport, because across the line in 5th place comes Julien Lemoyne, and that is our last car across the line. Everyone has crossed the line, and Danny Soufi will be on his cool-down lap celebrating a race victory. And of course, in the next few minutes, he will pull down under the podium, and I'm sure we'll hear from him with Chris McCarthy in a few minutes. But what a race that was. 3 wide at one point down the main straight as Danny Soufi took the lead. You hear the marshals applauding. What a great race that was. LMP3 cars are always great value for money in the entertainment stakes. You don't need a plethora of them to have a brilliant motor race, and Danny Soufi giving us lots of entertainment as he hunted down Rumpoy and Parot, as he held off Carl Witz and Lawrence Herr. Lots of very impressive driving in that race, and that was great to witness. And what a way to kick off the all-new Prototype Winter Series, organised by GEDLICH Racing in cooperation with the ACO. 4 weekends, again, working around the Asian Le Mans Series calendars, making sure the top teams can do both. But let's see how Danny Soufi and his body language is as he gets out of the car. I think we're about to see a very excited young American. Van Rompuy comes in from 2nd place. But here comes Danny. Embraces with the team there. And there's Franz Conrad. Go on, give him a hug, Franz. Danny Soufi taking the race win in brilliant fashion then. And great result for him. Great result for all 3 parties. Steve Parot did a great job there as well from 3rd place. And also Lawrence Herr doing, Tom Van Rompuy doing a great job as well in the latter half of the race. And Lawrence Herr from the back of the grid was very rapid in the first half of the race, but obviously leading briefly Tom Van Rompuy, but he did have a moment just after the pit window. Van Rompuy, though, taking 2nd place along with Lawrence Herr. I'm sure they'll be happy with that. That is Lawrence there, I believe, just talking to Van Rompuy. I was going to try and listen in there, but I imagine it's in a language quite apart from my own anyway. But what a race that was at the Circuito Estoril. Glory for Conrad Motorsport and Danny Soufi in the Prototype Winter Series. Let's take a look then at the results of this race. It was Danny Soufi after 27 laps, 50 minutes plus 1 lap of racing. He is the first winner of a full distance race in the Prototype Winter Series. Tom Van Rompuy in 2nd place in the Duquesne. Steve Parot next in 3rd place overall in the Ligier. Kevin Rabin, the only Nova MP02 out there, taking 4th place out of Julien Lemoyne. Emil Heyerdahl finishing 6th place, and Liam Maurer finishing 7th place. Of course, Heyerdahl and Soufi solo drivers. Van Rompuy was joined by Lawrence Herr. Steve Parot was joined by Daniel Kuyvets in the first half of the race. Julien Lemoyne finishing 5th with the help of his co-driver Clement Moreno, and Liam Maurer being joined, of course, by Charles Delbracine. Everyone who raced in that race deserves a round of applause, because those conditions were very tricky indeed, but everyone made the checkered flag and we saw some fabulous racing. Congratulations once again to our podium finishers in particular. They'll be down there at the moment debriefing, discussing, and maybe joking around a little bit as well. But they'll be happy to have got a full race distance in, of course, after the early red flag yesterday. And I'm sure there's an amount of relief for Danny Soufi. Chris McCarthy is down at the podium now. Let's see who we can talk to.
I'm down here with our winner of the first ever Prototype Winter Series race, Danny Soufi. Danny, congratulations. Of course, conditions getting in the way of the race yesterday. How does it feel to come home and win in what was still tough conditions today?
For sure, no, it feels good. You know, yesterday was not the best day, but it's you know, it's good to come back in P1 the next day and, you know, bring it home for the team. Really sorry for, you know, what happened yesterday and all the work that the guys did, but, you know, they got it back together, gave me a great car, and, you know, still managed to go get it done.
And getting through from third to first as well, talk us through that.
Towards the end.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I just saw, you know, I had the pace coming out of the final corner and just, you know, stayed in it. It was a bit sketchy going into turn 1. I thought we were going to go 3 wide. It ended up being 2 wide. But yeah, no, we got it done. I had the right line on the inside, so I had the advantage.
And no one could stay anywhere near you after that. It seems the team here, Franz and the team here at Conrad, have put a really good car together for you.
Absolutely. Conrad knows what they're doing. You know, huge thank you to all the boys for getting it back together. Franz, you know, he's got 50 years of racing experience, so when it comes to setting up a car, he knows how to do it.
Yeah, how does it feel to be working with Franz, of course, a man who stood on the podium at the 24-hour Le Mans? It must be great working with him.
It's special, I got to say. It's quite a unique opportunity, and, you know, he's given me a great opportunity to come out here to Europe and drive race cars, so I'm grateful.
It's great to have you over here. Do you think you can now push on? Do you think this is the start of now a championship assault?
Absolutely. You know, we're going to keep pushing throughout the Winter Series and keep chasing wins, podiums, and hopefully have a good season.
I'm sure the guys up there in the crowd enjoyed that one. Please give a round of applause to our winner there. He's down here, Danny Soufi. Congratulations, Danny. We're going to go and do some proper celebrating up on the podium. Congratulations to you, though. You're the winner of the first ever prototype Winter Series race. I'm sure that won't be the last one as well. But Adam, I'm going to hand up to you to do some recap, and that was absolutely fantastic coverage by yourself as well. We're going to go and set up for some celebrations on the podium.
Enjoy the celebrations, Chris. Of course, the first ever race to reach its completion in Prototype Winter Series. They did score half points for the couple of laps we managed yesterday in the true inaugural Prototype Winter Series race. But certainly, this one feels like the first proper race, doesn't it? And it was a race won by Danny Soufi. And while he was alone on the front row at the start, he certainly had to do some work to get that win. I think now we can go and look at some highlights from Prototype Winter Series. Danny Soufi led then in the early stages of the race, being pursued by Daniel Kalvitz, who was really pressing on the Rinaldi Racing number 66 car, locking up into Gancho and generally pushing hard. And that was in part because he knew Lawrence Hur was closing in on him rapidly. Lawrence, who started on the back of the grid in the number 3 DKR engineering car, was closing in. But Danny Soufi was doing a great job holding 2 decorated sports cars behind him, or 2 decorated sports car drivers behind him, and actually building a gap over this man, Daniel Kalvitz, who was indeed under pressure from Lawrence Hur and DKR Engineering towards the end of the first stint of the race. Of course, the mandatory pit stops loomed large in everyone's minds, and Danny Soufi, one of few drivers who didn't have to do a change of driver. He pressed on. He managed to get through from third to first post-pit window, and he was our first winner of the Prototype Winter Series season, at least the first to take the checkered flag, of course, because we didn't get a checkered flag yesterday in the Prototype Winter Series. Just a red flag and then a race cancellation. So good to have a full race distance. That's just a taste of what to expect from Prototype Winter Series as the season goes on. Still 3 more rounds, 6 more races to come from them on our live coverage here on the Winter Series Now for Live YouTube channels. There's a lot more racing to come today as well. A lot more broadcasting to come from myself and Chris as well. This is going to be a great day, and we're only just getting started, so make sure you do stay with us. Speaking of just getting started, I know the podiums will not be too far away, and in fact the podiums are ready, so they'll get started now. Let's go down to Chris.
Welcome down to the podium, everyone, for race 2 of the Prototype Winter Series. But as Adam says, this kind of feels like the first one, doesn't it? The first race yesterday going to half points. This the first time we've seen the checkered flag properly waved in the Prototype Winter Series for the Winter Series this season, the 4th season, the first running of the Prototype Winter Series. So the first time we're going to have a proper podium and the champagne sprayed in the Prototype Winter Series. Let's get on with the celebrations then. First of all, we have to get our Class N winner out on the podium. I hope you guys in the crowd enjoyed that and can give the drivers plenty of encouragement as they come out. Let's get our Class N winner out first of all, number 71, Kevin Rabin. Kevin, just 16 years old. Give him a round of applause, please, as he comes out. Did very, very well. Let's get him out. Well done to Kevin. On the far end there. Well, you can choose which side. Either just on the far. That'll do. Just on the far end there. Or you can come over this side. It's fine. Stand a bit closer to myself. There we go. Right, let's go to LMP3 class. It was absolutely fantastic racing between the top 3, wasn't it? Going all the way down to the final 10 minutes. Finishing in 3rd place, the number 66 drivers, Daniel Kelwitz and Steve Parrow. The Rinaldi Racing drivers will now come out onto the podium. Well done, guys. We're speaking to Daniel. They'll jump onto the 3rd step. Well done, Rinaldi Racing. And handshakes for Kevin Rabin. Right, let's go to 2nd place next. Finishing in 2nd place. They've put on a fantastic performance all weekend, these drivers. Let's give them a round of applause as they come out. The DKR engineering team, Lawrence Hoare and Tom Van Rompuy. The number 3 drivers head out. 2nd place for them in race 2 of the Prototype Winter Series here at Estoril. But the winner of round 1, race 2, he charged away after taking the race lead with just under 10 minutes to go. The American for Conrad Racing winning race 2 here at Estoril. Please give him a huge round of applause. The number 7 for Conrad Motorsport, Danny Sufi. Well done, Danny. Jump onto the top step now. The GEDLICH Racing team will come out and present the trophies to all you guys. Then we're going to have a bit of a chat before you start the champagne celebrations. We'll get some pictures taken as well. He always does that. So let's get some pictures taken. Danny will lead the way for that. Well done, guys. Stay where you can jump back on your steps for your podiums. I'm just going to come up. Danny, we'll have another very quick chat to yourself. I know we had a chat to you down there, but who would you like to thank for this win?
Man, I've got to thank France and the entire team, specifically, all my mechanics and engineers. Yesterday, we got the car a little bit torn up, and today they fixed it and got it better than ever. So huge thank you to the entire team, and thank you to BioCircle, Michelin, and Ravenol.
You've done a great job to reset after what happened yesterday. It shows fantastic, courage to do that.
Thank you.
And looking forward to the rest of the season now?
Absolutely. Portimao is next weekend, and I've been wanting to drive that track for ages, so I'm stoked.
I hope some of you fans can come and join us in that as well. Let's quickly speak to some of the drivers now in 2nd place. Guys, we did a fantastic job. Lawrence, we spoke to you down in pit lane as well. Happy with 2nd place?
Yeah, of course. I mean, after having a quite difficult start to the weekend, quickly replacing John with Tom here, he did a good job today. So I'm really happy to be on the podium.
Think we can get on the top step next time?
Yeah, hopefully. That's the plan.
Good stuff. Well done, guys. Let's come over to 3rd place. Daniel, we spoke to yourself. So, Steve, I want to speak to... Steve, I want to have a quick chat with you. We've already spoken to him. Steve, you enjoyed it this weekend?
Yes, it's my job to keep the car on track and avoid any carnage, and he does the job normally. Yeah?
Good stuff. And looking forward to the rest of the season now?
Yeah, happy. I hope the weather will be good in Portimao. Yeah.
Yeah, I hope it gets a bit better. I hope it gets a bit better. Well done. And I just want to speak to Kevin very quickly. Kevin, you enjoyed it this weekend? First time racing in Prototype Winter Series?
Yeah, of course. It's a good experience, and it was a fun weekend. Even there was the rain, yeah, as you can see, but we managed it to have a good qualifying and a good race. So it was fun, yeah, of course.
Jumping up from karting, great experience for you. You reckon you can now push forward going throughout the rest of the season?
Yeah, of course. Now we're searching for the first place and overall, but with these guys, it's going to be a bit harder than you think. So.
I've got one eye on Steve. He was trying to get a head start on the champagne celebrations. Guys, over to you. Give a round of applause for our top 3, please, in the Prototype Winter Series. Thank you very much, guys in the crowd. Hope you enjoyed that one. Now it's going to get very messy on the podium as we get underway with champagne celebrations in the Prototype Winter Series. Fantastic job from all of our drivers. Lawrence has had some practice at this, you can tell. That's more to have later, Lawrence. It didn't all quite come out, but there you go. More to have later. Cheers all round. Well done, guys. Absolutely fantastic job from all of you. That was good fun, wasn't it? And we've got plenty more podiums to do later. But first of all, we've got the next of our sprint races for the GT Winter Series. So I'm going to hand back up to Adam Weller to fill you in on who is going to be starting where for that.
Thank you very much, Chris, for the podiums. We are now into the GT Winter Series then. GT Winter Series Race 2 of the weekend. And we will see the grid now. Let's take a look at the qualifying 2 results that form this grid. It's Carol Bash, the Olymp Racing Audi R8 LMS GT3 Evo 2 on pole position. He will be a formidable force. Very difficult to see him being beaten in this race. Louis Stern in the number 10 car, the FK Performance BMW, set to take the start. Hopefully he will be there after the damage from yesterday. Jamo Hartling, who we saw earlier on in the GT4 Winter Series, is now out in his GT3 car for SR Motorsport. He'll be lining up 3rd alongside Leandro Martins, who had a very good run yesterday in the 911, the 992 Cup car, starting from 4th place, the first of the Cup 2 class runners. In 5th place, PTT Racing's number 7, that is Hubert Darmetko, taking the start of the race alongside Joachim Bolting, who was jolly impressive on his first run in a Porsche 992 Cup yesterday. On to row 4 of the grid then. In 7th place is Adrian Lewandowski. Of course, he has got the tall order of trying to match his father, Andrzej, who took the overall race win yesterday in the Cup 4 class Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo. He's alongside John Dillon in an equally quick Ferrari 488 Challenge Evo car. That is the sole entry in Cup 1 on row 4. Uwe Lauer in a GT3 car, Ferrari 488 GT3 for De Beermacher Racing, the number 72, starting 9th alongside another Ferrari 488 GT3 car. That is Thor Haugen, rounding out the overall top 10 for Pellin Racing. Igor Klyer, who didn't get to the finish yesterday in the 741 car, will line up in 11th place. Igor Klyer, of course, representing PTT Racing. He's alongside the lap time performance number 20 car. That is Demir Hutt. Demir Hutt starting from P12. Now on to the last couple of rows. Stanislav Jedlinski, a 157.331 for him to start 13th in his Ferrari 488 GT3. Meanwhile, Rinaldi Racing have sent Hook, Christian Hook that is, a 157.378 in his Ferrari 296 GT3 car. Keep an eye on that one. The 33, Przemysław Biankowski, starting from 15th place, the 33 car. And rounding out the order is Maciej Lizowski. Not sure if he's actually taking the start. I've heard mixed things, but the number 44 car hopefully will be there to round out our 16-car order. And if he does take the start, expect him to make his way through the pack. So then, 30 minutes upcoming for the GT Winter Series. So then the GTWinterSeries race, as we said, 30 minutes, no +1 lap in this one, so it is just a straight half an hour. When the clocks hit 0, we are done. However, just getting a little bit of an update on that grid. Robin Selbach, the managing director of GEDLICH Racing, just letting me know that it's Kenneth Heyer in the car. Yes, it's Kenneth Heyer, not JMO Hartling, at the wheel of the Mercedes AMG GT3 there, the number 11 car in shot. So Kenneth Heyer, he will be a favourite in this race, actually. I think it could well be Bash versus Stern versus Heyer at the front of the pack. The car's already rolling on the first of what is more than likely going to be 2 formation laps. This could be a very compelling motor race, certainly. GT3 cars interspersed among the Cup cars, depending on how they did in qualifying 2 yesterday. Both qualifying sessions, qualifying 1 that determined yesterday's grid, qualifying 2 that determined this grid, were cursed a little bit by the rain. We can also see there that Mateusz Lizowski is not there, so the 44 car doesn't look like it will be taking the start. So it'll be 15 cars by the looks of it taking the start of this race, and will be more than enough for plenty of action and excitement, I'm sure of that. Of course, the GT3 cars are on paper the quickest cars here by a good few seconds a lap. However, the Porsche 992 GT3 is pretty good in the rain. If you've got a quick driver in that car, it can be right up there. The Super Trofeo car, of course, proved its worth in the rain with Andrzej Lewandowski yesterday. However, we are missing a couple of cars from the front row, aren't we? Yes, oh, there's 2 cars missing from the front of the grid. We didn't see that, unfortunately. Carol Bash is not there in the Audi R8 LMS GT3, and nor is Louis Stern in the BMW. So unfortunately, those 2 cars aren't there. Didn't spot that on the grid, unfortunately, but the Audi and the BMW are not present. So unfortunately, we are missing 2 of the GT3 cars from the front of the order. I was a little bit on the fence about Louis Stern and FK Performance, but I'm quite surprised to see that Carol Bash isn't taking the start of this one. Hopefully, we see those 2 cars out in the endurance race later on today. So then, Kenneth Heyer will be hoping to make his way, and I now see that the number 10 car is in the pit lane. We have an onboard camera here with the FK Performance BMW M4 GT3. So Louis Stern is there, but he's going to have some work to do, isn't he? He's got a good few positions to make up as he starts from the pits. Now, I think we are going to have 2 formation laps, as has been parlance so far today. Some people lining up in 2x2, but I think we're going to have a second formation lap, sure enough. Yes, we are. How often do you see a Ford Mondeo Estate leading Mercedes AMG GT3? Well, 1 more lap of that at least. Kenneth Heyer will be surely the favourite to lead into turn 1, or will he, actually? I'm going to just preface this with the thought that maybe that Lamborghini, starting from 5th instead of 7th with the front row missing, that is a very quick car in a straight line. It's got, I think, something in the midst of 100 horsepower over the Carrera Cup cars, and it's about the same with compared to the GT3s as well. And obviously it's a more slippery car, less downforce equals lower drag. So interesting. I do get the feeling that Adrian Lewandowski could well be in the top 3 at the very least by the time we approach the first corner. So keep an eye on that white Lamborghini, the GT3 Poland car that took the win yesterday, and also John Dillon as well, because the Ferrari Challenge car is I think, potentially the most powerful one-make racer out there on the international racing scene. The Ferrari 488 Challenge Evo car with 661 brake horsepower, very quick in a straight line indeed. So both John Dillon and Adrian Lewandowski could make up a little bit of ground as this race gets started. They'll have to make their way through the Carrera Cup cars, and indeed Kenneth Heyer in the GT3. Which drivers do we think will make their way through the order somewhat in the over the course of this race? Well, Christian Hook may well be able to make some forward progress in the 296 GT3. He is a bronze driver, he is a gentleman driver, however, he does have some good experience, and obviously that 296 GT3, the very latest Ferrari GT3 car, and what a treat to see that out and racing. There were a few 296s on the scene last year, and of course they did immensely well, most notably at the 24 hours of the Nürburgring, Rinaldi Racing securing that victory, where Rinaldi and co, it was Rinaldi will run car, taking the win at the Nürburgring 24 hours, and that car, the 296 GT3, for the first time, Orica developing the Ferrari GT3 car, proved to be very impressive indeed. Season 2, with more delivery slots available, more and more teams are getting that 296, but we've still got examples of the 488 on the grid. Keep an eye on Thor Haugen, he was pretty quick yesterday as well in his red and white 488 GT3. So then, the race will be underway in just a few moments' time. Sadly, we're missing the front row of the grid. However, one of the drivers that was due to start on that front row, Louis Stern for FK Performance in the M4 GT3, looks as if he's going to be starting from the pit lane. So then, 30 minutes of racing will begin. In just a few seconds, it begins now. We go racing. Igor Klaya riding on board as we got started there. Oh, and contact on the run to the first corner. Adrian Lewandowski hip checking there. Leandro Martins, and that's huge damage to the Porsche 992 GT3 Cup car. No space, unfortunately, for the Porsche, as everyone met in the middle. Leandro Martins into the barrier. Red flag has been waved on this race immediately. Adrian Lewandowski did get himself to the front with the power of that Lamborghini, but unfortunately on his way through, he made contact with the other car, the Porsche of Leandro Martins, and the red flag is out. Uwe Lauer has picked up some of the carbon fibre that scattered in the immediate aftermath of that incident. So red flag, and one would imagine a full race reset here, but great to see, though, that Leandro Martins is out of the car. That is the most important thing. So now that we know he is okay, we can focus on some of the other practical elements from this moment. Obviously, Rocar Motorsports, I don't think they'll be getting that car back out there again today, unfortunately, and I think Leandro all too aware of that as he paces around the car. The other thing to consider is the Armco on the run towards turn 1. There may be some barrier damage down there that we have to contend with. And I think we can now go to a replay of that moment on the very first lap of the race. Very first straight of the race. Already the accident had happened by that point. The car initially ricocheted off the Lamborghini into the left-hand side barriers and then bounced back across the circuit to the right. Well avoided by everybody as well. You saw there in the back of shot that Christian Hook came to a dead stop to make sure, as he goes through shot there, to make sure that the car didn't get damaged in all of that. The Rinaldi Racing guys have already had to dip into their 296 spares this week during testing, so they don't want to cause that car any more damage. And we now see the recovery crews working hard to get rid of the carbon fibre and all of that dirt that's up there at the top of the crest of the hill. And we'll get another look now at that replay, see how this incident got started. It was as the lights went out, the Lamborghini darting left, and I think thought he was already past Leandro Martins, folded across him. Unfortunately, Martins, once that contact was made, had absolutely nowhere to go. And that is an unfortunate end to the Brazilian's race. But the main thing is he's out of the car, he is okay, and no doubt we'll see him again in GT Winter Series, but I doubt that car will be back out there today. Maybe he'll share a car later on if he wants to drive. Dispensation could be allowed there. But the rescue cars, the rescue trucks head out onto the circuit. They're deployed, I think, really for the first time this weekend, aside, of course, from the incident with the prototypes yesterday. But it has been somewhat major incident-free for a wet weekend at Estoril. You'll be unsurprised to know that that incident is under investigation. The 911 and the 6 car, Adrian Lewandowski and Leandro Martins, that is under investigation, understandably. But start procedure also under investigation, so maybe there was a jump or two in amongst that as well, but the red flags are waving. And that means that we will have to wait to get this race underway. I'm fairly confident that we will see this GTWinterSeries race take place, but obviously timetable constraints are a consideration. We'll see what will come of that. So then we have obviously got a little bit of time to wait here before we go racing again. But in just such an event, I spent my Friday going around the paddock talking to some star drivers, and they don't get much bigger, at least this weekend, than the former DTM champion, BMW factory driver and all-round ace, Bruno Spengler, who will be sharing the FK Performance BMW with Louis Stern in the endurance race later on. Let's catch up with Bruno Spengler. Obviously, it's wonderful to have this man in the GTWinterSeries paddock. Bruno Spengler is with us and FK Performance for this weekend at the Circuit Estoril. Bruno, we were speaking earlier on in the week. This is your first time racing here since, what, 2004?
Exactly, yeah. Last time I raced here was 2004 in Formula 3. So a very long time ago, just 2-3 years ago, something like that. But I've tested here quite a bit because we've done some development testing back in the days in DTM with Mercedes and also with BMW, obviously. So I know the track quite well, and I really like it. It's one of my favorite ones, definitely.
And obviously, exciting times ahead with BMW kind of pushing the hypercar program forward. I know that you know what you're doing, but I know you can't say. But in general, being a part of the BMW family for as long as you have been, it must be exciting to see kind of all of the sports car avenues they're going down at the moment.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, BMW has got a very open racing program at the moment. There's a lot of stuff going on in the world. As you said, the GTP program is great with WEC, with IMSA, of course, and then GT3. I mean, in the world, there's a lot of GT3 series with the M4 is there and competitive. So, yeah, there is a lot of races for me to do this year again. I can't tell you more, but there will be some very exciting program again. Last year in 2023, we won the Italian Championship together with Jens Klingmann and Team Ceccato Racing, that I say hello to, of course. Was a great championship for us, so let's see what's coming up this year. I was also racing in Japan last year, 2023. It was a great season. I loved racing there. Super GT is one of the best series I've ever raced in, so BMW Team Study, obviously amazing people. So yeah, let's see what's coming up this year. It's going to be a busy program. I'm really looking forward to it. This is my second race also with FK Performance. We raced together last year in 2023 in the Red Bull Ring. We actually won the race 1, which was great, with Maxime Osten. Young, great kid, quick kid, very fast guy and a great guy. So here we are with Louis Stern. He's learning. His learning curve is impressive. He's learning day by day, gaining seconds. So it's great to drive with him. I'm trying to pass on my experience as much as I can. We understand each other super well. We did some driver change practice right now, and everything works well. So super happy to share the car with him. He's doing some great steps, great improvements, and I'm excited for the weekend.
And of course, you're in the M4 GT3. I imagine you probably, through doing lap after lap after lap, had a bit of a role in making it the car it is today.
Yeah, I mean, especially I'm involved quite a lot into the development of the Evo kit, M4 GT3 Evo, which is coming out in 2025. So done a lot of development testing with BMW Motorsport. Very exciting. Also in the year 2023, we did a lot of laps to develop the car, basically, which is great. You know, in DTM with BMW, we did also a lot of development, and that's something I love racing. I could not live without racing, but doing development is also something very exciting with the team. You know, bringing new stuff at each test, trying the new stuff, trying the new all the new options is something that's very exciting as a racing driver. So I really like it, and I'm looking forward to the next development test, obviously.
And obviously this is your first time in this paddock with us here at GEDLICH Racing. How are you finding it, and how often will we see you?
I don't know. I mean, we will be there next week as well in Portimao, that's for sure. But yeah, it's my first time here. I mean, I'm happy to race again with FK Performance. We've done a few things together. It's a great team. They only did 1 year of GT3, so they have very little experience, and for that they are doing a really, really amazing job. It's not easy to step in GT3 with all these high-level teams and everything, and they are doing great. So that's awesome. And what's awesome in this championship here is that it's the first race of the season, I think, worldwide. So. That's great. I'm very happy to have my first race so early in January. You know, normally you have to wait at least until end of January if you do Daytona, but this time I get to race in mid-January. So I'm very happy about it, and I think it's a great platform to get the season started for drivers to learn the GT3 cars, to learn all the process and everything. So I think it's a great platform to race in, and we are in Portugal. I mean, even though it doesn't look like we're in Portugal because it's still cold, but it's still better than home. So I'm very happy to be here and to be racing already mid-January.
I promise you, as an Englishman, it is a lot better than home. It's great to have Bruno here with us. Thank you so much for chatting to us, and good luck.
Thank you, mate. Thank you.
In the GTWinSeries Enduro alongside Louis Stern, who is currently at the wheel of the number 10. There's the GT3 Poland car then, the Lamborghini of Adrian Lewandowski, with Lewandowski currently at the wheel. They'll be debriefing what happened in that incident. They'll be checking the car, making sure that everything is A-OK. Now, given the race basically ended before it started, they will be resetting the grid back to what it should have been prior to the moment, although I do not think the likes of Louis Stern will get the opportunity to start from pole. I believe it will still be Kenneth Heyer on pole position, but we'll wait for that to be confirmed as they shuffle the cars around. What we do know, though, is it won't be long before the cars are rolling, because the start will be behind the safety car at 11:50. So I believe the 30-minute clock will start at 11:50 as the car rolls away from the pit lane. That is, I believe, what that implies, but we'll wait to see if the timing screen does start ticking as we see the cars out of the pits. They might mean that they'll do 2 laps, one formation, then 1 further lap under safety car before it comes in. We'll wait and see exactly how they'll manage that, but what we do know is the cars will be rolling in the next couple of minutes. So that means a couple of things. That means that thankfully the barriers withstood that impact nicely. The track is safe and ready to go. Everyone is safe and ready to go. The marshals have done a great job clearing up the incident there over the course of that interview with Bruno Spengler. And so then, it won't be long at all before we go back to racing here in the GTWinterSeries. And we believe it might be Kenneth Heyer that takes the start from the front. And I think we can go down to Chris in the pit lane. So let's pop down there before the cars get fired up. No audio there for Chris. We'll try and go back down to him if possible in the next few seconds. But Kenneth Heyer there just getting moved forward to the front of this pack, I believe. They're just reorganising the grid to what they want it to be. It will be Heyer on pole position. I believe Louis Stern will actually take the start here as well. Hopefully he will take the start. It would be good to have him out there on the circuit, but that remains to be seen. Cars being reorganised and reshuffled then, and while that is happening, we will go back down to Chris.
And let's reboot that, shall we? Just like that, we're live down in the pit lane, and you can see the cars in the background. Try and walk with me, John. In fact, turn around. You can see the rescue vehicle has come back in the background. There is the cars coming back. But before we go and have a look at that, Johnny, spin back round. Here are the cars lining up, getting ready to go. At the top, you'll see the safety car is getting ready to lead them out. Here are the marshals. Johnny, I'm just going to physically move you over to this side because they are lining up the cars so that they are in the correct order. So we're going to have to stand over to this way. So the cars are going to be lined up in the correct order, and then they are going to do the restart of the race, single file restart. So they're just getting them all ready to go. Shame about the incident, but yeah, that's racing, unfortunately. Adam will talk you through the restart when we get going, so you can see they're just getting them ready to go. We didn't, unfortunately, get going, so we're going to be restarting this race when we are able to. So as you can see now, the team just getting everyone reset into the positions that they were due to be in, and then we're going to do a restart. Whilst we have the opportunity, let's go and have a quick look at the vehicle that was involved in this incident. We can see the rescue car is down and taking it off the recovery vehicle now. And this was the Porsche, I believe, that was involved in that incident. So let's have a look at it. And there you can see the damage caused to that car as it went headfirst into the barriers, the number 911 car, as it came across the line to start this race, unfortunately making immediate impact with the barriers. I did see the driver walking back into the garage. I'm not going to make an attempt to speak to them because I imagine they're going to be very, very disappointed and upset that they didn't manage to get this race started. Johnny, let's have a walk back round. I think we've seen enough of that vehicle now. We're going to leave the team to do what they need to do. As Adam said, it's unlikely we'll see that car back out, but hopefully we see the driver out, as he said. I do love this car. This is the one Bruno Spengler is going to be in. We heard from him earlier. There goes Bruno. He's going to be heading out in this race. We're going to see him in the endurance race with Louis Stern later on as well. We heard from him, and the man who was speaking to him was Adam Weller. Let's throw back to him now.
Thank you very much, Chris. Great to get some insights from ground level there in the pit lane. Of course, it's Louis Stern at the wheel for this sprint race as well. But yeah, Bruno Spengler will be out there and racing in the endurance. I believe he'll be taking the start in that. In fact, no, he won't. He'll be doing the second stint in that race. As you can see, the clock is ticking on this race. So as anticipated, as the cars rolled out of pit lane, they put the green flag out. They put the clock back on. So we are now technically in the race again. 27 minutes and 40 seconds left to go right now. And we will see the safety car in this lap, so we don't have to wait too long at all to go racing. Of course, advantage M4 as well. Louis Stern no longer has to start 10 seconds behind everybody in the pit lane. He can now at least start from the back of the queue that is 12 cars deep. There are 13 in total out there on circuit. In fact, no, my apologies, there are 12 out there in total on the circuit. Of course, we aren't seeing Karol Bash. We also aren't seeing Stanislav Jedlinski. He didn't take the start either. Maciej Lizowski didn't take the start. And of course, we've lost Leandro Martin. So it will be a 12-car race here. Now, where is the BMW? Louis Stern is quite slow at the back of the queue. I'm hoping that he's just yeah, I think he's just getting heat cycles in the tyres, because you see him there accelerate, stop, trying to get some temperature in those rear tyres in order to get some good traction in the early stages of this race. 26 minutes and 30 seconds left to run then in this race. No +1 lap on this one, but we will see them getting underway in just a few moments, and it will be Kenneth Heyer for the second time that leads them away as we ride on board with Louis Stern. See him working the pedals there. Great onboard angle there from Will from Alpha Live. He's got a very good shot there from within the cockpit, but the racing is back on. So let's cut to turn one and watch the racing as we get underway here at Estoril. It is Kenneth Heyer rather than Jamo Hartling at the front of the order. Second place there, the number 7 of Hubert Darmetko. Darmetko with basically no racing experience, now running second place in the GT Winter Series race. Adrian Lewandowski there in 4th place, just behind Joachim Bulting for Plus Line Racing Team. Bulting to the inside line and gets through potentially here in second place, or will he? Because Hubert Darmetko now has the inside line for turn 4. Battle for second very close. Also, of course, the battle for Cup 2 honours here in the GT Winter Series. It's Kenneth Heyer that powers out of turn 4 as your race leader. Then it's Darmetko, then it's Bolting, then it's Adrian Lewandowski. In 5th place is John Dillon. John Dillon with a strong start. Then, of course, he has made up a few places by virtue of the cars that didn't take the start, but he's there in front of some of the GT3s. Oh, and an off there for the Plus Line Racing team. Number 38, Joachim Bolting, is into the gravel, and I fear he is stuck in the gravel, unfortunately. Joachim Bolting there. Kenneth Heyer had to take evasive action there, so I have to wonder just what happened there, whether Bolting maybe slightly overestimated how he could break into that corner. Safety car is out, and it has been out for a few seconds, but Adrian Lewandowski just dove up the inside to make an overtake. Hopefully he realises that he cannot make an overtake right now and hands that position back. But we are under safety car conditions to retrieve Joachim Bolting. Given the pause before the Lamborghini arrives, I think he will be trying to allow Kenneth Heyer back through. Certainly he will need to, because the safety car was out for a good few seconds. Hopefully it was already being displayed at that time. It could be a matter that was delayed on the flag post or something like that, but I imagine Heyer will be reset back to the race lead, but the safety car is out then. We've still got lots of time left, and this shouldn't be too long of a safety car. We'll see how long it takes exactly. The diligent crew and their Ford pickup are already ready to go. The driver's already ready to try and pull the thing out, and they haven't even attached the car yet. But now they get ready to pull it out, and I'll tell you what, I think Joachim Bolting might end up back in this race yet. Get the tow hook off, get the car out there, and he might not even lose a lap, actually. Joachim Bolting will potentially be on the lead lap. Yep, off he goes. Very good work from the recovery team. I reckon that means we might be back under racing conditions this lap. Joachim Bolting will not lose a lap. He will probably be a while off the chasing pack, but that was very impressive work by the marshals. Joachim Bolting then, a very experienced driver, but he hasn't done any mileage before this week in the Porsche 992 Cup car, as far as I understand. This is a new horse for him to saddle up on. Joachim Bolting, who actually had his first ever race in the United Kingdom. His first ever race, do you want to hazard a guess what it was? It was the Britcar 24 Hours. In a Marcos Mantis powered by a 7-litre Chevrolet engine. He didn't start off with the gentlest experience of his life. Joachim Bolting, the 2015 Britcar 24 Hour was his first race. He's done a lot of running in GT4s. He's done a good amount of running in GT3s as well. I think he maybe did some running in the Porsche 991 Cup car, the predecessor to the Cup cars we see out on the circuit right now. But he is new to the 992 at least. So then we are going racing now, and Adrian Lewandowski is still your race leader at the moment. Safety car is supposed to be in this lap. That bulletin was put out a while ago. However, it is now waiting as if maybe it's not coming in this lap. Safety car in this lap was confirmed. Actually no. So safety car in this lap bulletin is from 6 or 7 minutes ago. So my apologies. No, they're not releasing the field this time. That's a shame actually, because I don't think there's any other obstruction to clear. Maybe there's something we didn't see on camera. I thought we were going to go racing this time, but we will have to wait a little bit longer. Good things come to those who do, after all. But you see there two of the latest and greatest GT3 cars there towards the rear of the field. Certainly, we've seen that Louis Stern can be very quick, and Christian Hook has good experience as well, so I wouldn't mind betting that we'll see both of those cars up through the order when we do go back to green flag conditions. With the safety car clearing off in front of the pack, I did think we were going racing again this time by, but the safety car is now confirmed to be in at the end of this lap, so we will go racing this time after the marshals have done their brilliant work, and Joachim Bolting will actually, I think, get a chance to rejoin at the very tail of the pack. I don't think he's going to lose any time at all. He'll have lost a few positions, of course, but I think by the time we go to green flag, he will be right there on the back of Przemysław Bienkowski, who tails the order right now. Let's run you through the order as it stands then. It is Adrian Lewandowski in the race lead in the Lamborghini Super Trofeo, the Cup 4 class entry, running in the lead for GT3 Poland. The first of the true GT3 cars is the Mercedes-AMG GT3 of Kenneth Heyer. Of course, Kenneth is going to see that Lamborghini disappear off up the road as the race resumes, because that thing has a lot more power at its disposal. In third place is Hubert Dametko in the Porsche 992 GT3 Cup car. Then it's AF Corsa's John Dillon in the Ferrari 488 Challenge Evo. AF Corsa entering cars in GT Winter Series, and I think we're going to see more than one on a few occasions this year, which is really exciting. Fifth place overall, Uwe Lauer rounding out the top 5 in the De Beermacher Racing Ferrari 488 GT3. Thor Haugen, the Pellen Racing number 23 car, 6th overall. 7th overall is the second of the 992 Cup cars in the Cup 2 class. That's Igor Klaya. Then it's Demir Hott for lap time performance. Top 10 rounded out by Christian Hook and Louis Stern. So then, the cars are going to be released in just a few moments. The safety car will be in this lap, and we will go racing, hopefully trouble-free in the first few corners on this occasion. Keep an eye on the gap between the Lamborghini and the Mercedes, and also watch out for John Dillon. He has more power than the Porsche ahead of him and the Mercedes ahead of him, so he could drag race down with a decent launch. He could maybe make up some places here, but it's Adrian Lewandowski who now is in charge of the situation. Lewandowski it is who leads them away as we return to racing action in the 5.2 litre V10, Wales away from the chasing pack, and look at the gap already that Lewandowski has made up there. So impressive from Adrian Lewandowski. He leads the way then. And up the inside here goes the Pellen Racing car. Thor Haugen getting in amongst it. His first weekend of racing a GT3 car. He's managed to get past, or rather has he been overtaken there? Yes, sorry, Demir Hott, no, Igor Klaya, sorry, has gotten past Thor Haugen there. So I think Thor Haugen didn't quite get the launch off the line as we restarted the race there, and Igor Klaya has taken advantage. So Thor Haugen down a position actually. Christian Hook looks like he's making up some places in the Ferrari 296 GT3, but Adrian Lewandowski is disappearing up the road in the Lamborghini Super Trofeo car. Again, these wet conditions maybe provide an equalising factor here for the GT3 cars versus the Cup machinery. Oh, John Dillon there running it wide from 4th place. Now, does he retain 4th place, or will we see? No, he is still there in 4th, but he's got Uwe Lauer right there behind him, so John Dillon with a lot of pressure. Then it's Igor Klaya, then it's Thor Haugen, then behind him it's Demir Hott, and Christian Hook trying to find a way through in the Ferrari. Oh, and we've got a car looking a little bit worse for wear there. That was that potentially Przemysław? Yes, it was. It was Przemysław Bienkowski having a moment there, and Thor Haugen had a spin at Gaucho as well. Thought I saw a car stop there just before we cut away, so moment there for Thor Haugen. He's having to try and select reverse gear, and also, yes, Przemysław Bienkowski off at Parabolica Interior as well. So another dramatic lap, but at least we've got away without a safety car this time. Adrian Lewandowski has gotten away from everybody. Kenneth Heyer is a pro racing driver, and a jolly quick one at that, but Lewandowski is just disappearing up the road. Hubert Dametko equally pressuring Kenneth Heyer. John Dillon having to try and stave off the advances here of De Beermacher himself. Uwe Lauer, who puts the power down and tries to get to the inside here for turn 2, but the superior power of the Ferrari Challenge car maybe just allowing John Dillon to cover that off. Yes, it did. And Hubert Dametko, who, again, remember he said on the podium Yeah, no, not done much racing before. This is kind of new to me, my very first race. And look at him, he's right up there and fighting. Very exciting stuff. Through goes the AMG GT3 then. John Dillon does lose out there to Uwe Lauer, so Uwe Lauer in the De Beermacher car gets up into 4th overall, and now we've got the two Porsches converging. Igor Klaya being pursued here by Demir Hott, who we're riding on board with here. This is Igor Klaya, so John Dillon just ahead of him as they power out of turn 6 downhill towards Arela. Brilliant onboard pictures here. You can see John Dillon trying to make that Ferrari 488 Challenge Evo as wide as possible. He takes a wide line through Arela on the power now, down towards the Gaucho chicane. We cut back to the external view. See a big queue of cars, and Joachim Bolting isn't content with being at the back of the queue in the slightest. He's really pressuring Christian Hook, as is Darmetko on Kenneth Heyer. Drivers shuffling around here, trying to find room, trying to find space. Number 6 car has a stop and go penalty. 15 seconds stop and go. Adrian Lewandowski into the pit lane then, and that of course is for the collision at the start of the race with Leandro Martins. 15 seconds stop and go then, and your new race leader is Kenneth Heyer. So this brilliant battle is now for the lead, and Uwe Lauer is closing in on them. It's a 3-car battle, 2 GT3s and a Porsche Cup machine fighting for the lead. Lewandowski is rolling again in the pit lane, but he'll be at the back of the field once he's out there. So we focus on this lead scrap, because look at the number 7 car. Look at Hubert Darmetko. Darmetko is really pressuring Kenneth Heyer. Porsche's always good in the rain, and we're seeing that here. Christian Hook has managed to get himself up into 4th place. Christian Hook in the Ferrari 296 is there in P4, so he's managed to make some good momentum as well. Let's see what his lap time is this time by. He could well be on a charge here, closing in on Uwe Lauer. Christian Hook in the Ferrari 296 for Rinaldi Racing, currently 4th place. Of course, there are no overall points, or indeed overall podium ceremonies in this championship. All points are scored in your class. But look at how exciting this racing is among the different classes. John Dillon under pressure there from Joachim Bolting down into turn 7 as well. The leaders through the Gaucho chicane. It's Mercedes from Porsche, from Ferrari, and from Ferrari again as Christian Hook closes in on this top 3. But Kenneth Heyer really having to get the elbows out in this one. Again, the GT3 cars with wider tyres, with stiffer chassis than the likes of a Porsche Cup machine, does make a big difference in the wet in favour of the Cup cars. So a bit of a drag race here though, and the big V8 power of the Mercedes allows it to stay in the lead. The Porsche 992 Cup car isn't really that much more powerful than a GT3. There goes Christian Hook then in the 115. He's definitely closing in on this battle, isn't he? This is going to be a 4-car scrap before too long. 11 minutes and 40 seconds left to run. The number 7 PTT racing car of Hubert Darmetko hasn't given an inch of grace to Kenneth Heyer so far since this race resumed. He has been all over the back of the race leader. The top 4 are now separated by, I reckon that's almost exactly 2 seconds. It was 2.5 at the line, but Christian Hook is closing and closing quickly. Elsewhere, Joachim Bolting is falling back through the order. He moved up to 5th place, but now he's in the gravel. He is in the gravel at... Is that turn 2 potentially? I think it might be. Turn 2 it is. I just had that confirmed. Thank you. Yes, so Alpha Alpha Live catching that very quickly, as I noticed it on the timing screen as well, and unfortunately Race Control have noticed it too, and quite understandably they've brought out the safety car. So then the field will bunch up once again, and for a second time today it's because of Joachim bolting in the gravel. He might get a couple of words from some of his fellow competitors because of these delays, but Joachim obviously struggling in these conditions. Of course, what this does, it does bring everyone together, of course, but what it also does is somewhat alleviates or eradicates that 15-second stop and go from Adrian Lewandowski. Of course, it's probably going to be at least another 3 or 4 minutes before this race goes green again. But when it does go green, Lewandowski is no longer going to have the effect of the stop-go. He's going to be back in the main pack. So Lewandowski could make up a few positions here in the overall standings as this race progresses back under green flag. I'm all but certain we will go back to green flag conditions. If the marshals act as quickly as they did last time, bolting needed a recovery, we may well get just one lap under safety car, but we'll wait and see. Look at this, Kenneth Hire, my apologies, working hard to get temp in those tyres. I know the graphics say J-Mo Hartling, but I've been assured it is Kenneth Hire at the wheel. Of course, Kenneth will be sharing with J-Mo Hartling in the endurance race later on. And Race Control have confirmed that safety car will be in this lap. So a round of applause, everybody. And for the live crowd who can also hear this commentary, genuinely give a round of applause to your Estoril marshals, because they have got the car out of the gravel at turn 2 in a matter of seconds. And there you go. Car is clear. Race will resume at the end of this lap. I'm genuinely impressed with how the marshals have managed to clear that in such a quick time. Of course, marshals, there's a fine art to that, isn't there? Getting cars cleared. Obviously, at circuits like Monaco and Po, the two street circuits, those marshals are well versed in getting a car on a crane and suspended in midair within about 20 seconds. I've seen cars crash into the barriers at Po and be up again and out of the way within about 40 seconds. Genuinely, I've seen cars into the Armco there, and they've not even had to put it under safety car because they're so quick. It's very impressive indeed. 7 minutes 55 seconds left to go then. That means we'll probably have somewhere in the range of 4 laps to go when this race resumes. And that's more than enough time for a lot of interesting things to happen, including the potential re-ascension of Adrian Lewandowski at the back of the pack in that rather imposing Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo. Incidentally, if you're wondering, Joachim Bolting is back out there and running on circuit once again. So he hasn't been pulled off the track, he's been pulled back onto it. And we'll see how he performs in the latter part of this race, but unfortunately he won't get the chance to close in on the rest of the field. So then Adrian Lewandowski, while I doubt he's going to be anywhere near a podium by the end of this, he is certainly going to give it his all and try and make up some places here. I think the pin has already been pulled, though, at the front of the order. It looks like they might be accelerating already towards the front. Let's wait and see. Kenneth Hire out into the race lead then as we resume the action. It's Hire that leads. It is Darmetko second, Uwe Lauer and Christian Hook in third and fourth. Now, Christian Hook was already passed before the start line there, according to the timing screen. I wonder if there'll be anything to say about that from Race Control, passing before the start line. We'll have to wait and see. But Christian Hook gets it done, moves up into third place there in the Ferrari 296 GT3, the very latest specification of Ferrari GT3 machinery, and Adrian Lewandowski in a spin at the back of shot. Lewandowski colliding there with one of the Porsches. No, actually it was Thor Haugen, my apologies, in the Ferrari 488 GT3 car. So Haugen does a very good job at getting the car out of the sand, actually. That is very well done by Thor Haugen, and Adrian Lewandowski gets it rolling again. Joachim Bolting suddenly has company as he appears at turn 2. Back to the front of the order, and it's Kenneth Heyer then in the lead. Here comes Hubert Darmetko, still sizing up his opportunities. He's got 5 minutes and 40 seconds to try and get himself around Kenneth Heyer in the Mercedes AMG GT3 prepared by SR Motorsport. Keep an eye on that Rinaldi Racing Ferrari as well, because Christian Hook is making ground with abundance here. Hook, who again, I reiterate, is definitely a bronze driver and started racing, I believe, in about 2016, but he's a pretty adept one. And with the latest machinery, with this Ferrari 296 GT3 car, he really is making headway at the moment. I'm sure Pierre Eret is watching in the garage and thinking, I can't wait to have a go myself, hopefully in the endurance race later on. Top 3 cars through the final corner then, and let's see if Kenneth Heyer can retain that lead down the main straight. I don't think anyone's got a run good enough to challenge for the lead, but Christian Hook looks like he might have got past Hubert Darmetko. Yes, he has. Hook now in the slipstream of the Mercedes AMG GT3 should be clear into second place by the time they get to the first corner. Yes, he is. The Porsche 992 Cup car then demoted down to third place. Hubert Darmetko down to P3. He now has to worry about Uwe Lauer behind him in De Beermacher Ferrari 488 GT3 for good measure. 4 cars within a good couple of seconds here for the race lead. Of course, the leading Porsche Cup car there is that number 7. The battle for second in the Porsche Cup class, the Cup 2 category, is there in 5th and 6th overall. Second in class and 5th overall is Demir Hott, and behind him is Igor Klaya. John Dillon behind in 7th overall. Przemysław Biankowski in 8th position. He had a spin, of course, earlier on, but he's recovered from that nicely post-safety car. Uwe Lauer then sizing up his opportunities and where they may lie as they go through the Parabolica interior. The Beermacher Racing and Uwe Lauer have been long-term supporters of the GT Winter Series, and great to have them back in the paddock once again this year. Great to have Uwe Lauer showing his stuff in this race, and of course he'll be joined by Francesco Lopez, who we heard from yesterday during the broadcast. Francesco, brilliantly fast driver. Look forward to seeing how they do in the overall lead. The pit graphic as well on the side of the screen showing you that Adrian Lewandowski is in. So Adrian Lewandowski, unfortunately, in the pit lane. Of course, that car's taken a couple of knocks, so maybe they are just deciding to preserve it. Nope, never mind, it's back out there now. Fair enough. But Christian Hook is probably going to be going for the lead here, I reckon, because he was very close to the back of Kenneth Heyer as they went through the final corner, and Hook is already into the lead. Christian Hook has got through into the race lead. Towards the first corner they go, and Christian Hook is there. Uwe Lauer is up into third. Make that second. Goodness me. Hip check between the two of them. Kenneth Heyer demoted to second, and through into second place goes the number 7 car. Sorry, down to 4th place goes Kenneth Heyer. Through into second place goes Hubert Darmetko. Very good driving from Darmetko. Opportunistic stuff. Uwe Lauer went for the last of the late breakers lunge and couldn't quite get it done, but Christian Hook it is that leads the way then. 2 minutes and 5 seconds of racing to go. This is the penultimate lap then, no +1 lap here. But we have a late twist in the tail. Drive-through penalty for 2 cars, the 115 of Christian Hook being one of them. The race leader has a drive-through penalty and a Porsche up the inside as Hubert Darmetko tries to get up the inside line but can't quite get it done. Now Christian Hook has a drive-through penalty. Will he serve it, or will they instead tack a time on to the end if he doesn't serve it? Either way, Christian Hook is not going to be winning this motor race. Christian Hook leads, and it's a very beautiful picture to see the Rinaldi Racing Ferrari at the front of the order. But I don't think it's a picture that's going to make the history books, unfortunately, because a drive-through penalty looms large over his head, also over the head of Przemysław Bienkowski. Both penalties are for overtaking under safety car. So remember that I noted Christian Hook was marginally ahead of Uwe Lauer as they came back from the safety car to the green flag. That is the reason that Christian Hook has the drive-through penalty, but he doesn't peel into the pit lane. That means that I imagine that will be instead served as a post-race penalty. So Christian Hook is going to cross the line, potentially in the lead, but I don't think he's going to be the winner. Uwe Lauer up the outside line there into second place, super late on the brakes, just about gets the car stopped, and he moves into what is probably going to be the race lead, of course. So Uwe Lauer up to second place on the road, but that's going to be for the race win. If we are correct in thinking that that's going to be a time penalty rather than a drive-through for the 115 car. So Uwe Lauer, the ultimate race leader right now, ahead of Hubert Darmetko, but will he hold that through the final few moments of this race? There is the 115 car, but just behind is the 72. The 72 is clear. It's home free. It doesn't have any penalties looming over its head, whereas this Rinaldi Racing Ferrari 296 does have a penalty, a drive-through penalty looming large, and when drive-throughs aren't served, they get converted to time penalties if it's late in the race. Of course, if you don't serve a drive-through and you've got time to do it, well, you just get disqualified. But in this instance, they will more than likely bolt on a time penalty, and that means that Uwe Lauer, as long as he gets through these last few corners, is going to be the victor in a hugely dramatic, hugely turbulent race in the GT Winter Series. It's going to be a Ferrari GT3 1-2 across the line, at least on the road, and it's going to be, much to the delight of Maranello, the newer 296 leading them in the photo archives. However, Daniel Bjergin will most likely be focusing his lens on Uwe Lauer, because Uwe Lauer is the man who takes the win. With the penalty applied to Christian Hook, it will be Uwe Lauer that wins the race. Lauer crosses the line to take the win. He must know, because he's punching the air. Hubert Darmetko takes second place then, with the penalty that we assume is coming. Kenneth Heyer will inherit podium then with the Mercedes-AMG GT3. Of course, they haven't confirmed yet that there will be a time penalty for Christian Hook, but that is very much my suspicion. Christian Hook takes the flag first. It seems doubtful that that will be the result. Your winner in Cup 2 then, Hubert Darmetko in the first of the Porsche 992 GT3 Cup cars. Of course, Cup 1 won by the Ferrari 488 Challenge Evo of John Dillon. He'll be joined by Matt Griffin in the endurance race. There's Louis Stern just crossing the line. He finishes in 11th place in this race. Of course, he'll be joined by Bruno Spengler in the endurance later on. And Adrian Lewandowski has also crossed the line to win Cup 4, but he was, of course, a lap down after that pit lane visit. So then, a dramatic race in the GT Winter Series. Now, again, no confirmation yet that Christian Hook is going to take this victory, have this victory taken away, but he was given a drive-through penalty and it wasn't served. That is usually pretty straightforward as the next course of action from race control. So my suspicion is very much that Uwe Lauer is ultimately going to be the winner in this race. Christian Hook waving, though. He was happy, he was flashing the headlights. I don't know if he was told about this penalty or whether he will get told about this penalty, whether he does pull up to the top of the podium or not. We'll have to wait and see. But I would suspect Uwe Lauer is going to be the winner of this motor race once all is said and done. Christian Hook, though, rolling the car home, the blue and yellow. Classic Ferrari colours on a very, very modern Ferrari. Of course, the first ever V6 Ferrari GT3 car. The 488, of course, being a 3.9 litre V8 turbo. So a new era for the Ferrari GT3 project with the V6, and of course these GT3 cars now for the first time eligible for the Le Mans 24 hours as well, which is a big selling point, and the GT3 category will be reaching new heights, as of course is the Winter Series package this year, and we've had some brilliant racing already today as well. The 115 car pulls up and does pull up in P1, but again, something tells me this isn't definitive, because again, he had a drive-through penalty, he didn't serve it. It's fairly academic, but for now, Christian Hook is your provisional race winner. Uwe Lauer not quite getting the memo that he needs to park alongside the number 7 car, or rather, sorry, the number 115 car. Christian Hook is exiting. Of course, the approach here from Rinaldi could be an appeal to the penalty. Maybe they're hoping to try and win that back if he does get penalised. Well, he did get penalised, he got a drive-through. But maybe Rinaldi are looking to appeal. Francesco Lopez, meanwhile, embracing Uwe Lauer, who more than likely is going to be the inherited race winner here, one would suspect, but that's not confirmed yet. Marcus Gedlich there talking to Uwe. Marcus, of course, the man behind Gedlich Racing and the Winter Series. And he has been very proud of what we've had so far this weekend in terms of on-track action. And of course, we've got a full afternoon of it still to come. De Beermacher Racing greeting Uwe Lauer. Daniel Bergin there taking the pictures. And look at everyone in the team, very happy for Uwe Lauer. That was really good driving from Uwe, it must be said. He was showing his experience, showing his knowledge of the 488 GT3 with his performance in that race, and he is justifiably delighted with that result. And he needs to go to the weigh scales first, though, before he celebrates the win. You see the marshals having to sweep up some gravel. It must be said, a disproportionate amount of that gravel from Joachim Bolting's Porsche 992 Cup car. Bolting, though, did finish 9th place and will hopefully get to grips further with the 992 Cup car in the endurance race, and I think a lot of people hoping for slightly drier conditions in the endurance race as well. The forecast suggests they might be in luck. So then the race result, at least on a provisional basis, is Christian Hook across the line first, but again, he has a drive-through penalty that he did not serve. Uwe Lauer celebrating as if it's a race win, because we strongly suspect it is, in 2nd place. PTT Racing's Hubert Darmetko taking 3rd position overall and the Cup 2 win, ahead of Kenneth Heyer in the SR Motorsport Mercedes AMG GT3. 5th place, the number 20 car of Demir Hott. That is also, of course, 3rd place in Cup 2. Przemysław Biankowski, who also had a drive-through penalty that wasn't served. He finishes 7th provisionally, but that might not be the case once the drive-through penalties are turned into time penalties. Joachim Bolting in 9th position, then Thor Haugen, after his collision late on with the Lamborghini, finishes in 10th place. FK Performance's Louis Stern finishes in P11, and Adrian Lewandowski, the last of your finishers home, 12th overall for him. A turbulent race for the Lamborghini driver. So then sweeping ongoing from our marshals as the final race before lunch break is now completed. Over the course of lunch break, we'll of course be bringing you the podium ceremony from the GTWinterSeries race. We'll also be catching some news and views from down in pit lane over the course of lunch break. We are not going anywhere during the lunch break. Chris McCarthy isn't going anywhere because he has a driver to talk to. Let's go down to him now.
Thank you, Adam. Yes, just down here in the area here with Christian Hook. Christian, winner on track there with Rinaldi Racing. We're just talking about what it's like driving the Ferrari. Just repeat that for us. Tell us how it is driving the Ferrari out there.
So in my opinion, so Ferrari driving is, I drive since 15 years Ferrari. And so I drove also the GTE of Le Mans and the 488 and the 458. But this is a huge step, in my opinion, with this 296. It's an amazing car.
And we were talking as well about your time racing in Le Mans as well. I mean, it's been a while since you said you may have jumped in, but how is it being back out there?
In the 296?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's another word. So you have the ABS, you know, in the GTE, in the Le Mans cars, you don't have ABS. And so the aero is more stronger, but no, in my opinion, so I had fun. I had a lot of fun.
You've raced at the very top, as you said. You 24-hour Le Mans in 2021 and 2022. What's been your view of the GT/Winter Series so far?
So the Winter Series, I was surprised. So it's the first time, and I like this here. It's many spectators. So it drove also the ELMS, and we joked a little bit and said, hey, we have more spectators than in the ELMS. No, it's nice, really. It's nice. Good training.
A winner on track. Of course, we don't know what's going on with that penalty for the safety car, but nevertheless, winner on track. You must be delighted with that.
Yeah, I'm delighted. I'm very happy.
Good stuff. We'll see you on the podium. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good stuff. We're going to have a chat with Uwe Lauer as well, who was second on the road. Of course, we don't know what's happening with that investigation for overtaking the safety car. So, Uwe, second on the road. I mean, starting P9. That's
I think I won the race.
yeah.
Because,
Yeah. Well, that's what I'm saying. Second on the road, but that might change now. So you must be absolutely delighted.
Yeah. For me, it's not important the first place or second place. It was a very, very nice race. A hard race, a lot of yellow phases, yeah? But at the end, I'm absolutely lucky, and I have to congratulate my team. My team had a very nice job. They did a very nice job.
See, it became very clear when you got out of the car that you knew you pretty much got the win there. So how did it feel? How did it feel when that news came through to you that there was a penalty ahead of you and that you probably got the win?
Yeah. I think I won the race. My team told me it's on the monitor. It's a penalty from 35 seconds. Ich bin Erster. Woo!
That's what we love. We love the live reaction for it. I mean, absolutely fantastic celebrating with your team. Tell us a little bit how it was out there in those conditions. How was it driving out there in those conditions? Because it looked pretty tricky out there at times.
Yes, absolutely. It was the same like an ice field, huh? So you don't have to push too hard, because by these conditions you are in the green or in the gravel. So the race is finished. You have to move slowly.
Ready to go and celebrate on the podium? Huh? Ready for the podium now? Podium?
Yeah, yes.
Let's go.
They call me, huh?
Yeah, let's go. Let's go. Right, Adam, I think we have a bit of setting up to do down here, but I'm going to head back down to you. We're down here in pit lane getting ready to go. I'm going to head up to the podium with the drivers now. Now we know the correct order that they're going to go in. I'm going to hand back to you to maybe just do a little bit of resetting on that whilst we go and get ready for some celebrations.
Absolutely, Chris. I can confirm that in the last minute or so, the timing screen has shifted, and Uwe Lauer, as anticipated, is now shown at the top of the timing screen. So Uwe Lauer is indeed our race winner in the GT Winter Series Race 2, ahead of Hubert Darmetko and Kenneth Heyer, our overall top three. Now, Christian Hook, with his penalty applied, now finishes 9th in the race. And of course, Przemysław Bienkowski, who also had a drive-through penalty that wasn't served, he is now registered in 11th place. So what that will do in the championship as well is give full points to Uwe Lauer within the GT3 class. So that is going to be big news for him. And also, Christian Hook will finish 4th in GT3 with that penalty applied. So he's going to lose out quite a few points in that one. But nonetheless, he seemed genuinely happy with his drive and his experience so far in GT Winter Series, and he didn't seem to be at all aggrieved by the potential of losing that win. I think he understood maybe what happened there as he kind of overtook Uwe just before the start-finish line as we went back to green flag racing at the end of the safety car. So he's an experienced driver. He knows the rules, and he may well have realised that he infringed upon them. So he seemed fairly calm, and I'm sure we'll see him try and make amends along with Pierre Eret in the next little while in the Rinaldi Racing Ferrari 296 when they go racing for the 55-minute Enduro later on in the day. So then, confirmed then that Uwe Lauer has won the race. I'm very glad that that was confirmed, because of course I presumed the entire time, but that is always the protocol with drive-through penalties that aren't served. I was just hoping against hope that I was right, and Uwe Lauer is indeed the winner. De Beer Racing will be looking to build upon that, and of course Uwe looking strong in these wet conditions, and with Francesco Lopez in the back pocket as his pro driver for the endurance race, that could be quite the combination. It might not be the last time we see the black and green Ferrari 488 GT3 car on the top step today. We'll have to wait and see, though. The endurance race, quite another kettle of fish, of course. Pit stops to be considered. Pro drivers jumping in towards the end of the race. We know, for example, that Louis Stern has Bruno Spengler waiting in the wings. That's just one example. Damien Capitiano as well, with Thor Haugen in the Pellin Racing Ferrari. There's all sorts of very fast drivers. Matt Griffin, of course, as well in the 488 Challenge Evo, to name but a few of the smorgasbord of talent that we've got in the paddock here for the GTWinterSeries race. And hopefully we get a full quota of cars. We haven't seen much of Olymp so far this weekend. The car number 5, the 488 GT3 from Olymp Racing, was of course out there with Christian Korzynowski yesterday, but Stanislav Jedlinski elected not to take the start in this one. Karol Bash was also missing in the Audi R8, but hopefully we do get a full quota of cars in the endurance race. But nonetheless, on the evidence of the sprint races, we're in for a treat when the GTWinterSeries is back out there with the long distance race in a little while. The Circuito do Estoril has been providing us with thrills and spills aplenty so far this weekend, and it's provided us with a great crowd in attendance as well. As alluded to there by Christian Hook, we've got a great crowd in attendance, free admission to Estoril Circuit on this Winter Series weekend, and that element, free admission, goes for the entirety of the Winter Series calendar in 2024. So make sure you make your way down to the racetrack if you live nearby any of our destinations, because you will surely be in for a treat if you come and watch some Winter Series action. Of course, next weekend we are at Portimao, and as you heard from a few drivers already, they're all kind of itching, chomping at the bit to head to Portimao, but everybody loving Estoril as well. I dare say a few drivers loving Estoril more on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, when GEDLICH testing was ongoing and the conditions were dry. Quite the challenge in the wet weather. But drivers handling it well for the most part, and again, very impressed with Uwe Lauer. He was really on it in these treacherous conditions, and ends up taking the checkered flag. No doubt Francesco Lopez very proud of his bronze driver. And we'll see how Lopez and Lauer do later on when they go racing. Chris McCarthy and the GEDLICH team currently working on herding their drivers towards the podium, and we'll no doubt see them up there in just a couple of minutes. The celebrations will be ongoing, and after that I believe myself and Chris will be doing something of a pit walk, chatting to some personalities in the paddock, and that will be great fun as well. But now the celebrations can begin. The podium with Chris McCarthy.
Welcome everyone down to the podium then. We are going to be celebrating the GTWinterSeries second sprint race here for the first round at Estoril. What a fantastic second race. That was great entertainment put on in very tricky conditions. Hope you guys down there in pit lane enjoyed it. I hope you guys up there in the crowd enjoyed it. I know plenty of people down here. Oh wow, we did enjoy our friend from yesterday, hello. I expect that to be blown plenty of times as the drivers are coming out. Okay, now you've done that, it has to go off every time drivers go out. Can we have an agreement there? Yes, thank you. Okay, let's start with the GT3 class. Then we're going to get out the top 3 in GT3 overall. Very close racing throughout. Third place in GT3. Give him a round of applause. Pelin Racing, Tor Haugen. Come on. Yes, there we go. Finishing in second place for SR Motorsport, number 11, Kenneth Heyer. And our winner, of course, he found out he was winner coming in to the pits at the end of the clean race and a great drive. Number 72, Uwe Lauer. Well done, Uwe. Let's get the GEDLICH Racing guys to come out and present the trophies now, and then we're going to have a chat to our top 3. We're going to get some photos taken. Danny's going to swing round and get the photos. Let's get you all on the top step. Get nice and close, guys. We'll get all our pictures taken, and then I'm going to come up and have a chat to our top 3 as well. Get back on our steps, guys. I'm just going to come and chat to Uwe again very quick. Oh, Uwe, you look very, very happy to take the win there. And plenty of people down here supporting as well. I mean, how does it feel to take the win?
I win the race, and that's the important thing. And also my team, I love my team. There's great guys over there. You see them. They are also luckier like me. Thank you.
Are we going to add to it later on now?
Yes, later. Later you can me still viele answers, great questions.
Good stuff. Second place, Kenneth Heyer. Kenneth, great drive, second place, a podium in the back.
Yeah, I put him in the back, but after the third safety car, I did not bring the temperature in the tires, so I was fighting towards rail for the last 2 corners, but it was not possible to hold them.
A few safety cars throughout the race as well, made it a bit of a tricky one.
Yeah, it was a very tricky race, too much incidents at the end for sure, but the track is amazing in red or in dry conditions. It makes so much fun. It was pure fun today.
But nevertheless, good points for the championship.
Yeah, good points for the championship, that's true.
Well done to Kenneth, and a very quick chat to Tor. Don't run off. Tor, we'll come and chat to you next. Yes. Podium, great stuff.
Thank you
great to get a podium trophy. Good way to start the season.
Yeah, it's fantastic. The team at Pelin was amazing. And crazy race, right? Up, down, safety cars, some tours of the track unintentionally, and but otherwise was fantastic. Good racing, good racing.
I mean, mentally, how hard is it to stay focused during a race like that?
It is hard because you sort of relax the safety car, and to save your energy, but then also you have to instantaneously get back up to race pace.
Look very, very tricky, but you guys put on a great show. Give them one more round of applause, our top 3. Let's make some noise. There we go. Great stuff. Your top 3 in the GT3 class for the second sprint race. Well done, guys. We will see you later on, I'm sure. Right, let's go to Cup 2 next, finishing in third place in the Cup 2 class, the number 7 war, number 741, Igor Klaya. Igor for the PTT team. These, of course, the Porsches that we had out there, the brilliant Porsche GT3 class. Love the sound of these ones. Second place, the number 20 for lap time performance, Damir Hot. Come on, Damir. Give him a round of applause as he comes out. Well done, Damir. And then our winner for PTT, 2 cars on the podium. What a fantastic job from them in this second race, taking the win in Cup 2 for race number 2, Hubert Demetko. He's been putting in a fantastic performance so far this weekend. Where he's driving, I'm sure we will see him on the podium again later. GEDLICH Racing coming out to present the trophies. And Danny's going to come out to take some pictures as well. Well done, guys. Let's get some pictures. Let's get you all up on the top step of the podium. Get your caps on for us as well, guys. They are there to be worn. I know they're going to ruin your hairstyle, Hubert, but come on. Let's get them on. Emilio can help with that, I'm sure. Yeah. All right, here we go. Hold the trophies up for us as well, guys. There we go. Okay, I'm going to come up and speak to our class winner, Hubert. Plenty of, yeah, we're going to come and speak to you, Hubert. Fantastic performance out there from your point of view. Just talk us a little bit through the race and where you think you got that one won.
Sorry, can you repeat?
I tell you what, tell us how it feels, because it looks like it was a lot on you in that race.
Yes, that was a lot, but the key point is to stay calm on the first lap, because that's the race forms, and I did a good job with my head today, and it helped me to stay in the line. So, yeah, but again, very tough conditions, very tough.
And obviously you had to do a reset as well. I mean, how difficult was that, having to come back in and just reset and get back out there again? A lot of support from the team, I imagine.
Yes, of course, but my team is the best. Also, my teammate Igor, yeah, they helped me a lot. Also, my coach, engineer, yeah, thank you.
Good stuff. Let's give them all a round of applause. They are your top three in Cup 2. Well done, guys, as they leave the podium. Well done to all of them. Okay, now we're going to now we're going to get our top winners out, shall I say, in Cup 1 and Cup 4. So let's start with our winner in the Cup 4. We've seen him out here on the podium already. He was the overall winner yesterday. Here he comes out onto the podium. Adrian Lewandowski. In fact, is he not here? It was his father, actually, wasn't it, who won yesterday? Adrian Lewandowski, not here, unfortunately, but both of them are going to be out yesterday. His father having a fantastic performance yesterday. Let's see how they do later. The GT3 Poland team and our Cup 1 winners was AF Corsa, John Dillon. We've had John out here already. Here he comes again. Well done to John. Can we have a round of applause for John Dillon, please? You can go on the top step because you are the winner. And let's get the trophy presented, please. Danny's going to come in. Well done. Let's have a chat, John. Let's have a chat. I mean, how are the conditions today in comparison to yesterday for those watching on the stream at home?
When we started the race, I was looking around and it was a lot more greasy. It wasn't as wet as yesterday. So actually the conditions were slightly better. The start wasn't good, as we know. I got up to third, and I think I had less grip today for some reason. I think the reason may have been I got tagged at the start, and I think the front of the car, the toe, slightly went out. So I pushed hard in the race. Obviously we had a couple of safety cars. And I think I just then dialed in to keep it smooth, keep it on the track and just bring it home, because every time I pushed, I just couldn't get what I needed to get out of the car.
Expectations going into later now?
Yeah, I think it's going to be good. I've got a very good coach, Matt Griffin. My team is exceptional, AF Corsa. My engineer, Christoph, my mechanic, Franco. I think we're going to do well in this endurance race.
Yeah, it must be great working with the AF Corsa team. Of course, everyone will know them from doing great things in things like 24 Hour Le Mans. You must feel in a great place working with them.
Oh, brilliant place. They can just turn things on, when you're feeling down the odd day. They give you a pep talk and it just brings you back.
Look forward to seeing what you can do later and in the series in general. Thank you very much. Well done for today as well. Cup 1 winner there, John Dillon. Congratulations. I think we're going to hand back up to, thank you very much, guys. I hope you guys enjoyed that one. We'll leave you to enjoy the pit lane. I think I'm going to stand on the top step. Do you want to get on as well? Johnny, come on the top step. There we go. You can get on. I'll tell you what, I'll stand on the third step. How about that? We're going to, I think, hand back up to Adam Weller now, and then me and Johnny are going to run down to the pit lane. I can see Ryan is down there looking at me, and hopefully we're going to go and speak to some drivers, maybe some of the people in pit lane, have a look at some of the cars up nice and close as well. But in the meantime, we're going to hand back to Adam Weller in commentary.
So then the GT Winter Series race number 2 is in the books. And take a deep breath, because what a race that was. And so then we still have a packed afternoon. We're not quite able to do as much pit walking as we were hoping to do during the lunch break, because of course there's less of it with some of the delays that we've had. Our next race scheduled for a little over half an hour, the GT4 Winter Series. But we will get some reaction down in pit and paddock and hear from some of the personalities in this GT Winter Series paddock over the next few moments before we go back to racing in a little while. In the meantime, let's catch up with one of the team bosses, who is also one of the drivers for NM Racing Team. I am, of course, talking about Nil Montserrat. Let's go down to him and hear what he's making of Estoril and the GT4 Winter Series. So then, here in the GT4 Winter Series, sometimes the boss man is also the driver, and that's exactly what we've got here with Nil Montserrat for the NM Racing Team Mercedes crew. Obviously, this is a familiar driver pairing now, but almost unfamiliar for you to be in a car again, because until last year, you'd kind of retired, hadn't you?
Yeah, it was 8 years without driving, so last year I did the comeback. Only for a few races on GT4 supercars. Was very good, very nice to come back. After 8 years without driving was not easy, but good. Also the AMG GT4 is a great car, so enjoying it a lot.
And obviously, I think you've done a few laps of this circuit before here at Estoril. Where does this track rank for you in terms of places you like to drive?
Oh, Estoril, I really like it a lot, and much more with the third sector like we have now with the chicane. I love it. It's much more interesting, and it's one of my favorite circuits because I also raced here in Formula 3 a lot of years ago, 2002. So yeah, but yeah, I love Estoril. It's very nice. The weather is always nice. It looks rain tomorrow, but at the moment it's looking very good. I'm here to help as much as possible to Alberto de Martin. He's our amateur driver, which is improving a lot. We are working hard on his performance. My performance is not important. I'm doing little laps only to validate the setup and help Alberto to have references laps. But the most important is to have Alberto driving a lot and helping him. For this reason, I come back racing to race with my friend Alberto.
And obviously, as you said, you have that single-seater experience. I know that driving a single-seater race car, or indeed a prototype, is a lot different than a production-based car like a GT. If you had to pick one, if we had your Formula 3 car here alongside the GT4, which one do you think you'd want to take for a spin?
For sure, the Formula 3. I mean, the open wheel, the Formula driving is always amazing. I really love and enjoy the downforce. It's one of my best years on the racing, when I raced Formula 3, when I raced LMP2 in European Le Mans Series. That was amazing. Now I have the downgrade to bronze. For the reason I am also coming back to racing and yeah, enjoying and helping my friend Alberto.
And last question, obviously we've got a great calendar here with the GT4 Winter Series. Of the circuits on the calendar, which is your favourite?
I should say Barcelona, our home track, yeah. But it's Portimao.
There you go.
Yeah, Portimao is roller coaster, up and down, blind brakings, it's amazing. So Portimao is my favorite for sure. Yeah. We are really enjoying to being in the Winter Series. Good of quality track time, and it's the best pre-season possible. When I've seen the calendar, get in contact and sign up straight away with our amateur drivers, Max Huber and Alberto. Is the best pre-season possible to be here doing Winter Series.
Well, there you go. I think with that judgment for Portimao, I'm going to say it's 1-0 Portugal, but there we go. Thank you, Nil, and good luck this weekend.
Thank you very much.
Cheers.
Thank you for that, Adam Weller. Some great content being delivered from him, which we recorded a little earlier this week. Now, I'm down in the pit lane with a man we spoke to earlier after a fantastic win, Danny Sufi, down here at Conrad Motorsport. Danny, thank you very much for catching up with us. Just tell us a little bit about, we were speaking about it just then, a bit about your background and what's led you to racing here in the Prototype Winter Series.
Yeah, I have a kind of a different, unique path to prototype racing, but back in the States, I raced Spec Miata or Spec MX-5 for a few years. Won a few championships there, but you know, motorsport is an expensive sport, so kind of reached my limit there. And I switched to drifting for a couple years, and I did that, but you know, I had so much fun doing it, but ultimately I realized I belong in a race car. So summer of 2022, I shipped myself over to Europe in search of a drive, and actually met Franz, the first race I went to, which was Prototype Cup at Nürburgring. And yeah, he was like, hey, we're testing next week. Why don't you come out? Let's see how you do. And performed pretty well. So kind of turned into me doing a couple races, and then now driving for him full time.
How has this journey been so far, racing with Franz?
Man, if you told me 2 years ago that I'd be doing this, I wouldn't believe you. So it's quite special. I'm extremely grateful for the opportunity that's been given to me. So yeah, it's been fun. It's been crazy, learning along the way, and yeah.
I'm sure this is just the start of an exciting season for you and the exciting journey as well. I'm sure a lot of the people down this pit lane and in this crowd have come to see these LMP3 cars. Would you mind just taking us round the LMP3 car, maybe showing us inside the cockpit, because when you look at them, they're very, very exciting things. So let's, Johnny, you can come in and have a look. Maybe show us a little bit about what it's like inside.
Yeah, so I mean, it looks a little bit intimidating with all the buttons and stuff, but it's it's quite simple. Pretty much everything that's within that's important is within reach with your fingers, and then anything else that's not as important is on that side panel over there. The two main toggle switches in the middle is one for throttle map, the other one is for traction control. And generally, we run throttle map 1 and then TC off. It's usually the quickest. And then we've got our flash button on the top right, then pit limiter, start button, and on the left side, radio page, so we can scroll through the pages, look at different information, and then lastly, a neutral button. Off to the left, we have just all of our auxiliary buttons, so lights, rain light, anything else that not super important. But yeah, it's very quite special car. Like it's almost like a formula car position mixed with a GT. So we're laying down quite a bit, and as you can see, like it's, our legs go way higher. But yeah, it's quite tight in there, but you can see a little bit.
Yeah, and the view you get, I guess, from there, it's in terms of your references, you don't really see a huge amount. I guess it is like a single-seater, isn't it?
For sure, absolutely. I mean, my first race, which was in a different chassis, like you could really only see forwards, and the side mirrors didn't work as good. With the Ligier, the side mirrors are way better, so you can see quite a bit more. Up top, we also have like a camera with the rear view, so we have that's all the way up there. You might not be able to see it, but it's
that's just over to the far left. You might be able to see. That's it. If you have a look. If you have a look there, you can see that's the camera in the middle, isn't it?
Yeah, so that's our that screen up there kind of gives us a full view behind us. So it's quite nice, especially in dry conditions. If you're going into a braking zone, you can see when someone's diving a certain way. So yeah, that's quite a bit of a nice aid.
That's absolutely fantastic stuff. And yeah, I mean, I guess it is a little bit like the single seater. What about when it rains? How's the visibility then?
Far worse, far worse. I mean, even seeing in front of you is quite bad. With these aero cars, they have such a great vacuum, so they throw so much water, what we call spray. So the spray is quite bad, especially when the conditions are this tricky. That's just something you kind of have to manage and use other reference points. So most of the time, you're looking with your peripherals out the side and just looking for references to gauge where you are.
And Franz is, I understand, Franz is here, isn't he? Would you mind introducing us to Franz, Conrad, very, very quickly? I mean, as someone I'm lucky enough to commentate on Le Mans, so I've always wanted to personally meet Franz, and I'm sure people at home would love to meet him as well. Thank you very much, Danny, as well. Franz, lovely to thank you very much, Danny Sufi, as well. Congratulations. Franz, great to meet you. Would you mind just have a couple of questions, if you wouldn't mind? It's great to meet you, first of all, and fantastic job you're doing with the team. How impressed have you been with what you've seen of Danny Sufi so far this weekend?
Yeah, it was a bad day, the first race, and the problem is he's a young kid and he wants to win the race in the first lap. So this is the problem, and that I must learn a lot more. Yeah, it was a shame. We work hard. Yeah, we get the car good running. So it's the first time, normally, or the second time we run with the Lishi. And it's a different car, like the Ginetta. Yeah, we improve a lot. And yeah, yesterday was a bad situation, big damage. All boys work very hard. We stripped down the spare car. We had not enough spares. And today he win the race, so it's okay. So the minus, he get back to the plus in a moment, or on zero, let's say, and then we see.
And you've worked with some fantastic drivers over the years, been on the podium yourself at Le Mans. How is it working with some of the younger drivers now, like Danny?
Yeah, very hard time. It's not so easy. They not listen so much. This is the problem.
What about the Estoril circuit? Is it one you enjoy coming to?
Oh, fantastic. I like them. I won a couple of races here in the old days with the GD, with the Porsches. We've been here with the first LMP3 when we bought one, I think was in 21 with the Ginetta. I did the race here by myself. I like it. The circuit is fantastic. It's a shame they don't do more races here.
Was that the 962 Porsche that you, which Porsche was that you were here with? Was that the 962 at all, or was that a different Porsche?
In the 80s, I think. Yeah, long time ago.
I think I remember you did actually have that one as well. Are you going to be racing the series at all yourself this year? I know you were down at one point to race this weekend. Are you going to get in yourself at all with Danny?
Yeah, I normally would race here, and I have a problem with my leg. I broke my leg a couple of months ago, and now get a small problem again 3 days ago. And yeah, we fix it, and the doctors say don't work so hard, then it's a problem. And then I jump out, and let's see, maybe I will never say no. I will go back. I like the cars.
But you can't leave once you're involved, can you?
Exactly.
It's fantastic. Thank you very much for taking the time to speak to us, Franz. We'll let you crack on. Absolute legend of the sport. Stood on the podium at the 24-hour of Le Mans. Thank you very much to Danny Sufi as well. Really appreciate it. That was a fantastic insight. Best of luck for the season as well. That was really, really great. Thank you to both of them. Now, that was a really great insight. I don't know if Adam Weller's going to be down to join us. I'll hear it in my ear. But I do know Adam was maybe going to come down and join us at some point, but we are on a slight delay because of that red flag we had earlier. So this meant that this feature, in terms of us going down the pit lane, is slightly running behind. As you can see, the pit lane is now closing up, and Johnny, down the end, you'll see cars are actually starting to line up. One of the drivers we actually have here this weekend is FIA Formula 3 driver Roberto Faria. Raced in the series last year with PHM Racing by Charouz. We spoke to him on the grid earlier, but a little earlier this week. Adam Weller spoke to him. So before we get into the next race, let's go and hear what he had to say when he caught up with our commentator, Adam Weller.
Very excited to be joined here by Roberto Faria, a name you probably know from the world of single-seater racing, but this weekend he has a roof over his head. Roberto, I know this isn't your first time in a GT car, but how are you finding the experience moving over to tin tops?
Yeah, it's very different. Everything from braking, all the car feels soft and moving right now, and everything that's going on. And also, that's my first time in this track with this configuration. Yeah. Today is my first time driving in the Aston. So last year I did one race with the Mercedes, and then we had problems. We couldn't do a second race. So I learned a bit, but let's see how we do this weekend. The level is quite high, so I'm quite excited to join the race.
And so your recent experience in GT cars, is this a clue to people as to kind of what you're doing next, or will we see you in a single-seater again?
Yeah, it's probably single-seaters. It's like the path is really hard, and let's say the budget is not that stretched to continue single-seaters. So we hope to move for Aston, but I have good news to come to this year, so we still have some announcements to make. So I think it's going to be exciting.
Okay, very good. And obviously, as a young driver, I imagine you look at the current scene at Le Mans, in the World Endurance Championship, GT World Challenge. There's a lot of opportunity there, isn't it, for a young professional driver in GTs or in hypercars?
Yes, now the whole world of racing is getting bigger and bigger, more fans are watching. So there are many opportunities. And yeah, I just hope to make maybe one day be a professional in Le Mans, let's see. But yeah, there are many opportunities, and yeah, let's see how we go this year, my first year in GTs. And it's quite exciting. The race is way easier to follow because we don't have as much dirt air as the single-seaters. So the racing is a bit more close. But yeah, let's see how it's gonna be.
And obviously, Formula 3 and championships like that tend to stick to circuits that are on the F1 calendar. Looking at the circuits in Europe, I know you're based in the UK. Which circuits in Europe are you most excited to try that you haven't got the chance to yet?
I mean, there are like so many. Even Le Mans, I've never been there because I've raced testing Paul Ricard, but never raced in Le Mans, and I think it's a really cool track to race on. So yeah, that one I'm excited to.
Okay, well that is one of the best options he could probably choose. We're delighted to have Roberto with us. Keep an eye on the Racar Motorsport Aston Martins in the GT4s.
So we're just building up to the last of the GT4 Winter Series races, the endurance race. One of the drivers you're going to see out in that is the man to my left, Tom Leben. Teammate Zach Meekin, I assume, will be starting the race then. Tom, you'll know if you're a single-seater fan, raced in the Formula Regional European Championship by Alpine last year, raced in GB3 before that with your team, Elite Motorsport. So good to be back with them, as you said on the podium earlier. How is it being back with the team?
Yeah, it's good, really enjoying it. Obviously getting back in the groove, it's always difficult when you change team, but yeah, as a general, it's been pretty good so far.
And a new circuit for you, Estoril. I mean, it's not really one that single-seaters come to too much, to be fair.
Yeah, I've been here once before in a test in 2021 in a single-seater, so it's completely different. It wasn't wet, it was dry. Whether it helps a bit, maybe, but I'd be surprised.
Talk us a little bit around the circuit. Which parts do you enjoy the most?
Myself, I like the last sector with the twisty chicane. Our car seems to suit that sector as well, definitely. But general tracks in Europe are always mega.
Quickly, rain's not coming down now anymore. What do we think for this race now? Do we think it's going to dry up during this race? You know, conditions out there, it is still wet looking down on pit lane, but do we think tyre changes could happen in this one?
It's difficult because with a tyre change, we can't do it in our mandatory pit stop. So if you start on wets and it doesn't rain, there's not going to be much left of them at the end. So I think there'll be a 50-50 split with slicks and hope it doesn't rain, and wets and hope it does, really.
Have you made your minds up yet?
No comment.
I think this makes this grid walk even more interesting. And Adam, I promise you, I'll be looking at all the tyres as we go out. I'm going to ask him as we go back to you now.
Thank you very much, Chris. Amusing. No comment. Always wheel that one out when it always fails. Tom Leben there talking to Chris McCarthy then. The GT4 Winter Series then is rapidly becoming our focus as we go into the afternoon and the final 3 races of our weekend. So then, the Circuito Estoril, still missing those mountains, of course, in the back of shot, which, again, always implies that there is still weather in the vicinity. So we do have to be aware of that. As Chris was alluding to, it could become dry. And, well, we'll see if it does become dry. Will we see slicks in this race? I don't think we'll see them off the start. But there's only one way to find out what happens next, and that's by going racing. The GT4 Winter Series is coming up now. So then an hour-long endurance race for the GT4 Winter Series. It's going to be a deeply compelling race. We've seen some of the best racing of the weekend thus far from the two sprints in the GT4 classes. And we'll have to see how this one goes. There is obviously the added dynamic now of the Pro-Am cars actually kind of showing their Pro-Am nature. You will, of course, have some drivers quicker than others, the likes of Neil Montserrat, who we spoke to a few moments ago, or at least we showed you us speaking to him a few moments ago. He is a very fast driver and a driver with a lot of experience here at the Circuito Estoril. So, for instance, once he's in the car, we can expect it to go a little bit faster than it would with Alberto Di Martin, his teammate at the wheel. A strong entry list for the first ever GT4 Winter Series weekend. Of course, 15 cars taking the start, and we've had lots of excitement thus far. And it is once again going to be the Resoon 77 Porsche that starts this one from pole position. So Leo Pichler's qualifying efforts coming up trumps once again, but of course that is a Pro-Am entry. He is scheduled to pass the car over to Andreas Höfler in this race. Again, looking at the lay of the land here into turn one, I would be incredibly surprised if anybody looks at that and says, yes, slicks. But in half an hour, maybe a little bit more when the pit window is open, I could maybe see it drying out enough if the weather stays away from us. That is a very interesting talking point. We'll see if anyone has been brave enough to bolt slicks onto it. I somehow doubt it, but Chris McCarthy will be keeping his eye on proceedings. He's on the grid.
Welcome down to the grid. We're getting ready to go for the first GT4 Winter Series endurance race, the first one ever. First of all, we wanted to give you a look down at what the drivers are going to be facing as they roll down towards turn one here at the Estoril circuit. Don't be shy to get down. Johnny, you can see that's the view the pole sitter is going to be looking at as he goes down towards the first corner. You can see fairly blind as they go down towards the braking zone, but then all of a sudden the gravel trap is facing you. If you go too late on the brakes, slightly too deep, you'll find yourself in the gravel trap, and the next hour of your race will be gone. But you can see just how tight the apex is. The corner comes straight back at you, so that's why it is a corner where you can make some places if you are brave enough, but a tight entry into there. You cannot see the apex at all from this angle, so that is a look, and you can just see the elevation from here. So great to get a look at that. Big thanks to Johnny behind the camera for getting down and showing us that one. Right, let's go and speak to some drivers. It's Resoon More Than Racing who are going to be on pole position for this one. Let's get in and speak to some drivers. I'm going to see if I can jump in and have a chat to our driver on pole position. Pole position for this one, is it Andreas or is it Leo? Leo's going to be on pole position. Leo, well, we spoke to you earlier after a very good race. Confident we can follow that up now?
Yeah, hopefully this race will end the same as the other one. We will give everything, and let's see.
Well, conditions, obviously, it's not raining now. Do we think that's going to change how you approach this?
Yeah, I think there will no rain coming, but we will go on rain tires because the track is still wet.
Still wet around there. Now you've had a look on the outlap?
Yeah, on the outlap there was a little bit spray as well, so we will stay on the rain tires.
Thank you very much for the insight, Leo. So they're on wet tyres. Let's go around here. Johnny, come around here. You can see Elite Motorsport are on the slick tyres, so you can have a look there. So that's going to be a really interesting strategy. We're going to see if we can speak to Zach Meek, and if he opens up the door for us, that would be really, thank you very much, Jody. Okay, let's have a chat to Zach. So Zach, a man alongside you on wet tyres, you're on slick tyres. How's it feeling out there?
Well, it's going to be quite interesting, so just see how everything progresses, and hopefully we can survive until the slicks come on, and then we'll be off.
Is it just going to be a case of, as we were hearing to you, building tyre temperature, being patient, might drop back some places, but going to come to you later on? It's a long race.
Yeah, well, it's an endurance race. Anything can happen over the hour, and as I've done from British GT, anything can change. All the track conditions can change. This basically is like Alton Park, the first round. where the Mustangs made a good call and weighed slicks and they ended up winning. So let's hope we can reenact that.
This is when being a British racing driver is pretty good.
Yeah, it is. We love the wet.
Good stuff. And when you have two British drivers, it is even better. Right, let's have a walk down. We'll exit at the back. So we've got two more British drivers here because we want to just look at tyres now. We don't have time to speak to more drivers. Wet and wet there, Adam Weller. We're going to have two more wet tyres here after this. So we've got wet tyres on the third row as well. I think it's only going to be Elite Motorsport, Adam, who are going to be on the slick tyres. That's a brave choice by them. We're all wets here for 110 and 110 on row number 4. Let's have a look on row number 5. Wet tyres across there for the number 5 as well, also for the 85 as well. What about as we get down to row number 6? We've got 15 and 99. Wet tyres there as well, and let's have a look at the back row. This is a good place to take a gamble. Wet tyres there as well. So Elite Motorsport, British team with two British drivers on the front. Tom Levin and Zach Meakin, they've gambled on slick tyres. Adam, that's going to make this one very, very interesting. We're going to take a very quick ad break and then we're going to go up to you. I'm sure he's very excited for this one, as am I. I'm sure you are at home as well. Let's go racing.
So then we look up the hill from turn 1 to see a full field of GT4 cars awaiting the chance to go racing. It'll be 1 hour of racing with a pit stop window in the middle, minute 25 to 35 here in the GT4 Winter Series. It's Leo Pichler starting on pole position in the number 77 car. Alongside him will be Zach Meakin in the 78 Elite Motorsport car, and as we heard, that McLaren, it's on slicks. Interesting. Schnitzelam Racing's Jamor Hartling is next, the number 11 car, starting from row 2 of the grid. Row 2 alongside Mikey Porter. Mikey Porter for Fassetti Motorsport, looking to maybe try and get race win number 2 in the team's very short racing history. 5th place is Matthew Martins in the Hakar Motorsport number 9 car. So Matthew Martins is starting that car. He'll of course hand over to former F3 ace Roberto Faria. Next up, the number 24 Pro-Am car. This is of course Ivan Ekelchik taking the start for Vimmer's Motorsport, and we understand it is going to be Igor Kitchen who takes over, although I do have it the other way on my documentation, so we'll see what happens there. Row 4 of the grid, Enrico Förderer and Mikael Sander. They are both in the Cayman Trophy class, not quite GT4 spec, but pretty close. Luis Liberal, the first of the AM cars, the BMW M4 GT4 from the Speedy Motorsport stable. It was very speedy, an AM win earlier on in the day. Charles Dawson to start the CV Performance number 85 Mercedes AMG from P10. Alberto Martin is next in P11 alongside the East Racing Motorsport number 99 Porsche Cayman. That to be started by Jan-Nicholas Sommershoff. Hand over to Florian Bauer. The number 10 car is next, Max Huber at the wheel for NM Racing Team. Richard Wolff alongside him in the 81 Razoon BMW, although I think it might actually be under Erdem at the wheel. May have switched around since the documentation came out. Pierre Lemaire is next, the 823 car from Teichmann Racing to round out our top 15. Our 15 cars taking the start of this race. It's an hour-long enduro for the GT4 Winter Series. No pit handicaps or anything crazy like that in this one. It's a straightforward race with a pit stop in the middle, and that means that we are going to have a very compelling situation with fast drivers jumping in and out, with young pros combining to try and take the win over the course of this hour. I expect this to be one of the races of the weekend. I also expect this to be a double safety car, as has been the case, 2 laps under the safety car before we go racing, but we will see whether that is the case in the next few moments. but it will be 1 hour of racing. And isn't it interesting that this Elite Motorsport McLaren's on slicks? You see him, I think, just testing the limits of the grip at the moment. Zach Meakin getting a feel for the car as it twitches around underneath him. And now the question is, does that McLaren peel off to go switch tyres? No. So they're sticking resolutely with their decision to jump onto the slicks, which is bold, which is brave, which is admirable, it must be said. That is really interesting, sticking to their guns here, and it could well pay off, because with every passing minute at the moment, it is getting drier out there on the circuit. I don't doubt that this circuit is going to be good for slicks as long as it doesn't rain again before the end of the race. I'm just not convinced that it's good for slicks right now, but if he can keep the car on the island, then sure, very well could be the way to go, slick tyres. Now, you heard Tom LeBon saying earlier on that you can't get these tyres changed within the pit window time, and you might be thinking to yourself, well, why is that? I see GT3 teams changing tyres all the time. Well, that's just it. The GT4 cars are inherently slower to change their tyres. GT3 cars have centre lock wheels. There's one big stud in the middle of the tyre, which means you just get the wheel gun on, one fell swoop, the tyre is off. However, with these cars, they are 5 studs, 5 stud tyres, so that means, or 5 stud wheels, that means that it takes a lot longer to get them off the car. These teams not necessarily equipped for tyre changes here either, so this is the situation that they're in. If they do have to change tyres during this race, it is going to be a lengthy process. So that's why the teams want to avoid it if they can. So maybe Elite Motorsport are taking the bitter pill now of being on what may be the wrong tyre, in order to not have to change tyres at the stop if it stays dry. That might be the thinking, because certainly as you see the spray coming off the cars, it's not dry tyre weather right now, but it could well be later on. And teams that change onto slicks from the wets, and that's everybody else, would lose a lot of time if it does indeed dry out. So I think that's Elite Motorsport's strategy. Incidentally, the minimum pit stop here, it's dependent on the length of the pit lane, the length of the mandatory stop. Here at the Circuito de Estoril, the pit stop is 86 seconds, so it's an 86-second mandatory pit stop. That is timed from pit in to pit out, so 86 seconds from in to out of the pit lane. So not too long, again, probably not long enough to change 4 tyres on a GT4 car. So I think that's Elite Motorsport's thinking. Let's see what happens then, because we are going to go racing now for 1 hour. It is Leo Pichler who will be starting the Rezoon Racing number 77. Alongside him will be Zach Meakin in the slick-shod McLaren Artura GT4. Behind them, the Schnitzelalm Racing number 11 car of J-Mo Hartling, and for Forseti Motorsports, Mikey Porter. Although Mikey Porter scheduled to be after Jamie Day. We'll see who's driving that car. We're on board with the number 9, Matthew Martins, as we go racing for 1 hour in the GT4 Winter Series. It's Leo Pichler that goes defensive to the inside line. Zach Meakin exactly where he doesn't need to be on the slick tyres, in amongst the cars in the wet. He needs to try and keep the traction, and look at that start from the Forseti Motorsport team. Mikey Porter, I believe it is, although my documentation suggests Jamie Day. Whoever it is at the wheel, it is a very good start for Forseti Motorsport. Now, these teams do have to declare their starting driver before they get into this race, and I have it down as Jamie Day from the officials. So we'll have to see whether it is Mikey or Jamie, but whoever it is that took the start, they absolutely aced it at Forseti Motorsport, because it is a race lead now for for Forseti Motorsport, the number 19 car that of course took the first ever win in the first ever race for the team earlier on in the weekend. Leo Pichler knocking on the door. The Elite Motorsport McLaren has basically fallen to the very rear of the field. Look at Mathieu Martens fighting hard with the steering wheel of the number 9 Racar Motorsport Aston Martin. He's watching as they dip down into turn 7 for the first time in this race, giving Aurela's Apex a very wide berth indeed. All of these cars very tricky in these cold tyres, wet weather conditions. It's hard going at the moment for all of these competitors. The top 4 going through Gancho this time, and it is the number 19 Forseti car that leads the way. The Forseti Motorsport team will be cheering on. Of course, it was Jamie Day that took the win for Forseti in race 1 of the GT4 Winter Series this weekend. And now Leo Pichler is all over the back of the Forseti machine, side by side as they run down the straight, and it is Jamie Day at the wheel as anticipated. So Jamie Day now losing out to Leo Pichler. Pichler through into the lead, or is he? Because Jamie Day has the traction on the outside line. Jamie Day retains the lead. So Forseti Motorsport will be cheering their man on. Jamie Day, who started from the second row of the grid, managed to scythe up to the lead early doors and is doing a very, very good job indeed of piloting this Aston Martin Vantage GT4, a car he is very familiar with indeed. You'll be unsurprised to hear that Tom Leben is at the very back of the order in the McLaren Artura. The safety car has come out. The safety car has come out. I'm not sure quite why. Although Ivan Ekelchik, yes, it's Ivan Ekelchik. Unfortunately, the 24 car is stopped. This is at the exit of turn 4 Curva VIP, and you can see that the grass has been churned up there as he has found the inside of the corner. In a spin then on the first lap, unfortunately, is... well, who was it supposed to be? Ivan Ekelchik, and I'm pretty sure that was him in the car. The timing screens say Igor Kichin, but I think it may well have been the other driver, Ivan Ekelchik at the wheel, but I'm not sure. Nonetheless, we can say with certainty that that car is the cause of the safety car. In fact, it will be Igor Kichin at the wheel. So it was Igor Kichin, I think, who was on board there. Igor Kichin, in his first weekend of racing ever in a car, he is a karting graduate who's done some F4 testing, and when I say some, I mean 2 days. And he's come into GT4 this weekend and obviously struggled a little bit there in the early going. Now, if this does benefit anyone, it would be Elite Motorsport, because again, if their long game strategy is to be on slicks when it is time for slicks, well, at the moment, they're not losing time to the field around them. So this could be a great opportunity now for Zach Meekin and Elite Motorsport to not lose time while they are on the slick tyres. Again, it is right on that bubble at the moment. I think T-minus 15 minutes of dry weather and cars circulating, and this might well be a circuit just about ready for some to try slicks and succeed at going faster. Right now, those that are on slicks, and there's only one on slicks, are struggling. That, of course, being the McLaren Artura of Zach Meekin, who dropped from second to last on that first lap. But I do think it could pendulum swing in their favour before the end of this race. You saw there the number 24 car then being pulled in, unfortunately. We won't get any more pictures from that onboard within this race, unfortunately. But Vimavert Motorsport will rally and come back again in the next event at Portimao in a week's time. Great to have, I think, a drone shot. Nice to have the drone up there now that the weather is improving, and you can see the evidence of exactly what happened clear as day when you have wet grass. Safety car is in this lap, so safety car in this lap, and that means that we will go racing again very, very soon indeed. So then, let's see how that McLaren does. That's really the story of the race right now. What is Zach Meekin's fortune going to be under racing conditions on these slick tyres? The moment he starts lapping quicker, the fingernails will be bitten across the rest of the paddock as they try to figure out their next move. If he starts going quicker than the wet shod cars, then it's going to be all systems go, all stations panic in the pit lane. Jamie Day it is then in the lead of the race for Forseti Motorsport for the second time this weekend. The brand new team finds itself at the sharp end of the order, leading the pro class. Of course, he will hand over to young Mikey Porter later on in this race. The pit window from minute 25 to minute 35 over the course of this hour-long race. And let's see whether or not Jamie Day can now build himself an advantage. Certainly, if there's anybody who's not going to let Jamie Day get away, it is Leo Pichler. Leo Pichler is a master of the Cayman GT4 RS-CS. He's done a lot of mileage in this car. So as we get ready to return to racing, it's Jamie Day for Forseti Motorsport in the lead. Leo Pichler for Razoon in the KTM. In the KTM, they do run KTMs, but that's a Porsche. The Razoon Porsche of Leo Pichler in second. Schnitzlam Racing's Mercedes J. Mo Hartling at the wheel in third place. In fourth position, it's Rakar Motorsports, Matthew Martins in fourth position. Fifth place in leading the Cayman Trophy. Once again, those Caymans looking good in these damp conditions. Enrico Federer in fifth place overall, ahead of the young Norwegian Emil Gjerdrum, rounding out our top half dozen. Jamie Day now controls the field then. He pulls the pin now, coming out of the Parabolica Ayrton Senna. We go racing, we're back up to racing speeds. And strap in everybody, because we're back to green flag action. The GT4 Winter Series resumes its third and final race of the weekend. Then they fan out as they approach the first corner, but it's Jamie Day that should lead it into the first corner. Leo Pichler a little bit later on the brakes. Oh, and a lot later on the brakes is Emil Gjerdrum. He's going to go rally crossing here. He'll do well to keep it going. He needs to retain that momentum. Don't scrub too much speed. I think he's just about going to get it done and continue on his way. Of course, one of Norway's finest motorsport exports is World Rally Champion Petter Solberg, so they know how to handle the gravel. But unfortunately, Emil Gjerdrum exhibiting those skills when he isn't supposed to be. But he'll be back out there on the tarmac now, and we'll see what progress he can make. As you can still see, very treacherous. Zach Meekin certainly driving with the eyes on stalks right now. But it could well swing in his favour as the race progresses. You can see that the sun is starting to ebb through the clouds here. Oh, Leo Pichler far too late on the brakes there. Jamie Day was a little bit deep into the corner as well. And power sliding out of turn 6 goes Leo Pichler there. Parabolica interior. J-Mo Hartling also going wide in that one. Enrico Federer then fourth place overall now. So Matthew Martins is down to fifth place. Luis Liberal leading the AM class in sixth position. As he alluded to, he's not really raced modern cars before this weekend, but he's adapting to it very well, leading the AM class. We've got a switch of position in AM as well for second in class between the two NM Racing Mercedes AMGs. Yes, they're fighting again. I'm sure Neil Montserrat doesn't appreciate how much time they've spent together on the circuit. Leo Pichler looking to the inside line as Jamie Day manages to find the grip around the outside of the corner. It's definitely still slick tyre, wet tyre conditions right now. But again, give it 10 minutes of these cars pounding around the circuit at racing speed, and we might start to see a dry line develop. Let's see if that gamble from Elite pays off. Leo Pichler trying to go around the outside, not quite finding his way there. powering out of the corner though. Look at that. He manages to find the outside line. That was very good from Pichler, going around the outside now. Oh, trying to cut back across. He may have succeeded. He's got the inside line. Can Jamie Day hold on around the outside? No, I don't think so. He tries to cut to the inside line, but it is going to be Leo Pichler that takes the race lead with just over 10 minutes elapsed. Leo Pichler has led all 3 races of the GT4 Winter Series this weekend in Estoril with that move. I think he might be the only driver so far this weekend in GT4s to have made that happen. And very good driving there from Leo Pichler. Of course, he will hand over later on to Andreas Höfler. And let's see what Höfler can do from that lead position if Leo Pichler can retain it. We ride on board with Matthew Martins, just 2.9 seconds back from the race lead, just behind Enrico Ferderer in the first of the Cayman Trophy cars, running 4th overall, the 110 car of Enrico Ferderer. That will be handed over to Willy Kuna later on in this race. The opposite lock there as they put the power down. Everyone navigating Gancho then. Through the chicane they go, back on the power towards the S's and the parabolic Ayrton Senna, and it looks as though there's a move on there for 4th place. Yes, there is. Matthew Martins gets the drive out of the corner. That's where he went from 4th to 1st in the first race of the weekend on Saturday, and now he's managed to go from 5th to 4th with a very similar manoeuvre. 2nd place under contest then, because look at the run Jamo Hartling got there out of parabolic Ayrton Senna. He's in the wheel tracks of Jamie Day. Leo Pichler is out of range at the moment. Let's see if Jamo Hartling can find a way through. Not quite yet. Jamo Hartling for Schnitzelhelm Racing just loses the rear end momentarily. Very nicely held by the number 11 driver. Matthew Martins is pressing on then in 4th place. He'll be looking to try and get involved in this podium scrap as well. Now that he's gotten past Enrico Ferderer, just behind them, Luis Liberal is having to fight hard to retain the AM lead as well. Battles all through the order. There is Liberal, Max Huber behind him. But Jamie Day definitely under threat here from Jamo Hartling, who again got a great run out of turn 4. And not quite able to find a way through there. Looking to the outside line now, not able to find a way through. Jamie Day making his car as wide as humanly possible. Finds some traction around the outside though, does Jamo Hartling. He then ends up on the paint though, and he was never going to find grip and adhesion there. And battle comes down the hill as well there. You see Luis Liberal continuing to cover off Max Huber. Those 2 cars have come up on a bulletin under investigation. We'll see if that leads to anything from the stewards. Big moment there for Jamie Day. Well, not a big moment, but certainly a moment that maybe would grant him some style points. Turn 4 incident involving the 85 and the 24 is under investigation. That's Emil Yerdrum and the 24. Sure if that's relevant to this race. The 24 isn't in the field, is it? Ah, no, sorry, the 24, the Wimmerwerk Motorsport car. Yes, so, okay, that maybe gives a bit more insight to what happened to Wimmerwerk Motorsport. Anyway, we ride on board as it's side by side for 2nd. Jamo Hartling with a nose ahead as Matthew Martins does some brilliant camera work for us here. Jamie Day to the inside line. Jamie Day retaining 2nd place. Matthew Martins saying, do you mind if I put down the camera and try and get involved? Jamo Hartling says, well, I'm going through first. He gets into 2nd place, or does he? No, Jamie Day once again carries the speed and retains that 2nd position. Leo Pichler loving looking at this in the rearview mirror, because that means he can run off into the distance. And as the pro driver in a Pro-Am lineup, that's exactly what he needs to be doing. Brilliant battle this for 2nd, 3rd, 4th, possibly even 5th overall as well. Enrico Förderer there in P5, and even though he's scoring points in a different part of the championship, you guarantee that he is going to try and get involved if he can. But this is the battle for the Pro Class lead, the maximum Pro Class score as well, of course. No overall championship points scored in their respective classes. So Jamie Day is fighting for a maximum points haul here with this man, Matteo Martins, who we ride on board with. Windscreen wipers going, of course. In fact, does that mean it's raining or just spraying? Oh, Matteo Martins! Very wide there. It's a fine line between hero and zero on the outside there. Oh, to the inside potentially. Matteo Martins, no, thinks better of it going through Gaucho. This is fascinating racing here at the GT4 Winter Series. We've had brilliant action from the GT4s all weekend long. If you've got a GT4 car, why aren't you involved? Come play. And that's exactly what Matteo Martins is doing. He's got the inside line for Parabolica, Ayrton Senna. Surely that's second place. Or is Jamie Day going to sneak up the inside? I somehow doubt it. Matteo Martins is there then in P2. But where are the cars behind him? He's looking in the rearview mirror. They're both behind him. All 3 cars behind him. It's a 4-car pack for P2 overall in this race then. Matteo Martins up to second place. Of course, he's going to hand over the Brazilian sensation Roberto Faria after this. Jamie Day will hand over to young Mikey Porter, fresh out of the Ginetta Junior Championship over in the UK. And then it's Jamo Hartling who will hand over to Joel Mesh, who of course finished runner-up in the GT4 Winter Series Race 1 on Saturday. So he's a force to be reckoned with as well. All 3 of these cars are powered by effectively the same 4-litre AMG power plant. Aston Martin, of course, using AMG engines in their modern lineup, at least when it comes to the Vantages. Oh, bouncing across the grass and the gravel there on the exit of the curb was Matteo Martins, but continues on unabated. 5.4 seconds, the gap between this battle and Leo Pichler in the lead now. So that is a very good scrap, or very good gap, I should say, that has been built already going into the mandatory 86-second pit stop. There you see the points breakdown on screen. The black numbers denote Pro-Am, blue numbers Pro. CT is the Cayman Trophy for the club sport spec Caymans that aren't quite to GT4 build, and then the AM class is the red number boards, and that is also the segment of the series that will be scoring the most points, because for this round at least they've got the most competition. The more cars in a class, the higher the points for winning in said class. So at the moment Luis Liberal will be making off with a good number of points coming out of Estoril, but he's got a long way to go before he can claim another AM win. Of course, he took the AM class win earlier on today. Look at that gap for Leo Pichler. He is doing a fabulous job for Rezoon Racing right now, as is Matteo Martins, who has really responded well. He was down to 5th place after that safety car. He's now in 2nd position. And Jamie Day working hard here to try and stay within the podium as Jamo Hartling lurks behind. Fastest lap of the race was just set by Leo Pichler, a 2:06.27, so he really is performing at an extremely high level at the moment, setting times in the 2-minute bracket, 2:06.27. Everybody else is in the 2:02s at the absolute most. Meanwhile, a drive-through penalty has just come up, and it's for Emil Yerdrum. So the 85 CV Performance Mercedes drive-through penalty, and that is for the collision that evidently happened between himself and the Wimmerwerk Motorsport number 24 Porsche Cayman. So drive-through penalty for Emil Yerdrum. Be a disappointment for CV Performance before he hands over to Charles Dawson. Oh, a big wiggle there from Jamie Day. Progress when it comes to the Elite Motorsport car. Well, unfortunately, those slicks still aren't really doing him any favours. He's getting quicker, but his last lap time a 2:16.412, and as I just said a moment ago, the leader is brushing up to the verge of 159, so losing a lot of time right now. They really need the balance to tilt in favour of slicks in the next few minutes for this gamble to have any hope of paying off. Again, if the other cars do have to switch to slick tyres before the end of this one, and if it does become dry, these wets will shred almost instantaneously. So if they do have to switch to dry tyres, then yes, the 78 crew, Elite Motorsport, will indeed be the beneficiary. The question is, will that happen in time for them to take advantage? The top five starting to spread a little bit then after the last few moments. Further back though in the AM battle, Luis Liberal and Max Huber are very close, and in the back of shot there, De Martin has come into the pits, but that's before the pit window has opened, so maybe there's an issue. Actually no, my apologies, that was Emil Yerdrum serving his drive-through penalty. Sorry about that, I got a little bit excited. It's Emil Yerdrum into the pit lane to serve that drive-through penalty. Meanwhile, this AM lead battle is looking absolutely spectacular. We've seen Luis Liberal and Max Huber fight already today in the race earlier on, the 30-minute sprint. And now Liberal in the speedy motorsport car with Max Huber right there behind him. Huber with a bit more experience of this type of vehicle, although he also comes from the world of historics. As I mentioned earlier on, has driven AC Cobras, Ford Escorts and cars like that. No shortage of exciting machinery in his back catalogue. Oh, Luis Liberal there, I think he got a bit caught out there. Didn't get the car turned in, and it almost caught out Max Huber for good measure. Lights up the rears does Luis Liberal coming out of the corner then. Liberal takes the inside line through Orella. This is for the AM lead and 6th overall in the race. And the number 5 doing a really good job. Luis Liberal in the factory BMW colours almost. Very much reminiscent of a factory M Motorsport livery. Oh, but he's gone wide there coming out of Gancho, and surely that's the opportunity Max Huber needs. Yes, it is. Max Huber through into the AM lead of this race then. That's 6th overall to Max Huber. Throws it into the Parabolica Ayrton Senna and will now power away from the BMW as very impressive driving from Max Huber. Capitalised on that half mistake from Luis Liberal, and now Liberal is going to have to try and take a run up on the Mercedes AMG now, but can he do it? Can Max Huber now stretch his legs and get away from the Portuguese racer Liberal? Liberal, a home nation driver, he's done a lot of miles here at the Circuito de Estoril. Leo Pichler hasn't done as many miles as Liberal, but he's built the lead out to 8.5 seconds at the front of the pack. So very impressive from him as we continue to follow this AM battle as they go through Curva VIP, put the power down, and then it's flat out through the kink, I think, even in these greasy conditions on the way down to turn 6. That is the Parabolica interior. The gap is certainly extending now in favour of Max Huber. So Huber doing a good job here to now maybe start to build the lead. I think the AM lead might be with Huber for a little while based on the way he's getting away. Jamie Day might not have the podium quite so sewn up in the overall categorizations. 3rd and 4th place still very close together out there on circuit. The Fassetti Motorsport car running in 3rd place for now, but Jamel Hartling has not given up on that in the slightest. You can be sure of that. They're coming down the main straight as we speak. Rezoon Racing's Leo Pichler has not come across the line yet, and he is due across the line, so something's happened to Leo Pichler. Leo Pichler is slowing. Leo Pichler is slowing down. What's happened to Leo? I noted that his time was slow in the final sector. That last lap was a 2:11, which is 10 seconds off of his regular pace. So what has happened to Leo Pichler? Pichler is down to 3rd place behind Jamie Day, and that car clearly has an issue. He jinks to the right, and as the pit window opens, I suspect the door may open on Leo Pichler, and he might not get back in the car because this car looking slow now. Andreas Höfler will have his head in his hands. He thought he was going to take over a race-leading car, but unfortunately, that race-leading car seems to have developed a problem. Slow on the main straight. Potentially race over for Leo Pichler. Well, the pit window is open. Mikael Sander has taken the opportunity to dive into the pits in the Cayman Trophy class car. Under Erdem and East Racing Motorsport Jan-Nicolas Sommershoff have also pitted as this 10-minute window. Now we've spotted that something is wrong with the right rear. Now it doesn't look like it's deflated, whether it's a suspension issue, something, a toe link, something like that. But camera crew's telling us that the right rear looks a little bit suspect. Nonetheless, Leo Pichler's car clearly no longer wanting to play ball. Now, what's happening at the front? Here's 2nd place, Jamie Day and Jamo Hartling. Matthew Martins is your leader. Now, what's the situation with pit stops? Well, Zach Meekin is coming in on the slick tyres just before he goes a lap down. Also, by the looks of it, coming in is Jamie Day. That's interesting. So Jamie Day in relatively early. Mikey Porter is going to do the majority of the driving then in this race. So Mikey will be looking to take the baton and run with it. Just coming out of the pits there is Mikael Sander, just ahead of the race leader. He needs to be careful. Matthew Martins is a lap ahead of you, sir. Just got to maybe clear the way. Matthew Martins now does get through, or does he? Yes, he's indicating to tell Matthew that his pass allowing him through. So Matthew Martins is past the 111 car of Michael Sander, who knows what he's doing. He's done a lot of driving on the Nürburgring Nordschleife in lower class cars, so he's used to GT3s appearing in his rear view mirrors. Jamie Day is in, as we saw, as is Luis Liberal. Leo Pichler is in, to no surprise. De Martin in as well to hand over to Nil Montserrat. As we ride on board here with Matthew Martins. Down towards turn 7 we go then. Arella, look at him taking the middle there under braking. That's to, again, try and avoid the rubber that is laid down in dry conditions, because that is more slippery than the rest of the circuit in these wet conditions. Up over the curbs at Gancho, such a steep incline through this section, over the crest of the hill, and now slightly down again through the S's. The long sweeper that is turn 13, the parabolic at Ayrton Senna. Luis Liberal's team at Speedy Motorsport checking the tyre pressures in picture. Look at Matthew Martins, though, so close to the white line on the outside of parabolic at Ayrton Senna. Looks like he's setting up for another lap, or is he peeling into the pits? No, he's not. Not on this occasion. So Roberto Faria just having to wait a little bit longer before he gets his opportunity to jump in the car. He'll be chomping at the bit, I'm sure, to get his opportunity to take this car over from a leading position. Matthew Martins, hugely experienced GT racer, at least relative to Roberto Faria, who is a newbie to tin tops. Has done 3 or 4 seasons of GT racing, and Matthew Martins has put the car in a prime position. You see there Leo Pichler team talking over the situation, but that car's not going any further, and yeah, the right rear does look like it's at a slightly faulty angle. So unfortunately that car that was leading overall, leading the Pro-Am class, potentially going no further. So then we've had pit stops for quite a few drivers here, but the top 4 yet to pit. So Matthew Martins owes us a pit stop. Jamo Hartling and Schnitzelau Racing owe us a pit stop. Enrico Federer, just behind this green and black Mercedes, owes us a pit stop. And Max Huber, the AM class leader, is also still out there on the circuit without coming into the pits just yet. Of course, we're in that interesting phase of the race now where some cars are way out of position, maybe a lap down because they have made their stop. We'll see how things fold out once we are back into the second phase of the race. Once the clock hits 25 minutes, the pit window is closed and you're not allowed to serve your pit stop after that pit window. So within the next 4 or 5 minutes, we'll have true clarity of who is where. Very fast middle sector from J-Mo Hartling. He just set the fastest middle sector of the race, a 58.893. It's definitely getting quicker out there on circuit. I'll tell you what else is getting quicker out on circuit, the Elite Motorsport McLaren. It is definitely drying. I assume the car is still on the slicks. They wouldn't have bothered to put it on the wets, I don't think. What lap are they on versus everybody else? Yet they will still be on the slicks because they have definitely not done a tyre change in that time, I don't think. But Tom Lebon, sorry, is still struggling a little bit, but it is going quicker than it has been over the last couple of laps. So let's see whether or not maybe it's coming to the slick tyres at long last. J-Mo Hartling there getting unsettled under braking for turn 4. There is the Schnitzelauern Racing Mercedes AMG GT4 of Hartling, who of course was also racing the GT Winter Series, will be racing in the GT Winter Series race at the end of today's schedule. So his day is anything but done this afternoon. We'll be sharing with Kenneth Heyer at the end of the race. And goodness me, J-Mo Hartling really pushing on. Of course, he has to hand over this GT4 car to Joel Mesh at the end of the race. Should I say before the end of the pit window. So Joel Mesh will be waiting. Now, I suspect that at least one of these top two will be in this time by, if not both of them. Let's see whether or not that is the case. Matthew Martins around the final corner again, hugging that outside line as best he can to square up the exit of the corner, and he doesn't go to the far outside curb. That means he's pitting, and so is J-Mo Hartling. So with 2 minutes and 20 seconds of the window left to go, they have elected to make a pit stop, and that means that only third and fourth place owe us a pit stop. Enrico Ferderer a little way further back now. He's had some issues, I think, over the last few laps because he's rather dropped away from the top two, and he now enters the pit lane as well. So just one car that owes us a mandatory pit stop. That is Max Huber, and he will have to come in mathematically this time by. So we will have, with any luck, our fourth and final car in the top four also coming in, and then everyone will have served their mandatory pit stop. There is Luis Liberal, formerly the AM leader, of course, before Max Huber got past him. Huber, incidentally, is into the pit lane, so the top four all in the pits as anticipated. And Emil Jerdrum also in, also hadn't served the mandatory pit stop yet, of course. Was displaying as having made a pit stop, but that was because of the drive-through penalty for Emil Jerdrum earlier on. So Emil now into the pit lane and will hand over to Charles Dawson. While the leaders are in, let's see if we can find Mikey Porter, because Mikey Porter is going to come out somewhere around the number 9 and number 11 cars. This for the race lead. There's Matthew Martins exiting the pit lane. Now, where is Mikey Porter? I think Porter has just crossed the line, so Porter should be behind this man. Of course, it's no longer Matthew Martins at the wheel. It will now be Roberto Faria at the wheel. Roberto Faria is indeed going to inherit the race lead now. So Faria is leading. J-Mo Hartling just behind in second place. There is, oh sorry, no longer J-Mo either, of course. It's Joel Mesh, but the timing screen is taking a while to update. And there is Mikey Porter in third place. So your top three all in shot, not just overall, but also in the pro race here. That is your top four, top three as it stands. So So as of now, it's looking like an all-pro podium here, unless we get a late rally from somebody else, or indeed if there are any misfortunes. Now let's keep an eye on Roberto Faria's progress, because we know Faria is a very fast driver and has already done a couple of races here in GT cars prior. Oh, goodness me, that was a corner cut and a half. And he also raced here at Estoril in the Iberian Supercars a few months ago, albeit without this Gancho chicane. You might have heard him mention earlier on when we were listening to an interview with him that he was driving around here, but not with the chicane. They used the traditional former Grand Prix layouts as opposed to the chicaned layout that has been around for 30 years at this point. Quite a unique feature for the Iberian supercars, but Roberto Faria finally getting to try the Gancho chicane, that swing uphill left and right at the end of the lap. Top three then, all coming across the line. The gap between the top three is 5.3 seconds. Mikey Porter has just set the fastest lap of the race, a 2-minute 0.517. That is very good going from the youngster. How does that pace match up then to Faria and Mesh? We're going to find out over the course of the next lap or so. There's the McLaren, still rather in its own island on those slick tyres. I think the gamble was a little bit too Vegas to pay off on this occasion. The two NM Racing cars fighting for the AM lead, though, around this McLaren. This is going to be Neil Montserrat trying to get past his own car, because, of course, he runs the NM Racing team, and Max Huber, his compatriot, his customer, frankly, in the team, is now his on-track rival. So Neil Montserrat, who has raced here at F3, has done a lot of miles here at Estoril in his GT4 car now, and trying to find a way past Max Huber. Not able to do it there, though. The NM Racing team, once again, the two cars involved in the fight for the AM lead. Luis Liberal, post-pit stop, is a little bit further back from this. So this looks like it will be the AM battle all the way home. And Neil Montserrat, you would expect him as a newly minted bronze, a formerly professional driver that has now aged into bronze status. You'd expect him to be very quick, but Max Huber is also handy in a GT4 car, so this could really go one of either way. And Huber doing a very good job of making the AMG GT4 wide, giving Neil Montserrat no chance but to stay behind for the time being. Inside line chosen there by Max Huber. Behind them on the circuit next would be Charles Dawson. There he is, fighting for 7th overall as well, but of course that's not a class lead battle. This is. So this is the point of interest right now. Neil Montserrat at the wheel of the car in 6th position. De Martin started the car, of course. Good friend to Neil Montserrat, and Neil Montserrat has the inside line. This surely could be his opportunity, but the favoured outside in the wet conditions comes up trumps once again. Great driving once more then from Max Huber. They're both closing in as well, I think, on Willy Kuna in the white car there. He's leading the Cayman Trophy class in 4th overall, so maybe they could close in, and that would be an interesting scrap as well. Indeed, Willy Kuna is lapping about 4 seconds slower than them, and he's only 5 seconds up the road. So before long, these two are going to be fighting in amongst Willy Kuna as well in the Cayman Trophy car. Let's see how that goes when we get to it. For now, Max Huber is driving solely through the rearview mirrors as he continues to contest this AM lead with his own team boss, Neil Montserrat. I wouldn't want to be in Neil's position right now, because that is a very, very treacherous state of being, knowing that that's your car that you're fighting against. Zach Meakin fighting against the slick tyres as he goes down a lap on Tim Neuser and Charles Dawson, fighting for 7th overall. That car definitely getting quicker, the McLaren, but I don't think those slicks are going to come on song soon enough. Some parts of the circuit are getting dry, but not quick enough for Elite Motorsport. Drifting wide there was Max Huber, but he continues to hold on to this AM lead. Oftentimes, if someone breaks late into turn 6, the other car will just follow out of instinct, watching those brake lights and braking too late in the process. Four-wheel drifting through turn 8, and now Gaucho go these two cars. They are on lap 18 of the race. The leaders have already crossed the line to start lap 19. No changes at the front end of the order as we continue to watch this AM class battle. You get the feeling there's a whiff of inevitability about Nil Montserrat getting through, because clearly he has good pace right now. However, Max Huber is doing a mighty fine job of keeping him at bay. Quite evenly matched, at least in terms of racecraft, but here comes Montserrat. He got a very good run there out of the last corner. He's got the inside line. I'm pretty sure he's going to head as they come down under the bridge. Yes, Nil Montserrat surely has got this done, unless Huber can really, really do something special around the outside. He instead tries to get to the inside line. Does get a good run out of the corner. He might be able to lunge back inside at turn 2. But no, sirree, it is the number 10 car, sorry, the number 15 car into the class lead. Then the AM lead is with the team boss, Nil Montserrat. Alberto De Martin will be celebrating this newfound AM lead, but Max Huber would love the opportunity to try and take it. Meanwhile, breaking news at the front of the order. Roberto Faria is going to have to serve a drive-through penalty. Race leader with a drive-through penalty. The pit stop was too short for Roberto Faria. The mandatory pit time is 86 seconds. That's 1 minute and 26 seconds. And his time was a 1 minute 25. So just 1 second under. But Roberto Faria is going to have to serve a drive-through penalty. The driver change from Matthew Martins to Roberto Faria was too short. And the young Brazilian racer, who's coming under pressure from Joel Mesh anyway on the circuit, is going to have to serve a drive-through penalty. Nil Montserrat continues to fight off Max Huber. Joel Mesh is closing in on Roberto Faria, but what he might not realise is that Faria is going to have to serve a drive-through penalty anyway in the overall race lead. The AM battle still very close. Max Huber not giving up on that position. They've both gotten past Willi Kuna as well, so this is now the fight for 4th overall. But Roberto Faria in the race lead is soon going to have to steer that car into the pits. Nil Montserrat heads down the start-finish line as class leader, building a little bit of an advantage over Max Huber now. He's quite quick through that final sector. So this AM battle has calmed down just a little bit. Joel Mesh is closing in on our race leader, the Schnitzelam Racing Mercedes AMG. The green and black machine looming large in the mirrors of Roberto Faria on the circuit at the moment. However, Faria, of course, has that penalty. Certainly be interesting to see where Roberto Faria is going to come back out in this one. Here is the battle for the lead. I was just trying to work out where Faria will end up. He will end up in 3rd place because the battle for 4th, the AM battle we were following previously, is 48 seconds behind this scrap. So Roberto Faria will come back out in 3rd place, but he peels in now to serve his drive-through penalty. Joel Mesh inherits the race lead. If Mikey Porter wasn't told about the drive-through, he will now be aware that the car just ahead of him, 2.8 seconds ahead of him, is a car that he could fight for the race lead, and maybe that will light a fire underneath Mikey Porter, making his first forays into quote-unquote senior racing after time in the Ginetta Juniors, where he showed exemplary racecraft. He's pretty new to this world of GT4 racing. However, he is a very, very capable race car driver. So can Mikey Porter find the pace? These are his very first GT4 races this weekend, so he is indeed brand new to GT4 racing, and it would would be very impressive if he could try and close in on Joel Mesh, who does have a little bit more GT4 mileage under his belt. Was the 2023 GT60 champion, along with Jamel Hartling in the GT60 championship in Germany over the summer. Oh, how he would love to add some GT4 Winter Series victories to that CV. That would certainly be a highlight of his CV to date, to win in this SRO approved, SRO licensed series. That is the GT4 Winter Series new for 2024. Battle in class, the two Cayman Trophy cars, 111, 110, are very close together indeed. That's the two SR Motorsport cars, effectively run by Schnitzelau, fighting, and Tim Neuser has actually gotten past Willi Kuna, so already Tim Neuser is through into that class lead, and Kuna several seconds a lap slower. Willi Kuna will not be able to fight back, I don't think, looking at the gap that Tim Neuser is already building. And in fact, I do wonder if Tim Neuser will close in on the AM class lead, even though they're not in the same class. He is lapping about a second a lap faster than the two AMG GT4s up ahead. Tim Neuser is a veritable ringmeister, Nürburgring that is. And if anyone knows wet conditions, it's drivers accustomed to racing on the Nürburgring, so Tim Neuser may well catch up with the NM Racing Team Mercedes in the overall battles before this race comes to an end. We'll have to wait and see what happens there. Lap 22 of the race then for our race leaders. 3.1 seconds between Mesh and Porter, so Porter losing time at the front of the pack. Just behind this car of Tim Neuser, Willi Kuna now under pressure from Charles Dawson for 7th place. So as we look at the back of shot here, Willi Kuna in the second of the white Caymans, about to get overtaken for on-track position here by Charles Dawson, who incidentally is the Pro-Am class leader. Oh, big moment, the 81 car in a spin. That is the Razoon car of Richard Wolff, who was running 4th in class. I think he'll be further down now, the 81 BMW from Razoon. Speaking of Razoon Racing, the Porsche Cayman, that of course was being driven by Leo Pichler, is now out there, so perhaps they've repaired the car and sent Andreas Höfler out there so he can at least do some racing, although of course he's several laps down. But Charles Dawson, the Pro-Am class leader, uncontested since that Razoon car is many laps down, and the Wim Avert car didn't complete the first lap. He's leading his class, so he can worry about the overall battles instead. He's trying to find a way past Willi Kuna for 7th overall. It looks like he's got it done. Yes, he has. Charles Dawson into 7th overall, then taking over, of course, from young Emil Jerdrum. CV Performance Group, another team. Oh, goodness me, Charles Dawson going very wide, the British driver there. Just trying to keep the car instead. But CV Performance Group have been supporters of the GT Winter Series, while the GT4 class was a part of the GT Winter Series before it separated off into its own grid, and almost won the championship last year, as a matter of fact, with one of the GT4 cars in GT Winter Series. So they know how to win across a season in the GT Winter Series format, and the GT4 class, of course, carries over the points table and so on. So I certainly wouldn't count out CV Performance Group this season. We'll see how they do in Portimao, but Charles Dawson uncontested in the lead of that class and running 7th overall now. The lead gap is still building at the front of the order. 4.3 seconds now in favour of Joel Mesh over Mikey Porter. Luis Liberal is closing in on Willi Kuna as well. Willi is struggling a little bit in these wet conditions. So Luis Liberal, again, not a battle for class position, but Luis Liberal now 3rd in the AM class and taking advantage of perhaps some more mileage around this circuit than Willi Kuna. There's Mesh then in the race lead. Roberto Faria some 28 seconds back from the race lead after that drive-through penalty. It's quite the shame that Roberto Farria's pit stop was too short because, of course, it was only 1 second off. The minimum pit time, 86 seconds, 1 minute 26. And unfortunately, their time in the pits was at 1:25. So within a second of being over the minimum pit stop time, and the drive-through penalty obviously taking a lot more from them than they gained with the shorter pit stop. But that is the rules. That's what's written in the sporting regulations, and that is what has happened. Unfortunately for Roberto Faria, not fighting for this win with Joel Mesh, as it once looked may be the case. Mesh instead just managing his gap, building his gap ever so slightly over Mikey Porter. I say managing as if he's not driving very, very quickly. He just set the fastest lap of the race, 2 minutes 0.029 on lap 23 of the race. That is in part because of how hard he is pushing, and in part because of the track drying. Speaking of a drying track, yes, the McLaren Artura is still out there. Yes, it is still on slick tyres. No, it is not going quicker than the cars on the wets. I think the gamble has firmly gone against Elite Motorsport and the McLaren Artura on this occasion. I suppose it was worth a roll of the dice, but with low ambient temperatures, it was going to be a little while before the track dried out. Still score points to 4th in class though, so won't be all hope lost in terms of the wider championship picture. Far from it. They had a strong and consistent run through the first 2 races of the weekend. There is the Artura as Joel Mesh runs down to the main straight. Tom Leben is out there in that McLaren Artura though, and funny we should talk about him because his teammate Zach Meakin is down with Chris McCarthy.
Thank you, Adam. Yes, I'm down here in pit lane with Zach Meakin from Elite Motorsport, of course, the team who took the gamble to go out on slick tyres. Zach, starting from the front row as well. It did look like it was going to dry up out there. Wasn't quite the case in the end, although the lap time's now suggesting it is starting to come to you guys. Tell us a little bit about how it was driving on the slicks out there.
Well, first of all, it was very, very slippery. We were hoping that it was going to dry, but unfortunately that didn't come through. We gambled and it didn't come through, but it was quite slippery, and what we hoped didn't happen, so sad enough for that, really.
A long race, though, wasn't it? And I guess the reason behind the gamble, it is a long pit stop, isn't it? If you have to change the tyres, you're saying to me 3 minutes in total, isn't it? So even now, if everyone had to come into the pits or there as a safety car, things could swing around very quickly, I guess.
That's if it happens, if it dries up more, but I doubt it. It's a gamble that didn't work, but we'll learn for the next one.
And I imagine being the first round, a lot of data gained, a lot of lessons learned from it, and I imagine great fun driving around there, a great challenge for yourself and Tom out there.
Yeah, everyone here is great. The competition's amazing, and also it's just amazing to be back in the car. Because I did have such a long break, it just feels mega to be back in it again.
One thing that we were both saying, and with ourselves and the team, you've made it quite hard now for the GTWinterSeries for decide on tyre choice as well, because the times are really starting to level up now.
Yeah, well, if it dries up, people will go slicks. If it stays like this, it's going to be definitely a gamble for some teams.
Thank you for speaking to us, and best of luck for the rest of the season.
Thank you.
Back to you, Adam. Before we do go back to you, Adam, thank you to Zach. 77 has just come back in as well, Adam. They have tried to go back out a couple of times. They've sat in pit lane for a little while, tried to go back out. Seems they've got a bit of a power issue in that car. That's what Leo told me when he jumped out, something that they just can't really seem to fix. So it's something that they've tried to go back out and solve, but it seems that 77 are using this as a bit of a test to try and solve going forwards, but unfortunately that car doesn't seem to be going any further in this race.
No, it doesn't appear so, does it? That is unfortunate. We pick up on the 4th place battle in AM there going through shot. Florian Bauer and Richard Wolff contesting 4th place in class. Of course, Richard Wolff had his off-track moment in the first half of the race, went into a spin at the S's. Now, what are the relative lap times between the two of them? Wolf is quicker, but not that much quicker at this phase of the race. So the number 81 Razoon Racing BMW on a good run at the moment. Maybe, just maybe, able to get into fourth in class before the end of the race. Certainly any further forward momentum for either car is unlikely. Luis Liberal is a good 15 or so seconds clear of this battle for fourth place in the AM class. Of course, it's also a battle for the overall top 10 as well, and that holds some weight to these drivers as well. Of course, the class battles are hugely important. They're where the championship points are scored. However, the allure of an overall battle is always something that can appeal to a driver. We see that a lot, of course, in the GTWinterSeries with the various different types of cars. Everyone competes with everyone, even though they're in different classes. What's the fun of just staying behind someone? You've got to try and make a move. Race leaders have just come across the line, so these guys, the last two cars, I think, on the lead lap at this stage. And as you can see, it definitely has been drying out over the course of the last several minutes. There's our race leader, just getting past the slick-shod McLaren of Tom Leben. And Leben's last lap time was a 2 minutes 6.4, which is still about 7 seconds off of race leader Joel Mesh on a 1:59.471. But to the point that Chris McCarthy raised, to the point that Zach Meekin kind of agreed with there, I think given podium ceremonies and the process of getting the cars out there on circuit, I think by the time we get the GTWinterSeries out for their 55-minute pit stop race, it could be a split of slicks and wets. We'll have to see what happens there. Incidentally, Florian Bauer, Richard Wolff, they are still very close there for fourth in class. And I think going through the Gaucho chicane any moment, the yellow Porsche, the blue BMW, they were very close coming out of Parabolica Interior turn 6 a few moments ago. So I suspect that the Richard Wolff Florian Bauer battle is still very close. Yes, it is, but actually not quite as close as they were out of turn 6. I spotted that out of my window, that Richard Wolff was very close to Florian Bauer. However, for now, Wolff is going to have to make do with still fifth in class. This is the battle for fourth in the AM category. The big BMW cuts a much bigger hole through the air, of course, than the diminutive Cayman, but still in the slipstream of the Porsche is Richard Wolff. Around the first turn they go in this battle for fourth in class. Race leaders starting the final lap of the race. These guys are going to have basically 2 more laps to contest this battle for fourth in AM. Ooh, a bit shaky there from Richard Wolff under braking. Meanwhile, the car number 111 of Tim Neuser has gained a warning for track limits. I think that might be the first track limits warning I've seen all weekend. Very good going, Paddock. Unusually disciplined. Richard Wolff then continuing on fourth in class. This is your AM class leader in fourth overall. This is Nil Montserrat, who has been driving in a very good fashion at the front of the order. What kind of lap times is he setting? He's in the mid-201s, which is in roughly the same ballpark as the leading 3 in the pro class. And an easy AM win forthcoming then after this last lap of the race for he and De Martin. Of course, it was anything but easy when he was fighting with Max Huber. Huber did a great job of fending off his team boss, Nil Montserrat, for a while in that race. And there is your class leader in the Cayman Trophies, 5th overall, Tim Neuser, doing a good job here as well. But with 30 seconds left on the clock, this may well be the final lap of the race. And Joel Mesh coming around the S's now. Oh, 20 seconds. You know, it could be 1 to go. It could be the final lap. I think it just about going to be the final lap of the race. The clock is hitting 0 in 10 seconds. I think it will just about be the final lap of the race for Joel Mesh for Schnitzelhelm Racing. He and Jamo Hartling have driven in exemplary fashion in this race, and sure enough, the checkered flag is waiting for Mesh and Hartling. Schnitzelhelm Racing then take the race win ahead of Mikey Porter and Vassetti Motorsport, P2. Very good drive in the latter phase of that race from the youngster in his first GT4 races. Jamie Day will be happy with his co-driver. What could have been, though, for Racar Motorsport, Roberto Farrier and Mathieu Martins, if it weren't for that drive-through penalty for the short pit stop. Farrier will still cross the line to net an overall podium and also, of course, third in the pro class. And he'll be, I think, a little bit disappointed, but a solid drive from him. Next across the line, at least in terms of the on-track order, is the Audi R8 there, finishing 12th place, Pierre Lemaire of TIMETABLE Racing to take 12th place and the last of the AM point scorers. And here comes the AM class winner. Neil Montserrat out of the last corner. The number 15 car dashes across the line now, and the Mercedes-AMG GT4 wins both Pro and AM, and will also win Pro-Am, because the CV Performance Group Mercedes-AMG GT4 will cross the line to take that Pro-Am win in just a few moments. Tim Neuser wins the Cayman class in 5th overall. However, the Charles Dawson car slowing there on the last lap, but I think now making its way back up to speed to cross the start-finish line. Tim Neuser then wins Cayman Trophy with 5th overall. Max Huber takes 2nd in AM with 6th overall. Charles Dawson does take the Pro-Am win, making it Mercedes-AMG GT4s in all 3 of the GT4 classes. Luis Liberal finishing 8th place and rounding out the AM class podium ahead of Willy Kuna, the other Cayman Trophy finisher. And in that battle for 4th place in AM that we were watching, it is going to be Florian Bauer just about holding off Richard Wolff. So 10th and 11th place, that's our last finishers across the line. And Florian Bauer just about held on there. I thought Richard Wolff may have an answer, but by the end of the race, it was still Florian Bauer 4th in the AM class. Well, it's a great win then for Joel Mesh and for Jamo Hartling. They start their GT4 Winter Series campaign on a high with a win at the end of this race. These 2 cars that finished 1st and 2nd in this race, the number 11, the number 19 Schnitzelhelm Racing and Vassetti Motorsport, I think these 2 cars will more than likely be the top 2 in the Pro Championship at least, coming out of this weekend. But strong performances from the likes of Luis Liberal in AM may well mean that the overall championship leader, combining the points tables of all 4 categories, I think it may well be Luis Liberal actually at the end of this. We'll have to see, though. That will all be published in due course on the GT Winter Series platforms and website. The GT4 Winter Series with its first weekend of racing action, and it has been a treat from start to finish. Look at the mud on the number 11 car. On the bonnet there is mud. That is how much dirt has been kicked up around turn 8 that it's managed to get that high on the car. Quite impressive. It looks more like it might have done a stage of the Monte Carlo Rally, more so than an hour-long race at Estoril. But Schnitzelhelm Racing, Joel Mesh and Jamo Hartling will have a lot to celebrate, although Jamo Hartling can't celebrate for long because he's got a motor race to contend with again in a few minutes. The GT Winter Series 55-minute Enduro. He and Kenneth Heyer will be taking part in that. Joel Mesh, who was runner-up in the first of the 2 sprint races yesterday, has gone one better and taken the win in GT4 Winter Series Race 3. Roberto Farrier out of the Racar Motorsport car and receives applause from his team, but of course that pit stop infringement, meaning that they could not secure the victory. The gap was 28 seconds after the pit window. Farrier got the gap between himself and the lead down to 22 seconds by the end of the race. So I think that had things gone his way, had the penalty not had to happen, they would have been the winners of this race on paper. There you see our diligent media team, Daniel Bjergen and Emilio as well, both there taking shots of the driver, both video and picture. A small but very talented team bringing the rest of the media assets that you'll see across the social platforms and the website for the various GEDLICH Racing categories, along with, of course, Alpha Live for the first time, bringing you live coverage. It's the first time we've had a full season of live coverage. Something tells me it's not the first time that these guys have handled brooms, though. These guys are very competent at clearing away the mud. Let's talk you through the results then in this race. Joel Mesh taking the race win by 7.8 seconds for Schnitzelam Racing on behalf of himself and Jamor Hartling. A great result for them to round out the weekend with a victory. Mikey Porter and Forsetti Motorsport, along with Jamie Day, taking second place. Farrier and Martins in the second of the Aston Martins from the Racar Motorsport team in third place. Alberto Di Martin along with Neil Montserrat taking fourth and the AM class win for NM Racing. Tim Neuser, the first of the Porsches home, fifth overall, a good result for he and Michael Sander. Sixth place for Max Huber, second in AM for he and himself, because he's a solo driver in the NM Racing team car. Charles Dawson, the only Pro-Am car to reach the finish, taking 7th overall in that race. Luis Liberal in the AM class rounding out the podium and finishing 8th overall in the Speedy Motorsport BMW. Billy Kuhne, a solo driver, not a solo driver, my apologies, sharing with Enrico Thuderer. Those two finished 9th overall, ahead of Florian Bauer in 4th place, who held off Richard Walsh there at the end of the race. Florian Bauer, of course, sharing with Jan-Niklas Tomashoff. Richard Walsh driving solo in the 81. No, my apologies, Ken Undererden with him. Pierre Lemmers is a solo driver. He was 12th across the line in the Teichmann Racing Audi. And of course, Tom Leben and Zach Meekin for Elite Motorsport. The McLaren on slicks for the entirety of the race, and it never quite tilted in their favour. But watch this space for slick tyre usage in the race to come. Leo Pichler crossed the line 14th, but sadly did not get the opportunity to actually see the flag. That car with all sorts of issues, and Wimmerwerk Racing didn't get to the flag either. Contact on the first lap, bringing their race to a premature end here at Estoril. So 15 cars started, 13 cars truly reached the finish of that race. And a very deserving pair of winners in Joel Mesh and Jamor Hartling, who will be celebrating on the podium with Chris McCarthy and their compatriots. Chris McCarthy, for now, though, is underneath the podium. Let's go talk some of the drivers.
I'm down in pit lane with our winner Joel Mesh for Schnitzelam Racing. Joel, great performance throughout the race, had a good gap at the end there. Tell us how it feels to bring it home and get the first ever endurance race win with your teammate in the GT4 Winter Series.
For me, it's just an insanely cool feeling. I mean, last year I was driving the GTC, quite national racing championship. But now here in that international championship with ex-karting enemies like Jamie Day, who you see here, beating them is just an absolutely enormous feeling.
And it's been a fantastic weekend for you as a team overall. I mean, Jamor Hartling's been on the podium himself this weekend. You guys as a package have just really delivered. Where's that come from? I guess a lot of hard work in the off-season?
I think it's mainly because of our chef down somewhere here in the crowd, Connie. It's my team chef's wife. The food is just amazing. Thank you very much. But no, for real, food does very much. And Jamor also last year performing great this year too. I think we're just a quite good duo.
Give us an insight then. What do we eat to win a GT4 Winter Series? What's on the menu?
Schnitzel, like our name says, for example. And many different more menus, but it's really great.
We won't give away the full secrets, but schnitzel, if we want to win in the GT4 Winter Series. We'll speak to you more on the podium, but I guess this is now a championship assault, the start of one.
Yes.
Absolutely fantastic. We'll let you do some more celebrating. We'll see you on the podium.
Yeah, thank you.
Well done to Joel Mesh. Absolutely fantastic. Well, there you go, Adam Weller. We were speaking about it last night back at the hotel, the guys in Alpha Live. I know DJ, who's behind one of the camera points, said he loves schnitzel. So I guess, DJ, you can go and win in the GT4 Winter Series. I'll hand back to you, Adam Weller.
Schnitzel. Breakfast of champions. Excellent stuff from Joel Mesh then in that race. Have a good day, I say to Danny Sufi, who's off home, just waving at me through the glass. He, of course, will be racing in Prototype Winter Series next weekend. And, of course, lots of our teams will be on the road to Portimao for next week's proceedings. But don't fear, there's more racing to come, of course, the GT Winter Series up next for the final race of the day. Before that, of course, we have the podiums to celebrate with the GT4 Winter Series drivers. Just one more race for these marshals. And you know what? I think that's a dry track. If it's not a dry track, it's very close to it. If I'm in GT Winter Series, I'm bolting on slicks. I don't know what Joachim bolting will do, but I would be bolting on slicks. That much is for sure. The circuit certainly drying out as these conditions improve. Now, it's not been quite the sunshine that we were hoping for here at Estoril this weekend. We are expecting quite good weather all throughout the weekend. In Portimao, though, sunshine, maybe a little bit of cloud cover, but it's going to be a very nice weekend at Portimao. We're expecting more teams to join us as the year goes on. Of course, after Portimao, 2 weekends in February at Jerez and Valencia, and then we round up the season at Aragon and Barcelona. Lots of great destinations, and we're going to have lots of teams joining us as the season goes on. But we've seen in the GT4 Winter Series who the favourites may well be across the year. Forseti Motorsport looking very strong, brand new team for 2024, and they have been incredibly impressive. Joel Mesh, Schnitzelalm Racing also very impressive, of course, along with Jamal Hartling as well. Rachar Motorsport, there's a lot of potential in that lineup of Roberto Faria and Matthew Martins. The duo of Neil Montserrat and Alberto Di Martin in the NM Racing AM class car. That's also looking very strong too. In terms of the AM class standings. And then, of course, you've got Luis Liberal as well. I hope we see more of Luis as the season goes on, because he has been very good on his debut in Modern Machinery. I don't know how he feels about Modern Machinery after this weekend, but certainly he's adept at driving it. We saw him confidently sliding the BMW M4 GT4 during that last race. However, let's go down now to the podium, where Chris McCarthy has somehow managed to herd those drivers up to the podium in record time.
Thank you, Adam. Yes, I'm down here on the podium. We're getting ready to go to celebrate the first ever endurance race for the GT4 Winter Series. The third race of the weekend and the endurance race we're going to celebrate here from Estoril. Hope you all in the crowd enjoyed that one. Hope you guys all down in pit lane enjoyed that one as well. Let's get ready to celebrate. We've got some champagne up here for the drivers as well. Not all of them can use it. Some of you who are with Mikey Porter will know why. But let's get them all up on the podium. It's been an absolutely fantastic race, wasn't it? Let's get the pro drivers up first. They all put on a brilliant show for us. Finishing in third place, the number 9 drivers, Matthew Martins and Roberto Faria. Well done, guys. Matthew Martins, Roberto Faria. Of course, we spoke to him a little earlier on. Well done. Great performances for them all. Of course, had to come through at pit lane, but did very well to get a podium overall. Finishing in second place, charging through the order. Great performances from the Forseti guys. Number 19, Jamie Day and Mikey Porter. Well done, guys. They've driven superb all weekend and are winners of the first ever endurance race in the GT4 Winter Series. We spoke to Joel down in pit lane. Let's get them both on the podium now. The number 11, J-Mo Hartling and Joel Mesh. Schnitzel Alm Racing come out onto the podium. Well done, guys. They wanted to send a big thanks to the chef who is out there somewhere watching. I know Joel wanted to say a big thanks to them. Let's get GEDLICH Racing to come out and present the trophies. Come on, guys. And then we're going to speak to some of the drivers from the top 3 in the pro class for the GT4 Winter Series. Danny's going to get some pictures first of all. You guys feel free to do that down in pit lane. And then we're going to go and speak to some of the drivers. I'm going to have a quick chat with Joel first of all. Sorry, guys, I'm just going to sneak round. Do stay where you are. Sorry, guys, I'm just going to sneak round. Joel, I'm going to have another quick chat with you because we weren't quite going out over the PA system last time. I know you wanted to say a few thanks. Now we can hear us all round the crowd. Did you just want to say those again?
Yeah, a very big thanks to Connie for the great food. Also for our engineer and mechanics down there. Thank you very much. I love you guys.
Looking forward now to the rest of the season. Reckon we can get more of these in the bag?
For sure, for sure. That's what you can bet on.
Stuff well done. Thank you very much, guys. Let's come down to second place. We want to have a chat to yourself, Mikey Porter, 16 years old. Our Ginetta Juniors last year, jumping up into GT4s this year. That's a stunning performance. Tricky conditions for you this weekend as well. I mean, absolutely fantastic. How tricky was it for you out there?
Yeah, obviously, first race was wet for me. I didn't do the one yesterday. And then this race just stayed wet the whole time, really. A little bit of drying towards the end. But yeah, I'm really pleased with how I've done this weekend. I think I've shown good pace all weekend, and hope to carry it forward into next week.
And how good has it been to have the support of that man next to you, Jamie, and the team down there as well?
Yeah, obviously Jamie's pretty decent, and I just want to say a thank you to everyone in Forseti Motorsport, Joe Holloway, team manager, Matt George for coaching us, Jim Smith for organising all the driving, and yeah, just a massive thanks to everyone.
I think for his first go, he's done pretty good, hasn't he? Let's give him a round of applause, everyone up there in the crowd as well. Well done. I think, as we said on the grid earlier, one to watch, and definitely one to watch going forward as well. Let's come up to yourselves, guys. Roberta, we had a chat to yourself. I want to quickly speak to yourself, Matthew, as well. How pleased are you with the podium in this first race?
Yes, very happy with that. We did a great race. Unfortunately, we was 1 second too fast on the pit lane, so that's the race.
Think we can make up for that in the next endurance race?
We will see. I don't know.
Let's see. We got more chances to do it, but a podium nevertheless. Well done to all the top 3. Let's give them one more round of applause. Everyone up there in the crowd as well. Let's make some noise for the top 3 in the pro class for GT4 Winter Series. Guys, without further ado, you can now go ahead and you can make a mess up here. Go for it. Oh, are you guys going to clear up? You're going to clear. You don't want to ruin your suits. They are really nice suits, actually. Oh well, you're just running off. Oh, fair enough. I think that was down to team orders, wasn't it? Was that the chef who told you to do that? Fair enough. Okay, fair enough. That was actually incredibly sensible. I think the younger drivers just like the race suits, don't they? I think that's what it came down to. As we get through the classes, that might change. We're going to come to Pro-Am next. Let's get our winners out here for this one. In the number 85, our winners were Emil Yerdrim and Charles Dawson. Let's give them a round of applause, please. Clap your hands, please. Make some noise for our winners in Pro-Am. GEDLICH Racing, come out and present the trophies. Thank you. Danny, we can get a quick photo. And we're going to have a quick chat to, we'll have a quick chat to yourself. winning in Pro-Am. Charles, how have you enjoyed the weekend overall?
Yeah, it's been brilliant. Yeah, lots of seat time, some tricky conditions. Yeah, bit of a mistake in turn 1 yesterday, but yeah, pretty solid stint there. And yeah, I think there's only 3 cars, and this is a shame. But hopefully there'll be some more Pro-Ams in the races to come. So yeah, but no, really good fun.
Looking forward to the next one now.
Yeah, hopefully we'll do better next time.
Good stuff. Well done, guys. I mean, are you going to just walk off as well? Are you just going to walk off with them as well? Yes. Okay. Bye. Bye. Okay. Let's get the AM drivers out. Next, finishing in 3rd place was number 5, Luis Liberal. Yes. Let's go. Let's go. Come on. Thank you. If there's any champagne left, it will come your way. The more noise, I promise. I genuinely promise. Oh, here it comes. Luis Liberal, in 3rd. We'll keep moving. Finishing in 2nd place was Max Huber. Let's make some noise. We've got 2 spaces if you want to go on there. They say, oh, here they come, here they come, here they come, here they come. You just wanted the noise to build. Right, and our AM winners, now we've had a couple of goes. I expect big noise this time. Winning in the AM class, number 15, Alberto De Martin and Neil Montserrat. Thank you guys. Right, let's GEDLICH Racing. Let's present the trophies for these guys. Danny's going to come round and take some photos for us. And we will speak to our class winners, Alberto and Neil. Well done, guys. Thank you, Robin. Thank you. Let's get you all on the top step, please, as well. Oh, okay, no, stay where you are for now, please. Stay where you are. Oh, jump start on the champagne. Alberto, I'll speak to yourself first. Happy with the win?
Yeah, muy bien. Hemos tenido una carrera muy intensa, muy divertida, luchando hasta el final. Ha sido muy divertido, muy buen meeting.
Neil, some words from yourself?
Yeah, very nice. Amazing to be racing again after a lot of years without racing. Amazing to be helping my friend Alberto and sharing the endurance race with him. It was a very nice race. Max did an amazing job, our sister car, also in P2. Get me very difficult things. So yeah, amazing, really good, and looking forward to Estoril.
Well done, guys. Well done to our AM winners. Those are for you. I mean, you can spray it or you can just take it and drink it. It's up to you. Okay, Cayman Trophy up next. Let's get our top 2 out. Finishing in 2nd, number 110, Enrico Forderer and Will Kuna. Q, yeah, go. Here they come. Enrico and Will, here they go. Thank you guys, let's go. And winning in Cayman Trophy, our final class, the number 111, Michael Sander and Tim Neuser. Let's go. Right, GEDLICH Racing, let's present the whoa, okay, whoa. I didn't give those orders. Let's calm down, guys. Let's calm down. We're supposed to have some trophies first and some pictures. Okay. Okay, let's all get on the top step. Right, I was going to have a chat to you guys, but I think you just got to go. You know what? Just go for it. Just go for it. I'll speak to you at the next one. Okay, can I come in and have a very quick chat to our winners? Tim, winning here. How does it feel? How excited are you for this part? I mean, now you've got the win.
Oh, very excited. After a few hard days, now getting some champagne for us, for the team. Just to celebrate. A double podium.
Big celebrations tonight, Michael.
Yes, of course. So thank you very much to the team and to this fantastic driver, fastest Cayman driver in the world, and for having this grumpy old man on the passenger seat. Thank you very much to Team SR Motorsports.
Good stuff. Right, guys, I'm gonna make way very quickly. The podium is yours. Go. Well, that got very messy. Thank you. I will go looking for you. I will go looking. If I find any, it's yours. It's yours. I genuinely promise that. Thank you very much. Oh my God. That got very messy over there. Right, thank you very much, guys. Well done. We will see you at the next round in Portimao. Thank you very much for that. And with that, we are going to go into the next race down on the grid. Thank you very much in the grandstand, guys. Hope you're looking forward to this one. As you can see on the grid, we are getting ready to go for the GTWinterSeries endurance race. That is coming up very, very shortly. Adam Weller is poised, ready to go in commentary.
The GT Winter Series is coming up then with its 55-minute endurance race, our final race of the weekend here at Estoril, and this one promises to be a corker. We have, of course, multiple classes of car out there. Porsche Cup machinery, Lamborghini Super Trofeos. We've got a Ferrari 488 Challenge Evo. And, of course, we've got the GT3 cars as well. They've raced exclusively in the tricky conditions so far, and it has proven to be a great equalizer. The GT3s haven't been that much quicker than any of the Cup cars. However, as it's drying, and you can see the drying line around the circuit on these live pictures, I wonder if A, anyone's on slicks, and B, if this is the race where the GT3s streak ahead of the competition. Certainly there are a lot of very exciting names to consider in this race. The likes of Bruno Spengler, for example. There's a big one. Bruno Spengler in the number 10 FK Performance BMW M4 GT3. He will be alongside, of course, his kind of protege at the moment, as it were, in the form of Louis Stern. Stern will be taking the start in that car. Bruno Spengler will be in for the second half of the endurance race. Of course, we heard from Bruno earlier on during the broadcast. He took a great time to talk to me on the Friday, and he also gave us a bit of a lap guide as well, which will be published either in the highlights or something of that nature on the social media platforms over the next few days. It's been wonderful so far this weekend in the GT Winter Series, albeit occasionally slightly dramatic. Of course, we saw the 911 car, the Leandro Martins Porsche 992, into the wall earlier on, and that likely means that Martins and Dieter Svept won't be taking the start of this one. We'll see who is there and who is not in due course. This is the published grid, however, for this race. We may be missing a couple based on things that have happened so far this weekend. Matthias Lisowski, though, is scheduled to be our pole sitter. The number 44 car, the Porsche 992 Cup machine from the PTT Racing stable. Lisowski driving on his own. FK Performance are next. Louis Stern will take the start for that team, the BMW M4 GT3. Then it's SR Motorsport, the number 11 Mercedes-AMG GT3, with Jamo Hartling set to take the start, although actually no, it'll be Kenneth Heyer that takes the start ultimately for that one. GT3 Poland, the number 6 car, the Lamborghini Super Trofeo that of course won overall on Saturday, starting from 4th overall. 5th in this race will be the Joachim Bulting driven Plus Line Racing Team Porsche 992 GT3 Cup. 6th, Igor Klaya in the Porsche 992 GT3 Cup machine, the number 7 car. That's been good to watch so far, along with Hubert Darmetko, of course, that car. Row 4 of the grid as they go on this formation lap, I believe, will probably be 2, like the other races of the weekend. Of course, in 7th place is Uwe Lauer. Uwe, who of course took the overall win in the race earlier on today. Demir Hott is set to start number 20 car, the Porsche of the lap time performance stable. 9th place, Przemysław Bienkowski, number 33 PTT racing car. He is driving on his own. In 10th place is going to be Thor Haugen in the Pelin Racing Ferrari 488 GT3. However, he is joined by Dario Capitiano. In 11th place will be John Dillon and Matt Griffin. And it's going to be Matt Griffin taking the start in that car, so keep an eye out on the Ferrari Challenge Evo in the Italian tricolor colours. Then it is the number 115, the spectacular Rinaldi Racing Ferrari 296 GT3. That is going to be Pierre Ere taking the start before handing over to Christian Hook. Moving on to the final couple of rows of the grid. In 13th place, we are due to see the Audi R8. I didn't spot whether that car was there. We haven't seen much of the Olymp Racing cars this weekend. The number 77 of Martin Jedlinski and Karel Bash. Jedlinski set to take the start if the car is there. Igor Klaya, the number 741 in 14th. The Rakar Motorsport number 911 probably will not be there after all of that damage earlier on. And Dieter Sveps and the 16th place car, the Olymp Racing number 5. However, in the actual grid, we can see there that this Rinaldi car is the last one. So just the 12 cars taking the start. So it looks like we are missing the last 2 rows in their entirety. Hopefully the rest of the grid is there. I would assume that we are doing 2 formation laps, as that has been the case throughout this one. Number 6 car, I'm just getting a little bit of a bulletin from downstairs. Number 6 car is in the pit lane, so the Lamborghini is there, but as they go on to their second formation lap, the GT3 Poland car is awaiting its chance to start from the pit lane. Now, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 cars circulating. Oh no, that means we're missing the BMW M4 GT3, unfortunately. FK Performance isn't out there. Louis Stern, who was set to race with Bruno Spengler. We do not see that car out there on the circuits. That is a huge disappointment. So we have the Porsche, we have the Mercedes, we do not have the Lamborghini because that's in the pits. We have the 2 Porsches, 38 and 7. We have Uwe Lauer, followed by Demir Hott, followed by the 33 PTT. Oh no, we don't have the 33 car either, but that is Przemysław Bienkowski. So Bienkowski is not taking the start either. That is the Haugen and Capitiano Ferrari. Then it's Matt Griffin in the 488 Challenge car, and the Rinaldi 296 is there. Hopefully we get to see some more of the cars out there then. I was desperately hoping we get to see Bruno Spengler take part this weekend after sitting on the sidelines as Louis Stern raced in the 2 sprints, but as of now that car is not there. That is a real big shame if we don't see that car take the start. The GT3 Poland machine, the number 6, is starting from the pit lane. So then the cars are rolling towards the start of this race. A variety of Cup and GT3 machinery taking the start of this one. With the grid as it is, I would suggest that among the favourites are certainly going to be the Mercedes-AMG of Heyer and Hartling at the front of the order. That is more than likely going to be a favourite. However, with the 44 car there of Maciej Lizowski, who wasn't in either of the sprint races, he is a very quick driver, a former champion driver at that. He is going to be a force to be reckoned with. In similar conditions to this, he secured pole position for this race. So let's see what Lizowski is doing in this one. see if he can hold off the advances of Kenneth Heyer, who will be starting the Mercedes AMG from second place. Now the safety car pulls in. We will now go racing. Of course, Heyer staying behind Lisowski because he is technically starting on the second row of the grid. So it's a lonely first row for Matthias Lisowski. He's off the line. And we go racing for 55 minutes in the GTWinterSeries. It's a good start there from Kenneth Heyer. Heyer down to the first turn. Behind, though, Matthias Lisowski, Uwe Lauer to the inside there. And look at the start there for Pierre-Eric. Very good start indeed in the 115 Rinaldi Racing Ferrari 296. He is alongside the Porsche there, getting past, I think that was Demir Hott, but it is Matthias Lisowski that leads in the early stages of this one in the Porsche 992 Cup car. Of course, that car is in Cup 2 class of this race, but an overall win would be very sweet, so he's going to try and build that gap in the early stages of this one. Lisowski, as I mentioned, a driver with championship winning credentials. We haven't seen him out there this weekend. He's raced for over 15 years in Seat Leon Supercopa. He was the Volkswagen Scirocco R-Cup champion back when that was a DTM support series, and has been racing GT cars since debuting in the Porsche Carrera Cup back in 2012. Also a Silver Cup champion in what is now the GT World Challenge Europe Sprint Cup. So we expect him to be very quick. However, let's see if Kenneth Heyer can match up. Now, Matt Griffin is listed as behind the wheel in the Ferrari 488 Challenge Evo. However, I note that it is currently a little bit off the pace. Now, that makes me think that the car is maybe on slick tyres. Maybe some of these drivers are electing to start on wets. Maybe Matt Griffin is on the slicks and waiting for the track to come to him. It certainly looks like it's right near that kind of crossover point between slicks and wets at the moment. Lisowski, look at that, hugging the wall, trying to find wet patches on the main straight because it is drying. And I guess these drivers at the front are on wet tyres, so that's going to be a very interesting story as the race goes on. 3 Ferrari GT3s in 5th, 6th and 7th. Uwe Lauer, Pierre-Eric and Thor Haugen running line astern. Pierre-Eric, the ex-Le Mans 24 Hours racer. Lots and lots of racing experience for Pierre. Looking up the inside line there of Uwe Lauer, who is somewhat less experienced, but very, very promising, along with Francesco Lopez for this race. Looked like Eric was to the inside line there. Has he got the position? They're side by side coming out of the turn. This is for 5th overall, 2nd among the GT3s. Pierre-Eric surely has that done as they run through the kink. Yes, very, very well done there from Pierre-Eric, who's climbing up the order with aplomb at this point. Demir Hott there just trying to hassle the back of Thor Haugen now for 7th position. And Haugen will be looking to hand this car over in a strong position because he's got quite the gun waiting in the pit lane in the form of Dario Capitanio. And there's the AF Corsa Ferrari going through shot at the back of the field. And then, of course, we've been joined by the Lamborghini we briefly saw there as well. It's Adrian Lewandowski who's taken the start in that car. And keep an eye on the Huracan then. That's going to be working its way through the pack, surely. We've seen a lot of speed and a little bit of aggression at times from the GT3 Poland car so far this weekend. Lisowski, though, building that advantage at the front of the pack. Kenneth Heyer watching that car disappear off into the distance. 5.5 seconds is the gap right now. But again, look at them all going to the pit wall. This is a clear indicator that they are all on the wet tyres. And look at the car at the back of shot, the AF Corsa Ferrari. Matt Griffin staying to the typical racing line. That tells me that he is indeed on the slick tyres, and that could be a clutch decision. Of course, these cars, the GT3 cars being centre lock wheels, they can change the tyres quicker in the event of a pit stop. So perhaps some tyre changes will happen over the course of the pit stop phase of this race. Everybody nursing the cars through turns 3 and 4 then. And that dry line developing nicely through parts of this circuit. Lisowski well clear of this battle, but look at Pierre-Eric. He's doing a really good job in the Rinaldi Racing Ferrari of closing in now on the number 7 car. That's Igor Klaya at the wheel. Of course, Hubert Darmetko sharing this car. Igor Klaya teaming up for this race with Darmetko. Of course, Klaya in the last 2 races was driving his own car, but they've teamed up, Darmetko and Klaya, for the endurance race. That's why we're down one of the Porsches. Everybody making their way through the S's then, and there's a whiff of inevitability about Pierre-Eric getting through here, isn't there, in the Rinaldi Racing 296. Looking around the outside, there's a little bit of carbon fibre dragging on the right front of that car, but hopefully not causing any major issues. Eric all the way around the outside. Brilliant driving from Pierre to go around the outside there. He gets through into 4th position overall. Really good work from Pierre-Eric then. He is on the verge of getting to a podium. He's already up into 2nd in the GT3 class, of course, as Uwe Lauer now tries to find his way past Igor Klaya. The De Beermacher racing car is definitely going to come on strong in the latter phase of this race, with the talents of Francesco Lopez waiting in the wings. Looking at the lap times, I reckon that Lewandowski might also be on slick tyres, because I'd expect him to be quicker if he were on the wets, which are currently still a little bit faster. Matt Griffin, meanwhile, though, really getting warmed up now with his, I believe, slick tyres. Of course, this is all working off assumption, but oh, goodness me, a bit of a wiggle there on the outside. I think that's Matt Griffin. He's meant to be taking the start. They have to declare that before the race, but if it is John Dillon, and he is on slicks, he's doing very well, but I believe it is Matt Griffin at the wheel. There is Lewandowski. Of course, started in the pit lane. I just wonder if they peeled into the pits in order to get slick tyres on that Lamborghini as well. Is the AF Corsa Ferrari. Great to have AF Corsa in the series, and I believe the numbers will only grow for AF Corsa as the season goes on. The Porsche 992 GT3 Cup car of Matthias Lisowski, though, is our race leader by 4.5 seconds. Actually, that last lap, Kenneth Heyer was quite a lot quicker than the leading Porsche, so that's an interesting development. Maybe the pace coming back to Kenneth Heyer now. Maybe Kenneth Heyer is also on slicks. That could be a possibility, because I was rather expecting Kenneth Heyer to be able to take the fight to Lisowski and then some in a GT3 car versus the Cup car. Maybe Kenneth Heyer is on the slicks as well. It's certainly in that transitional phase around the circuit right now. Those on the slicks will greatly benefit later on. Pierre-Eric is leading a big train of cars, isn't he, at the moment? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 as they come out of Curva VIP. And it is the PTT racing car under the most fire, with Uwe Lauer, Thor Haugen, Demir Hott and Matt Griffin all in a queue behind. So Igor Klaya really under pressure as Matt Griffin finds his way around the outside of Demir Hott in the challenge car. I think it's starting to cross over to slicks, you know. Very quick pace at the moment from Matt Griffin relative to those around him. And looks more confident as well, lap on lap. Bit of a wiggle on there from Lewandowski as well, turning into the Arella corner. 3 Ferrari 488s follow the Porsche 992. You can see the difference there between the GT3 and the Challenge spec car. There's a lot of difference between the two of them. Of course, the Challenge car much narrower, a far narrower track on that car. More advanced aero on the GT3, but watch as they come out of the corner, because that GT3 car does not have the legs that the Challenge car does, and it's going to streak ahead on the run into turn 1. Sure enough, a good car length or two gapped by the time they get onto the brakes for turn 1. Lisowski leads by 2.8 seconds, so again the gap is coming down in favour of Kenneth Heyer fractionally in the lap time stakes. In fact, I say fractionally, it's a good couple of seconds in reality. Pierre Eret still there in 4th place and building the gap over this battle for 5th place, as Matt Griffin now looking for a way around Uwe Lauer. Now that the tyres are thoroughly heated up, those slicks that I believe the AF Corsa team have put on the car are really heating up for Matt Griffin in the Tricolor Ferrari 488 Challenge. The Italian liveried car. There is the 23 machine of Thor Haugen, though, under pressure from Demir Hott. Haugen in his first weekend in a GT3 car. He's got exciting plans all year long to go racing. I think a little step up into GT3 machinery after running in Challenge last year, Ferrari Challenge North America. There's your top two, and the gap that was 2.8 seconds is now significantly less as they come across the start-finish line. So Kenneth Heyer is absolutely finding his groove. I wonder if he is also on the slick tyres, because he seems to be really finding his rhythm. Uwe Lauer, meanwhile, I think has just lost out. Uwe Lauer, yes, Matt Griffin has gotten through. He's gotten past the number 7 car as well. So Matt Griffin passed Uwe Lauer and past the PTT racing car of Igor Klaya. Very good going from Griffin, who is now up into 5th position. Uwe Lauer down to 7th place behind the number 7 car. Thor Haugen, though, looking to demote him further to 8th place. Side by side then, this is for 3rd place in GT3 as well. And Lisowski watching in the rear view mirrors as Kenneth Heyer is now right there with him, side by side, coming out of turn 6. And it is Kenneth Heyer through into the lead of this race. The Mercedes-AMG GT3, of course, the car with the greater potential of the two. And as the track starts to dry up, that potential seems to be getting realised. Lisowski is a very competent racing driver, to say the least of it, that Kenneth Heyer gets through in the GT3 car into the lead of this race. Top two then, some 16 seconds clear of the 3rd place man, Joachim Bulting. He's doing a really good job in 3rd. Remember, in the sprint race earlier on, Bulting was responsible for not 1 but 2 safety cars spinning off into the gravel earlier on. But he seems to have his eye in this endurance race. There's a little bit of bodywork down on the main straight, but everybody is veering off over to the right-hand side of the circuit anyway, so they'll all avoid that. And look who's come to play. Adrian Lewandowski in the Lamborghini is still last of the running cars with a big sideways moment to boot, but closing in now on Thor Haugen, on Demir Hott. We ride on board with Lewandowski. 3rd gear. Oh, goodness me, that car is almost certainly on slick tyres, I would say, given the lack of adhesion. Look at the early upshifts there through 4th, maybe even 5th gear there, keeping the car low in the power band so the rear wheels don't spin up excessively. Side by side up ahead of him between Uwe Lauer and Demir Hott. In fact, no, sorry, Demir Hott and Thor Haugen. And Lewandowski a bit bold on the brakes there. He just about gets it stopped, though. Very well managed. Great onboard footage there as we see Thor Haugen just ahead of Lewandowski. The variety of machinery in this race. Fabulous stuff from the GTWinterSeries, as always. The pit window is looming large. The pit window will open with 35 minutes of the race remaining and close with 25 minutes of the race remaining. This 55-minute race. And it'd be interesting to see when the likes of Francesco Lopez takes over from Uwe Lauer, of course. Lopez definitely the pro of that lineup. And we'll see how quickly Uwe Lauer decides to hand the car over. For now, though, he's in a Porsche 992 Cup sandwich. Lauer just behind the PTT Racing number 7 of Igor Klaya, just ahead of the number 20 lap time performance machine of Demir Hott. This is a very exciting three-way battle, and Thor Haugen is just watching on for the time being. Everyone's confidence, I think, varying somewhat in these treacherous, greasy conditions. It's not a dry circuit yet, it's merely greasy. But I'll tell you who really is thriving in these conditions. Matt Griffin, all the way now up into 4th place in the AF Corsa Ferrari 488 Challenge car. 32 seconds off the race lead. There you see that car running in P4. Then it's Pierre Errit in 5th position, and then it's that battle for 6th place as Uwe Lauer tailing the number 7 PTT Racing car. Goes to the outside line. It's 7 versus 72, and the 72 is very late on the brakes. That goes all the way around the outside. Uwe Lauer can't get that done there. Kenneth Heyer leading by 4 seconds at the front of the order. And the pit window is looming large. In the immediate future of this race will open with 35 minutes of the race left to go, and be open for 10 minutes. So in just over 3.5 minutes, this window is going to open, and very interesting to see who splits it down the middle, who stays out there, and who bails out of this early. Uwe Lauer really is having his work cut out here. Porsche's to the front of him, Porsche's to the rear. Here he is stuck in the middle with Beer, because he is De Beer Marker. The number 20 car of Demir Hott just behind, and he's going to hand over to a really good driver we haven't mentioned so far this weekend, really, Stefan Radzinski, who is his driver coach and will be joining him for this endurance race. Looking forward to seeing how Radzinski contributes to the latter half of the race in number 20 lap time performance Porsche 992. Uwe Lauer just watching the rear of that number 7 car for now. And, oh, we've had an off for Thor Haugen. Cameraman spotted that out of his periphery and did well to swing around and find that. So Thor Haugen falls behind Adrian Lewandowski. Lewandowski has dropped off the pace somewhat, hasn't he? 159.1 last time by. What's up with Adrian Lewandowski then? Hopefully nothing is amiss with that car. Maybe he had a little bit of an error off camera. Pierre Errit is now being closed in, isn't he? Errit being pursued by the PTT Racing car, by Uwe Lauer, by Demir Hott. And the pit window less than 2 minutes away. That's when we'll start to see these pit stops roll in. Uwe Lauer flying high, of course, off of that race win earlier on in the day. Let's see what he can do in this one once he hands over to Francesco Lopez. The De Beer Marker Racing could well be on the overall podium by the end of this, but Demir Hott for now is looking for a way past Uwe Lauer. Looks to the inside line for turn 6. Parabolica interior would have been brave from that far back. And decides discretion is, in fact, the better part of valor. We've got a car into the pits, I think. Maybe not. Maybe that was just someone moving around at the back of the paddock. I did hear an engine come past my commentary box window, but perhaps not one of the cars in this race. Kenneth Heyer, nonetheless, is our race leader has just crossed the line, 4.9 seconds clear of Lisowski. Lisowski is driving this entire race himself, so he will be consistent across the race distance. There goes Demir Hot, though, up the inside, and he's going to get past one, he's going to get past two, potentially, as he goes around the outside at the S's. Very good driving from Demir Hot to move from 8th to 6th in one fell swoop, and that's also for 3rd in the Cup 2 class as he gets past the fellow Porsche 992 of Igor Klaya. Very, very impressive driving then from Demir Hot. He moves himself up to 6th place, and his next target is the Ferrari 488 GT3 of Pierre Eret. Two Porsches now line astern ahead of Uwe Lauer in the Beermacher car. Meanwhile, the pit window will have just opened, I believe, with 35 minutes of this race left to go, although that bulletin hasn't come through yet, so maybe I'm getting my wires crossed. Perhaps it's the GT4s that do that, and it's another 4 and a bit minutes. We'll have to wait and see, but the pit window should be open shortly. I was under the impression it was 35 to 25, but I could be sorely mistaken. My apologies if I am. But the racing continuing on for the time being as Uwe Lauer stalking the rear of the number 7 car. There goes the Ferrari 296 of Pierre Eret. What an impressive car that 296 is. The Orica-built machine, of course, and previously Michelotto responsible for building the GT3 Ferraris. That was the case right up until the 488 GT3 Evo. The contract now with Orica, and they couldn't build them fast enough last year. There was a lot of demand for the Orica-built Ferrari. Of course, Orica, known as the LMP2 merchants these days, previously built the likes of the factory Chrysler Vipers back in the early 2000s. The 115 and the 20. Head out onto the main straight then, and Pierre Eret, is really having to watch those mirrors for Demir Hot at the moment. Demir is on a mission in this race. That's been really exciting to watch. And Uwe Lauer equally is wanting some positions back because he started off quite strong and has been slowly falling through the order since then. But Igor Klaya proving to be a very compelling target in this phase of the race. In the most recent version of the regulations, between minute 25 and 35. Okay, so yes, it will be 30 minutes to go that the pit window opens. So another 2.5 minutes. My apologies for that error. It'll be 2.5 minutes before the window opens now. And then it will stay open, of course, for 10 minutes as is standard. So another 2.5 minutes before handovers can begin in this race. No one has made the pit stop just yet, and we'll see who will be the most keen to get out of the car. I don't think Demir Hot ever wants to get out of this car. He's having a great time trying to find his way past Pierre Eret at the moment in the number 20 Porsche, the lap time performance entry, which is being engineered by Moritz Kranz, who I was very happy to see in the paddock. Of course, a number of years as a top pro driver. He still is a top pro driver, and he's engineering Demir Hot's comeback. Look at that, all the way up to 5th place now goes Demir Hot. Again, the same move he made on Uwe Lauer. Oh, and Uwe Lauer got his nose cut off there a little bit in the back of shot by Igor Klaya. All going off here in the battle for 5th and 6th and 7th and 8th. Uwe Lauer wanted to get to the inside at the S's, couldn't get that done. Meanwhile, Matt Griffin has moved up into 3rd place. Joachim Bulting has dropped down to P4. So Matt Griffin in the Ferrari 488 Challenge car is in 3rd place. Meanwhile, Pierre Eret has a little look to the inside. Can't get that done there. Powering out of the first corner. But Matt Griffin, I imagine he'll be out for most of the pit window. I wouldn't expect I wouldn't expect Griffin in that early. Maybe they'll split the race exactly in half between himself and John Dillon. We'll have to see. The current pace for Matt Griffin makes him the fastest driver out there on circuit. Well, actually, he's a 10th off of Kenneth Higher, but everybody else is much slower than Matt Griffin. So if he is on slicks, then clearly the slicks are starting to come on song. Let's see how John Dillon does when we see the pit stop takeovers. 20 seconds until the window opens. The race leader crosses the line to start lap 14 of this race. So lap 14 begins now. Higher will not be able to pit this time, nor will Lisowski, but everybody else would be able to swing into the pits on this occasion if they so chose. Let's see what Demir Hut and Pierre Eric do then, because obviously Eric and Hook are both bronze drivers, so we'll see who gets the favour there. I suspect that maybe there'll be a mid-race change. But what about Demir Hut? Will they bring him in this time and try and get the young Stefan Radzinski in the car? Well, we'll wait and see. Radzinski, I say he's young. I think he's over 30 at this point. He's been driving for well over a decade and is a very, very competent set of hands. And Demir Hut has decided that those hands should be the ones around the steering wheel. He ducks into the pit lane then as the window opens. Rinaldi Racing Ferrari 296 then all alone all of a sudden as Pierre Eric continues on his way. 3 cars into the pits. Uwe Lauer also takes the opportunity to hand over to Francesco Lopez, as was somewhat anticipated. And also in Adrian Lewandowski to hand over to Andrzej. So son passes car to father. Andrzej a lot more experienced than Adrian when it comes to racing. And of course Andrzej already taking a race win on Saturday. There is Demir Hut handing over to Radzinski, the number 20 car, the lap time performance entry, tyre pressure checks ongoing. And then this car will be sent on its way. Eric out of the 6th corner of the lap, the Parabolica interior, as into the pits comes the race leader. Kenneth Higher is in pit lane, as is the 2nd place car, Matthias Lisowski. So a lot of drivers taking the opportunity to pit this time. And Matt Griffin continues on his way though. So Matt Griffin inherits the lead. As you see there, the GT3 Mercedes in the pits, the former race leader, Jamo Hartling, taking over. And there is Stefan Radzinski taking over, former Indy Lights racer, current Porsche Carrera Cup North America racer, Canadian. And we'll see how he can perform across this race now. I assume that car, I was just trying to have a look and see if it was on slicks. It's very hard to tell. Yes, slick tyres on that car. So Radzinski might come up trumps in the latter half of this race. And here comes Francesco Lopez as well. That car will suddenly be going very quickly indeed. Our former race leading car, Kenneth Higher, has now handed over, and Jamo Hartling heads out of the pit lane. All the while, Matt Griffin is your race leader in the number 151 car, the red, white and green AF Corsa Ferrari 488 Challenge Evo. Of course, he is due into the pits any moment also. Under the bridge goes the 488 GT3. Meanwhile, its successor, the 296, in the hands of Pierre Eric, is into the pit lane. Pits 58 seconds behind the race-leading car. There is the race-leading car, the 151 AF Corsa machine, with Matt Griffin at the wheel. Now, this is going to have to be a good couple of laps for Griffin to try and give John Dillon a little bit of a cushion, and he is going to keep going for the time being. For now then, Matt Griffin continues on his way. The window of course shuts with 20 minutes to go. Down into the first corner goes the 488 Challenge Evo. Of course, this car will be superseded by the Ferrari 296 Challenge car this season in a majority of the Ferrari Challenge categories. And 488 has been around since 2016. It's been a very, very popular race car indeed. Joachim Bolting is in the pit lane. Meanwhile, Christian Hook has taken over, or should have taken over at least, the Ferrari 296 GT3, that car heading back out onto the circuit. Lewandowski all over the back of Stefan Radzinski there as well, in the battle for 5th overall through camera shots. Good, well, maybe a second or so back, but let's see what the pace is then relative between these two. Radzinski, of course, is the driver coach for Damir Hott. He's a pro driver. Lewandowski is an incredibly talented amateur driver. Always interesting to see how that crossover goes on. I think on paper, the Super Trofeo car is quicker. Of course, they're not fighting with identical weapons on this occasion. And certainly, the Super Trofeo car looks to be closing in, doesn't it, in that battle? Bouncing up over the curbs. Through the chicane they go. And I think it may only be a matter of time before Andrzej gets through, lest we forget the straight line potential of this Lamborghini. Goodness me, Andrzej Lewandowski. Oh, goodness me, I can't deal with this. I'm too nervous in temperament, Andrzej. Very cool onboard shots there, though, from the GT3 Poland car. Now the taps open on the Lamborghini. I think he might be a bit too far back with all of that fighting up against the car. Radzinski goes defensive as they run into the first corner. Meanwhile, race leader Matt Griffin has pitted as Andrzej Lewandowski tries to get it done into turn 1. Yeah, great job, Andrzej Lewandowski. That straight line speed at the Lamborghini is something to be reckoned with. Incredible stuff from the elder Lewandowski. And Damir Hott, who has handed over to Stefan Radzinski, will be watching on, and I imagine he's on the edge of the seat, because I sure am at the moment, watching these two go to battle. Meanwhile, John Dillon now getting strapped into the former race leading car. That car has just lost the lead though, because Jamo Hartling has gone by in the Mercedes-AMG GT3, and the 151 car will power away in what may well end up being 3rd place, potentially 4th place by the time he gets out there. One twitchy headlight on Andrzej Lewandowski, and twitchy is certainly the word for that car through some sections of this circuit as well. I think it is very much slicks on slightly damp conditions at the moment. The AF Corsa Ferrari heads out onto track then, and will rejoin the race in, I think, 4th place, no, 3rd place ultimately. And oh goodness me, John Dillon on cold tyres, already having to snatch at the wheel a little bit. He is now confirmed to be in 3rd position. Joachim Bolting is not too far away. Oh, and Andrzej Lewandowski at the corner where we've seen so much sliding and fighting. The GT3 Poland car, unfortunately, in a spin. That will have allowed Damir Hott back through. Or rather, I should say, it will have allowed Stefan Radzinski back through. And it also brings Christian Hook right onto his back bumper. And this is going to be a very interesting battle, because these are our, well, 2 on-track winners, of course, because Andrzej Lewandowski won the first race of the weekend. Christian Hook crossed the line first in race 2 of the weekend, but then, of course, received a penalty for overtaking under safety car and lost that victory. But these two have both crossed the line first over the course of this weekend, and Christian Hook is now right on the back of Andrzej Lewandowski. Again, the GT3 car should be a couple of seconds quicker in theory, but we know that Andrzej Lewandowski can drive like a man possessed when that's what the moment calls for. This is a battle then for 5th overall in this race, or 6th overall in this race, I should say. And just behind is also Francesco Lopez. So Lopez is closing in on this as well. This is going to be a brilliant three-way scrap over the course of the next several minutes. And Christian Hook doesn't want to waste any time. He goes to the inside in turn 7, Orella Bend. Can't get it done though, or can he? I don't think he can. They'll approach the chicane in just a few moments, and he's got through. Very, very good stuff from Christian Hook. Christian Hook gets through then. Andrzej Lewandowski is now in a Ferrari sandwich, but need I remind you how quick that car is down the main straight. Andrzej Lewandowski isn't out of this yet. If he gets a solid run through these two corners where he spun last time by, he might be able to challenge Christian Hook, but unfortunately I don't think that is a solid run through that corner, and instead Francesco Lopez gets through and into what is now going to be 7th place. Oh, and he almost hits the gravel there as well, does Andrzej Lewandowski. He is struggling quite a lot. Not sure whether he's on wets or slicks, but whatever he's on, he is struggling quite a bit right now. Down into 8th place he has gone. So we've got a battle for 2nd in GT3 now, just ahead of Lewandowski between the two Ferraris. Of course, points are scored in this championship based on the classes, so this is really quite important for Uwe Lauer and Francesco Lopez, as well as Christian Hook and Pierre Eret. 296 versus 488. Handy amateur versus naturally gifted pro. A drag race down towards the kink at turn 5, and Francesco Lopez is met with a closed door and a stern no as they approach turn 5. Very, very good stuff here between these two parties. The 115 car, though, going defensive once again. Christian Hook is watching through the mirrors more so than the windscreen right now, as Francesco Lopez continues to carve his way up the pack. This again for 2nd in GT3 as well as 6th overall. Quite the gap though, I think, between those two parties, or rather those two parties and the car in 5th place, Stefan Radzinski. Yes indeed, it's about 9 seconds, so Lopez would have to do a lot of legwork, although I think he's capable of it, to get any further up the order if he can dispatch Christian Hook. Great scrapping between these two. Bit of a sideways moment there for Lopez. Once again going around the outside, trying to do exactly what he did a lap ago to Andrzej Lewandowski, and he gets a really good run, albeit quite a wide run, out of the last corner. He's now in the slipstream following the newer Ferrari 296 GT3. Can he find a way past the Rinaldi Racing car? Looks at the inside line. No bueno thus far. 17 minutes and 50 seconds remain in this race. To remind you of what's going on up front as we continue to watch this all-important battle, it is Jamo Hartling in the race lead. Lisowski is in 2nd place. John Dillon is running in 3rd position, but he's losing time to those behind him, so we'll keep an eye on that as well, as Francesco Lopez has another look to the inside, then to the outside, any which way he can. He wants to get past this man. Great racing between these two, and once again Hook is trying to defend into even turn 5. Even the kink is an overtaking opportunity at the moment in the eyes of Francesco Lopez. Real interesting stuff here between the two generations of Ferrari GT3 car. V8 versus V6, both turbocharged. It's Orica versus Michelotto as well, of course. Really, really interesting scrap here. John Dillon is still just about in 3rd place. Here is the battle for... Is this the battle for 3rd? No, it's not. This is there's a lap between the AF Corsa car and Dario Capitanio, but just behind Capitanio is Joachim Bulting, who is closing in on John Dillon. So John Dillon is coming under significant fire here. He's trying to defend from someone who is a lap down at the moment, mind you. So Capitanio, the pro racer for Thor Haugen, He's having to fight quite hard here to get by John Dillon. Again, this is not for position, so this is purely for pride, and John Dillon is doing a good job of making that slightly narrower car a little bit wider. Uwe Lauer, meanwhile, Francesco Lopez is through and ahead of Christian Hook, so Francesco gets by. It was always expected that Christian Hook would eventually lose out, and sure enough, the 72 car has gotten past. Around turn 3 they go. And look at this one. This is an all Porsche battle. This is not for position either, though. The 44 car in second place of Lisowski. Now 20.6 seconds is the gap, and I can tell you that it's an absolutely scintillating pace being set at the front of the order. Jamo Hartling, a 149.735. That puts him well clear of the second place car of Matthias Lisowski. Lisowski now some 20.6 seconds back from the leader. So Jamo Hartling is doing an incredible job in the SR Motorsport machine. Meanwhile, third place under contest into the first corner. AF Corsa's John Dillon has indeed been caught now by Joachim Bulting. Bulting right there with him. It's Porsche Carrera Cup versus Ferrari Challenge Car. John Dillon with numerous years of experience in these cars, in challenge cars, also in GT3s as well. Whereas Joachim Bulting only started racing in 2015, so a few years less on his racing odometer. However, he is fairly quick on his day. So the AF Corsa Ferrari suddenly picking up a little bit of speed, it must be said. John Dillon has been rather quickly closed in by Joachim Bulting, but now Bulting is just dropping off a little bit, which is most bizarre. Meanwhile, a visit to the pits is due for the number 6 car. Drive-through penalty, Andrzej Lewandowski and Adrian Lewandowski's GT3 Poland Lamborghini. The pit stop was too short. Compounding what seems to be quite the balance issue for Andrzej Lewandowski at the moment. We've had some great footage of the car being seesawed at the wheel, but that's not really what Andrzej needs the car to do. Dario Capitanio just ahead of them. That car is running last in this race, a lap down on most of the field, well, 2 laps down on a large portion of the field. Meanwhile, down the main straight comes this battle then for third place, the last step on the overall podium under contest then. The gap is out to 1.1 seconds this time by, so still Joachim Bulting is looking for any which way he can to just gain that time back. You saw there John Dillon getting quite twitchy there through turn 1 into the braking zone for that corner, and that has given a little bit of an opportunity now to Bulting, who has closed in once again. The gap is down into the 10ths once more as Bulting turns through Lamy, turn 3. Onto Curva VIP, turn 4 of this lap. Fascinating to see the strengths and weaknesses of the Ferrari and the Porsche relative to each other. Of course, unless we literally had the same driver in both cars, it wouldn't be a true litmus test, but it is very interesting nonetheless. And of course, the cars running in separate classes. Your class leaders at the moment, Jamo Hartling, the overall race leader, is also leading the GT3 class, of course. Lisowski in the 44 car is leading Cup 2 and is 23 seconds back from the overall race lead. Cup 1 is being led by this man, John Dillon, and he is also contesting, of course, for third overall with Joachim Bulting right now, and the Cup 4 leader is Andrzej Lewandowski, all the way back in 9th place. Of course, the Cup 4 class for the Lamborghini Trofeo cars, just the one Trofeo car, just the one Ferrari Challenge machine this weekend, but that is due to change in the next several weeks. And where is Dillon? Where is Balting? There they are now, and John Dillon maybe having to worry a bit more about Balting this time through. Very close on the run down to the first corner. Looking around the outside, couldn't get it done there. Does Balting now cut to the inside line for this podium spot? No, not quite. Joachim Balting, I'm sure, loving this. Hopefully John Dillon is too. Goodness me, you could see the car fighting John Dillon there. I think it was John Dillon and the traction control versus the laws of physics there for a few moments. Battle heads down towards the Parabolica interior once again then. And John Dillon powers out of turn 6 of the lap with Joachim Balting really making life hard for him right now. I'm sure Matt Griffin is coaching him as best as he can through the headset at the moment as this race goes on. We're into the final 10 minutes of this GT Winter Series race. Andrzej Lewandowski is currently in the pit lane serving his drive-through for the too short pit stop, and only a couple of seconds too short, but that's enough to net you a drive-through penalty. You have to be very careful on the stopwatch in that regard. Meanwhile, John Dillon looking for any iota of traction he can get, and Joachim Balting certainly has more traction. Balting is through into third place. Now, can John Dillon open the taps and challenge back for third place overall now? He goes to the inside line. He should have the power advantage in the Ferrari 488 Challenge car. It's even Stevens as they come across the line. Dillon to the inside, Balting on the outside, and John Dillon covers off the inside line, returns to third place, but a little bit wide there coming out of the corner. Still manages to get the power down, but here comes Balting. Balting with a good run out of the first corner. He gets up into third place overall. Fabulous driving from Joachim Balting. The German racer, 57 years of age. He's turned 57 just last week, so maybe a bit of a late birthday present getting an overall podium in this race if he can hold on to it. But John Dillon is going to make life hard for him if he possibly can. Fabulous, fabulous racing. I am loving this. I hope you are too in this, the final race of the weekend for the Winter Series package, the third and final race of the weekend for GT Winter Series. This is just a taster of what is to come for the rest of the weekend, or rest of the season I should say. Meanwhile, another penalty has come up. The number 24 car with a stop and go penalty has come up on my timing screen, but there isn't one of those, so I'm not quite sure who that is. It might be the 23 of Dario Capitanio. No, that's a 23. To wait and see, but certainly someone is going to have a stop-go in the next few moments. And as I was talking about that, John Dillon has lost a few car lengths here to Joachim Balting in this battle for third place. It looks like John is now just starting to struggle, and that could be the end of this battle for third. In fact, is something up with John Dillon's car, because he was very slow through this last corner. Is he okay? It was the number 23 car, incidentally, that needed a penalty. So, so it is Dario Capitanio getting a stop-and-go penalty here for changing tyres during a pit stop in a wrong way, is the official turn of phrase there. I would assume that's maybe pitting out of position, or too many people, or something like that. I'm not too sure what regulation they would have specifically breached there. Meanwhile, Andrzej Lewandowski has moved up into 8th place. In fact, no, my apologies. I don't think he has moved up into 8th place. I think he's under pressure for 8th place. Hubert Darmetko just behind him. Darmetko has been really strong this weekend in the number 7 Porsche. And obviously Andrzej Lewandowski, who took a race win on Saturday, would not have expected to be fighting for 8th place on Sunday. again, leading Cup 1, but that will be no consolation for his performance relative to the other cars, I think, on this day. 6 minutes and 20 seconds left to go. And now we're on to a straight. Of course, the Lamborghini starts to gap the Porsche once again. What a cheat code that 5.2 litre V10 is in a straight line. Lewandowski once again gaps Darmetko, but now into the first sector of the poise of the Porsche will start to come up trumps once again for Hubert Darmetko, and in general it seems as though the Lamborghini is struggling with something of a balance issue today. We've seen that in the onboards on several occasions already during this race. Out of turn 4 curve of VIP they go then in this battle for 8th place. And Lewandowski again down the back straight with the kink in the middle. Again, maybe a 10th or 2, but running wide like that won't do him any favours. Again, this car looks like quite the handful in these mixed conditions. We ride on board with Lewandowski as we approach turn 7 Arella. Back on the power now towards Gancho. Hopping over the curbs there. And, turn 9 and 10 of this lap. Slowest point of the lap, of course, but seems like quite a lot of drivers actually quite like that section, and often drivers don't like chicanes like that, but seems to have gained a following among the paddock here in the GT Winter Series, and certainly Andrzej Lewandowski has gained a follower in the form of Hubert Darmetko in this battle for 8th place. Really close running here as Darmetko has a look to the inside but can't get it done there. Of course, once again, the Lamborghini straight line speed advantage just clears him off from the competitor. Lisowski in 2nd place there, just getting a look at him. 26 seconds off the race leader, 3 minutes and 50 seconds to go. Damo Hartling has been brilliant at the front of the order, just steadily building his advantage. And meanwhile, into the pits has come the 23 car for a 146, that's 2 minute and 26 second penalty for changing tyres during the pit stop in a wrong way. So that car is in the pit for a stop-go penalty. I wonder if they'll even send it back out there or whether they call it a day. We'll have to wait and see. You're on camera, Emilio. Hi, Emilio. He's our videographer there, getting some shots at the end of the day. And Lisowski in 2nd place, also just a few minutes away from calling it a day in 2nd position, and of course leading Cup 2 as well. The Cup 2 class will score him some good points here, although he didn't compete in the first 2 races, so Lisowski won't be a factor in the sharp end of the championship coming out of this race. Oh, goodness me, 4-wheel drift there out of the 13th and final corner of the lap. Do love a car 4-wheel drifting out of a turn. 28 seconds is the gap. Less than 2.5 minutes of this race left to run. And once again, across the line behind this car in 2nd place is the battle between Lewandowski and Darmetko, which again down the main straight Lewandowski has pulled away, but great scraps through the order for Andrzej Lewandowski. He's always seemed to be in a battle, just not at the sharp end, which is what he would want. Damo Hartling has been second to none over the course of this race, though. He is leading the way. He's just lapped Francesco Lopez, which is a pretty incredible feat all of itself. Damo Hartling, who recently won 2 years of free GT racing seat time over the summer in the German GTC series, has made his GT3 bow this weekend in the Mercedes-AMG GT3 from SR Motorsport. And it has been incredibly impressive to see his pace in this last stint of the race, taking the baton from Kenneth Hyatt and absolutely disappearing up the road. Into the final turn goes the number 11 car. This will be the final lap of the race. Less than 60 seconds left to go. No +1 lap in this race, so this will be the final lap. The number 11 car powers out of turn 3. Lovely sound there of the flat 6 of the Porsche there. That was, I think, Radzinski in 5th position, just ahead of our race leader. But for Jamo Hartling and indeed for Kenneth Hyatt, they have done absolutely everything right in this race. Of course, they maybe didn't have quite the competition we were expecting. We were wondering if Olymp Racing would get out there for this race, or indeed FK Performance, of course, with Bruno Spengler at the wheel alongside Louis Stern. Sadly, a few of the GT3 cars dropping off this weekend as this has wore on. However, nothing can be taken away from the impressive performance of Jamo Hartling in the number 11 Mercedes-AMG GT3. Kenneth Hyatt and Hartling, a formidable duo then, and they are going to take their first win of the season in the 2024 GT Winter Series. Jamo Hartling, his first weekend in a GT3 car, and as he comes out of the final corner now, he will finish his first ever GT3 weekend with a flourish. Jamo Hartling and Kenneth Hyatt take the first of the endurance race victories in the 2024 GT Winter Series season. They win the race. Lisowski will come across the line in 2nd place. Francesco Lopez has already finished in 6th position. Christian Hook now crossing the line in P7. Just behind him is Capitanio, many laps down after that drive-through penalty. Here comes the 2nd place car out of the final corner now. This is Lisowski in the Cup car, the Cup Porsche. Where's that battle for 8th place then? They shouldn't be too far away. Indeed, they're coming through the final corner as we speak. Andrzej Lewandowski and Hubert Dametko. I would suspect that the Lamborghini driver has done enough. Yes, indeed. Lewandowski doing a very good job to get the car straightened out and beat Dametko to 8th overall. I thought for a while there that Lewandowski was going to lose out on that position, but he ends up sealing a P8 and of course the Cup 4 win in the process. We still haven't had our 3rd place car come through, but that car's also just going to be coming out of the final corner now. That is Joachim Bulting. Well, that's the 4th place car, but there is Joachim Bulting in the 38 machine. Crossed the line to complete the podium, and John Dillon taking 4th place as well. And Stefan Radzinski will cross the line to round out the top 5 and our finishing order. Our last car across the line will be the 5th place Porsche car. That's the 3rd place finisher in Cup 2 as well, of course, behind Lisowski, behind Bulting, and the Marshals giving a standing ovation to our drivers after a very fun race in the GT Winter Series. Congratulations to all of our drivers, and thank you to our Marshals for all of their hard work this weekend. Jamo Hartling has worked very hard this weekend. He has been driving this car, he's been driving the GT4 car, so he's done no less than, I think it's been 4 races this weekend for him. 1 sprint, 1 endurance in each car. Interesting to see Infineon back as well as a sponsor on racing cars. I haven't seen that since the days of the factory Audis, which is going back a good 20 years. Factory Audi R8s, that is. But for now, it is Star of the Future coming out of the car J-Mo Hartling was really very impressive in that race in difficult conditions. I'm looking forward to seeing his evolution as a GT3 driver over the course of this GT Winter Series season. Second place then for Maciej Lizowski in the Porsche 992 GT3 Cup car, and Joachim Bulting will take the third step under that under the podium, the third parking spot under that podium within the next few moments. Lizowski embracing his team there at PTT. The former Scirocco R Cup champion with a very good performance in the Porsche 992 Cup car, but as the weather improved, as the conditions dried out, it was eventually the domain of the GT3 Mercedes-AMG GT3. A few surprises in that race. Potentially, I would have expected a little bit more out of Lauer and Lopez after Uwe Lauer took the car to a race win earlier on in the day. Of course, Capitano and Thor Haugen were having all sorts of issues, sadly, in this race. I wonder where they would have factored in this race had they had a clean run. Of course, the biggest thing to take away from this race is that Hartling and Haier are a force to be reckoned with. However, I know that the entry list for GT Winter Series at Portimao is looking considerably larger, and that means more competition for today's front runners when we go racing on the next weekend, Saturday and Sunday, the 20th and 21st of January. We'll have more racing all day live, of course, for the 20th and 21st of January, bringing you once again the GTs, the GT4s, and the Prototype Winter Series. Joachim Bulting, a hard day's work has been done. No spins in this race. Had two of almost bumped into the photographer there. Daniel couldn't quite avoid him in time there, but we can now take a look at the race results while we wait to hear from some of the drivers. It was J-Mo Hartling alongside Kenneth Haier taking the win in the SR Motorsport Mercedes ahead of Maciej Lizowski, the first of the Cup cars, home in second overall. Joachim Bulting taking third position ahead of John Dillon, the first of the Ferrari Challenge cars home, the only Ferrari Challenge car in the race. The Demir Hot, Matthias Lizowski, the Demir Hot and Stefan Rudzinski car taking fifth overall. Uwe Lauer and Francesco Lopez taking sixth as well as second. Critical points in the championship there for Lauer and Francesco Lopez. Christian Hook and Pierre Errit taking seventh overall in the Ferrari 296 GT3. Andrzej and Adrian Lewandowski for GT3 Poland finishing eighth in the Lamborghini. Hubert Darmetko rounds out the Porsche Cup order, of course assisted in that race by Igor Klaya, and Thor Haugen and Dario Captiano will feel a little bit aggrieved with how their race went. Penalties and issues for the Ferrari 488 GT3. Only 10 cars taking the start, but all of them reaching the checkered flag. So then, calm now descends over Estoril. The paddock will soon migrate over to Portimao over the course of Monday before going testing for several days before we go racing. But we've still got some celebrating to do. Head of ceremonies, Chris McCarthy, has an interview now.
Thank you very much, Adam. I'm down in pit lane with our winners of the GT Winter Series first endurance race of the season, Schnitzelarm Racing. J-Mo Hartling and Kenneth Haier. J-Mo, we'll come to you first as you brought the car home. How did it feel after what was a lengthy endurance race to get the car home and see the checkered flag first?
Yeah, at first it was tricky conditions, but yeah, we were able to handle the car on the track, and yeah, Kenneth did a great job at the first stint, and yeah, changing on me, and then only thing is to bring the car home.
And when you got back out there, going through, tell us how the track felt when you got back out onto the circuit after the pit stop.
After is more dry. yeah. And then to the end, it was a good result.
And by the end, a good gap as well. I guess it was just bringing it home by the end of the race there. But of course, keeping it on circuit as well. Because I imagine the tyres did take a bit of a pounding.
Yeah, not pushing to the end, only constantly drive and then, yeah, bring it home.
And Kenneth, from your point of view, you started the race as well. Tell us how it was throughout those first few laps.
Yeah, first few laps I was just looking and let also the Cup Porsche pass to see where the spots are and save a bit of tires for him later on. So I did quite constant, not pushing. I think it was a good decision because then I can close the gap to the Porsche as well, overtake him and then give the car on P1 already to JMO, and then he brings it home quite constant, and that's a goal today.
It's probably tricky in that position as a racing driver when you're tackling an endurance race not to push too hard. Tell us how that is from your point of view, not to push too hard.
Racing itself has a lot to do with self-control. It's not that you push every time, so you have to think in cars, you have to put the buttons on the right position with traction control and ABS and all that stuff, so you have to be, let's say, you have to be used to the car, and then you have to do, yeah, in these conditions you have to be a bit more smart, I think.
And this seems to be working really well as a partnership and as a team as well. Tell us a bit about the work you guys have been doing as a pair and as a team to create what is turning into a really good outfit here and a really strong championship challenge.
Yeah, JMO is, let's say, he's one of the young guys from the Schnitzler. I'm in the last quarter of the career. I'm now 14 years with AMG together. So, and I have really fun with him. For me, he's a really big talent, and I really put everything and effort into him as much as possible. And yeah, that makes fun. That's also one of the main goals of the team, to produce, let's say, all 2-3 years one kid in the pro level, and yeah, he's on a very fast way there.
Looking forward to racing with him now at Portimao next week?
Yeah, we are really looking forward, yes. I like the track a lot.
Good stuff. Well, congratulations, guys, and we'll see you up on the podium. Well done.
Oh, thank you, thank you.
Well done, guys. Thank you very much. We'll let you go and celebrate. We'll chat to them a little bit more. Give them a round of applause. Those of you up in the grandstand as well, they're our winners heading up onto... Thank you very much. They're heading up onto the podium. That's where we're going to be going, Adam. And I think this time they are going to spray some champagne. I think they're going to make it very, very messy up there. So while they prepare for that, Adam, I'm going to hand back to you to do some race recaps.
Something tells me I'm being invited onto the podium after this, purely as a human shield for Chris McCarthy. That's an inclination. Anyway, great to hear from our race winners after the 55-minute enduro. They will now head up to the podiums for our final celebrations of the day. In the next few minutes, we will also do a little bit of looking back at the race that was, and then, of course, we'll wrap up the day up on the podium before we bid you adieu for just a few days, of course, because there is live content to come. Of course, next weekend at Portimao, we all go racing again, potentially with some bigger grids and a couple of the championships as well, which will be really exciting. And of course, there's lots of highlights to come between the two weekends as well. We've got lots of content coming out on the Winter Series channel. But for now, let's look at highlights from GT Winter Series race number 3. So then the race got started with a slightly reduced grid from what we were expecting, but it was still very compact and maybe a little bit claustrophobic through the first corner. We had Pierre-Eric working his way through the order. Thorhaugen watching on as Uwe Lauer tried to press on through as well. Matt Griffin appeared to be on the slick tyres where perhaps some others were not in the early stages, dropped off the pack and then surged his way through as the stint wore on. Meanwhile, after an early lead, Matthias Lizowski had to give way to Kenneth Heyer. Thorhaugen found himself in a spin just before he handed over to Capitiano. Unfortunately, from there, the race only got harder. Francesco Lopez would eventually take over the number 72 car, but not before a brilliant battle between Uwe Lauer and Demir Hott. We saw a lot of this during the race. That was both Adrian and Andrzej Lewandowski having to fight their car very, very hard indeed. John Dillon also having to fight not just the car, but also Joachim Bulting for third place. At one point, Bulting was in third, but then the straight line speed of the Ferrari 488 Challenge Evo put John Dillon back into P3 overall in the race. Balting managed to get back through, though, and that was the definitive move eventually for P3 in the overall classification. Some great four-wheel slides as well from Matthias Lizowski, who never lifted off the throttle, but no one could catch Jamo Hartling and Kenneth Heyer, who took the win overall and in the GT3 category at the end of 55 minutes of racing. So absolutely great day of racing, great weekend of racing here in the Winter Series package. For the first time, there are 4 championships at play, and everyone here at GEDLICH Racing has done a sensational job keeping up with the increased workload. Of course, we've also got Alpha Live with us for the first time, and I'm sure you can agree we have had spectacular pictures all weekend long, ushering in a new era of full season live streaming for the Winter Series package as it enters its most exciting chapter to date. Live streaming for a full season could not have come at a better time, and we do hope you'll be with us again in a little under a week when we have 2 full days of racing once again at Portimao, the Autodromo Internacional do Algarve, to give it its proper name, we also, of course, have this podium ceremony upcoming. I'm interested to see whether Chris McCarthy's weather predictions come true vis-a-vis champagne spraying. We'll have to see how that goes in the next couple of moments. And I understand that Chris is ready to go. So one more time, we'll head down to Chris McCarthy for the podiums.
Thank you, Adam. Yes, we'll see if those predictions for champagne spray come through. I think everyone down here wants to see champagne spraying. I think people in the crowd want to see champagne. Actually, I don't know, maybe the teams might want to see them, take them down to them. But I think it's going to get very messy up here. The champagne is ready to go. This is the last race of the weekend. Guys, first of all, thank you very much to everyone who is down here. This has been the start of a brand new era of the Winter Series. 3 championships starting the 4th season of the Winter Series. We've had the GT Winter Series, the Prototype Winter Series, the GT4 Winter Series. It's all been broadcast by the guys at Alpha Live. We've had treacherous conditions, but nevertheless, the marshals have been out there, the safety teams as well. So I think overall, can we have a round of applause, please, for all the team at GEDLICH Racing, all the team at Alpha Live, all our marshals at Estoril, everyone who's helped put on this fantastic event together. They've done a superb job. I think it's been the start of what is going to be a fantastic 6-round season, because we come back next week here in Portugal at Portimao. Looking forward to that. But first, we have to celebrate what's been a really brilliant racing weekend here at Estoril. So let's crack on with the podium of the GT Winter Series endurance race, the first one of the season. Let's get our GT3 podium finishers out. First of all, finishing in 3rd place in the number 115. Make some noise for Christian Hook. Let's go, guys. Make some noise for him. Here he comes. Hooky. Are we going to? I love how we're doing the cap there. Absolutely love it. We don't open that. We don't open that. Oh, are we going to open both of those? Are we going to attempt to do them both by yourself? I love it. Okay, I love it. Okay. Okay, let's intensify the noise as we go through the podium positions. Finishing in 2nd place in the number 72 was Uwe Lauer and Francesco Lopez. Here they come, arm in arm. Well done, guys. 2nd place in GT3. Up onto the podium, but we spoke to them briefly down in pit lane. Our winners of the 1st race of the season, the 4th season of the GT Winter Series, in the number 11 in their Mercedes for Schnitzel Alm Racing. Please give a huge round of applause for your winners, Jamo Hartling and Kenneth Heyer. They're doing great things down at that team, and these 2 guys are making a fantastic partnership. I'm going to let Danny go out and take some photos as GEDLICH Racing will come out and present the trophies to our top 3. Christian Hook, first of all, being presented his trophy. Then our top 2, Jamo Hartling and Kenneth Ayer, Uwe Lauer and Francesco Lopez as well. Well done to all the guys. Let's get them all on the top step of the podium first of all. And then we will have okay, we're going to crack straight on with it. Let's get the, we're going to get straight on with it, are we? I was going to have a quick chat to some of you, but I'm going to do it first of all. Let's get the trophies. Let's get the trophies up. Oh, we're going to make a run for it, are we? I'm liking what we're doing. Whilst that's going on, I want to speak to you guys very quickly. You can make a head start. That's absolutely fine. I want to speak to some of the guys. Francesco, second place. Oh, Christian, where are you going? I was going to have a chat to you. You don't have to run off. Second place, happy with that as an endurance result?
No. Yes, we are happy. We are quite happy. It was really hard because during these kind of conditions, it was not that easy. Yeah.
And Christian, yourself as well. I mean, you just want to get on with the podium celebrations, don't you?
Sorry, what?
You just want to get on with the podium celebrations here, don't you?
No. That's because of the champagne, huh? Yeah. There's only one seat left.
Good stuff. All right, go for it, guys. Go for it. I like the timing there. Jamo Hartling may be one of the younger drivers, but he's done his research down the back of the suit of Kenneth Ayer. Absolutely fantastic. Let's have a round of applause for your top 3 in the GT3 class in the GTWinterSeries. Well done, guys. Nice one, Francesco. Well done. They remember the champagne, but they're forgetting the trophies. We've left a trophy back here. Yeah, I'll have some. Thank you very much. That was actually really nice. Lovely. Okay. Let's go with Cup 2 next, finishing in third place in the Cup 2 class, the number 20, Damir Hott and Stefan Rydzinski. We're coming out with the champagne. Are we here, drivers? Are we here? All right, here we go, round of applause. Let's go, here they come. They put on a fantastic race for us this weekend. Finishing in second place in the number 38, Joachim Bodling. Round of applause, everyone, for Joachim. And our winner in the Cup 2 class, those Porsches sounded absolutely fantastic out there. I hope you enjoyed watching them. Please give a big round of applause to your winner out there in the number 44, Mateusz Lizowski. And GEDLICH Racing will come out, will present. He's got 2, I know. 2 for the price of 1. GEDLICH Racing will come out to present the trophies. We will get some pictures taken. And I will very quickly attempt to speak to our winner, and then I'm going to clear off. Now, you guys can start unscrewing, but I'm just going to ask our winner very quickly. Who would you like to thank?
Can you repeat? Because
Who would you like to thank for the weekend?
Yeah, so I would like to thank for my team. They are doing amazing job for the whole weekend. The setup was amazing. So engineer, the staff, they are amazing. I love this team. So PTT always prepare really well car, really fast car. So thank you for that.
And look, well, you got 2 champagne bottles as well now, guys. So there you go. You can go and have a big celebration now.
Yeah, exactly. After the race, we have a small party. So tonight as well.
Let's make some noise for Mateusz Lizowski. All right, guys, go for it. Go for it. Let's have the celebrations on there. Let's. Oh, no. Well, he wasn't lying when he said it's going to be a big party. Well done, guys. Well done. Congratulations, guys. Congratulations. Really, see you at Portimao. See you at Portimao. Safe travels. Safe travels. Okay, let's go to the third and final podium, our Cup 1 and Cup 4 winners. First out, let's welcome our Cup 4 winners, father and son, Adrian and Andrei Lewandowski. As I say that, it's getting, Johnny, you can spin round. It's getting very busy down there in the pit lane. But give a round of applause, please. Adrian and Andrei Lewandowski. Let's give them a round of applause, please, as they come out onto the podium. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, let's get our Cup 1 winners out as well. They were also winners like our Cup 4 winners. They drove an absolutely superb race, flying through the order, taking the lead. Our Cup 1 winners in the Ferrari, Matt Griffin and John Dillon. Did that not work? Our Cup 1 winners, Matt Griffin and John Dillon. Superb performance, guys. I think we can all fit them up there. Don't be shy. We weren't shy on track. There we go. And I'm going to speak to both our drivers, and then I'm going to speak to both our winners. I particularly want to speak to Matt. We had a chat with John earlier, and I'll speak to Adrian as well, and then we will let them celebrate. So Matt, we were going to speak to you in pit lane. Tell us, as we didn't get the chance to have a chat earlier, a bit about your drive at the start of the race.
Yeah, it was good. We chose to start on the slick tyre, which was a massive risk really, because the circuit wasn't ready, but I knew that if I could just keep it on the track and the rest of them started to struggle on the wet tyres, we'd be good. And that's what happened, only they didn't quite struggle as much as we hoped. But we finished 4th overall, and to do that in a challenge car, which effectively is the slowest car in the grid, is awesome. But I've got to have a big shout out to John, who this weekend has made like a massive step in his driving. He's been absolutely epic, particularly there on a damp track on slicks. He you know, I'm the pro and I get paid to do it, but he earned his money this weekend. He did a mega job. So close to that overall podium. It really was a good drive. Well done. And great to have you with us, Matt. You've raced in just about everything, including 24-hour Le Mans. Adrian, how have you enjoyed yourself this weekend at the first round?
Well, yesterday and the training was okay, but today was pretty hard for me. I mean, I had a pretty bad sprint with a few accidents, and now we got problem with the tires. They were too hot, and we also were starting from the pit, so from the very beginning the endurance race was hard, and it didn't went well at the other part. So maybe Portimao will be better, you know.
Well, I'm sure it will be. Guys, we will leave you to go and enjoy your celebrations. We'll see you in Portimao. We'll see you in Portimao. Well, bye-bye. See you later, guys. And I believe now Adam Weller is going to join me. Thank you to all of you for joining us in those podium celebrations. That was very good. And the champagne's actually very nice, Adam. It is very, very nice. The man you've been listening to all day, Adam Weller, is now joining me. He's done a fantastic job all day. Adam, thank you for coming to join us. How have you enjoyed the first round of the Winter Series?
I mean, it's been great. I mean, there's never been more action in a Winter Series package weekend. When we started doing live streams a couple of years ago, it was just the GT Winter Series and then track day sessions between the races. We've now got this full-on race program, 3 championships towards the end of the season in Aragon and Barcelona, 4 championships. It's going to be incredible all year long. And hey, I understand you're along for the ride, so strap in, it's going to get fun.
And this just the start. I mean, we go to Portimao next weekend. As you say, it's going to be streamed live, the whole championship, by the guys at Alpha Live as well, who've had to brave, like all the marshals out there and all the recovery team, had to brave really tough conditions this weekend. Back next weekend as well. It's going to be a really good season. This has just been a taster as to what's going to be a brilliant season, because we expect the grids are going to grow and the Formula cars are going to join us as well.
Yeah, I mean, Portimao next week is going to be big. I'm certain of that. The number of racing drivers I've had give me one of like the traditional favourite circuit answers, your Spas, your Nordschleifers, and then they've leaned into me and said, I know I'm not meant to say this, but actually Portimao. So Portimao is one of the favourite circuits for everyone on the calendar. I know there's going to be big entry number boosts. It's going to be very exciting. And I mean, based on what we've seen this weekend, I think there's reason to be optimistic for a good show.
Now, I did give you, I did pre-warn you about this a little bit earlier. A bit of a driver of the weekend for you in each category. Let's start with the order they raced in. So let's go GT4 prototype and then GT. So GT4 first of all.
Yes, and I definitely thought about it after you told me you were going to do it. No, I didn't, not at all. You know what? For the GT4s, I think I'm going to go Luis Liberal. Luis Liberal in the AM category, got a class win, first weekend in modern machinery after a long time racing historic cars in this region. Really impressive, and yeah, I think he would be the GT4 star for me.
And what about, let's come out, we'll come out slightly to the edge of the podium. What about in prototypes?
I think it has to be Danny Sufi, really, doesn't it? I mean, I like to try and peel away from the front of the grid occasionally with this kind of thing. But, I mean, obviously he had his zero moment down at turn 1 at the start of the weekend. Bounced back in spectacular fashion, was gracious about what happened on Saturday and recovered in the best way possible. Not only did he win the race, but obviously he held off Daniel Kalvitz, he held off Laurent Heur. He was going quicker than those guys. Those are gold-rated drivers, experienced and established sports car stars. And Danny in his, well, basically second year of prototype racing was quicker than them. Crazy.
And finally, GT. It's going to be a tough one.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? I mean, Andrzej Lewandowski was brilliant fun to watch in the race we've just had because he was counter-steering for all he was worth. And, of course, he won yesterday against the odds in the Super Trofeo car. But I think I have to go J-Mo Hartling, ultimately. First weekend in a GT3 car and was incredibly impressive. Capped it off with the race win along with Kenneth Heyer in this Enduro. And I think that come Portimao, he is going to be even quicker. And I think we're going to see that pace evolve and evolve until he becomes quite a force by Barcelona.
Thank you very much for that. I'm sure that we're going to put you more to that as the rounds go on as well. It was a really good. Lucas, the more familiar face of Lucas, will be back next week, as will Adam, as will myself as well. I hope you will be there as well. Just a few days and then we do this all over again, Adam, hopefully in better conditions. But the rain did bring some excitement, didn't it?
Rain did bring some excitement. You get to recover from this in your own property. I'm not going home between these two, so I've got to recoup in Portimao, which actually, now that I say it out loud, isn't that bad. But it's going to be a really interesting weekend in Portimao. It is scheduled to be better conditions, but we've weathered the rain well.
We have. It's going to be absolutely fantastic. Just a few days before we do it all over again. Make sure you join us then. But for now, from all of us here at Estoril, it's goodbye.